¿Cómo de que no? 6:30 de la mañana. Vámonos el día de hoy al casino del tío Salo. Ahorita vienen Farhan y Alex. Pero antes que todo, como siempre, quiero platicar rapidísimo con todos ustedes de lo que estamos viviendo. Antes que nada, muy felices fiestas para todos ustedes. Estamos a punto de celebrar Navidad en esta casa. Estamos contentos, emocionados. Hasta vamos a poner nuestra cama como si fuera de Navidad. Siempre, no sé, me divierte mucho. Antes era muy como el Grinch, no me gustaba nada la Navidad. Entonces, ahora sí voy a eliminar un poco de la grasa que me queda encima de la cara. Y pues nada más, solamente darles la bienvenida a este casino de Tío Salo. Quería platicar con ustedes antes de que empezáramos a adentrarnos en ver qué es lo que está pasando con el mercado cripto, con el mercado tradicional, etcétera. Quería simplemente poner enfrente de todos ustedes lo que estamos viviendo en Europa, lo que estamos viendo en Estados Unidos, y es simplemente lo que habíamos platicado antes. La idea es, hemos visto una bandera blanca, estamos viendo el principio de la bandera blanca. Esto es algo de lo que ya llevábamos un rato platicando, porque en Europa, me acuerdo perfectamente cuando empezaron literalmente a llenar todas las costas de todos lados de inmigrantes. Estaba platicando con un amigo español y me dice, tío, ¿pero por qué estamos haciendo esto? Le digo, tenemos que ver las primeras noticias, a ver cómo lo ponen. Y las noticias era como, los negros, bla, 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 son muy malos. Y dije, ok, aquí están intentando calentar a la gente contra los inmigrantes y están específicamente yéndose contra los negros y el Islam, ¿no? Los africanos y también los árabes. Y en Estados Unidos es un poco lo mismo, pero en Estados Unidos no tenemos tantos. En Estados Unidos tenemos más mexicanos, guatemaltecos, venezolanos, cubanos, boricua, ¿no? Todo esto. ¿Y qué es lo que hemos visto? Hemos visto que siguieron llenando todos estos lugares de toda esta gente y lo que han hecho es darle preferencia a todos nuestros inmigrantes sobre la gente normal. Y la gente, esto está creando, y esto no es un accidente, esto está creando definitivamente conflictos y está creando fricción en la sociedad, en todos lados donde estamos viviendo, ya estés en Europa o estés acá, porque acá también, ¿no? El crimen es, bueno, era legal, ya no es legal. Y la gente, básicamente esa gente que venía, que cruzaba la frontera, le dábamos dinero, le dábamos préstamos, poníamos esto enfrente de todo el mundo para que todo el mundo se emputara y dijera, ¿por qué a ellos sí, a nosotros no? Y lo mismo están haciendo en Europa. Y eso que estamos viendo no es un accidente. Lo siento mucho para todos ustedes, esto no es un accidente, esto está diseñado. Y la razón por la que creo que está diseñado, y bueno, ¿de dónde viene esta plática y por qué lo estamos diciendo? Porque vimos que en Alemania tuvimos al Saudi Nacional que fue y atropelló a toda esta gente en el mercado, matando a más de 10, si no fueron 10, fueron más de 10 personas en el mercado y llevándose entre las patas a otros 40, me parece que hubo más de 50 afectados en todo esto. Horrible. Y obviamente sacan en las noticias, es un saudí, es un terrorista, es todo esto, que por cierto lo es, obviamente, ¿no? No, no es como que de la nada este güey se le fue el coche y se llevó a todo eso. Sí, o sea, es en serio. Y en Estados Unidos aquí nos están poniendo enfrente a la señora que quemaron viva en el tren, que fue un guatemalteco, hijo de puta, esos guatemaltecos. Y estamos empezando a ver esto. Esto nos lo hicieron antes. Ahora, esto es algo que nos debe, una vez más, esto es algo que nos debería encabronar mucho porque es ridículo que nuestro gobierno nos esté haciendo este tipo de operaciones psicológicas para ponernos a todos en contra de todos y que no nos demos cuenta. Si fuéramos personas razonables y entendiéramos, quitáramos todo el ruido, simplemente detendríamos a la gente que han hecho esto posible, que es todos nuestros deliciosos y hermosos gobernantes. Pero como son intocables y tienen todo el apoyo de todo el pueblo, porque todo el pueblo está distraído pensando en pendejadas en vez de ver la simple realidad de que ellos están causando este problema, no, las fronteras no se abrieron de la nada. La gente de la nada dijo, ¿sabes qué estaría chido? Vamos a Estados Unidos cuando está lo más caro en la historia y donde no hay empleo. Eso no pasó de la nada. Esto es todo por diseño, los trajeron acá. Lo mismo en Europa, estaban pagando por esos barcos tan deliciosos, llegando a las costas de Argentina, de Italia, etcétera, donde ves a todos los inmigrantes, ¿no? Ves a toda la gente en uno de esos como en una de esas playas mamoncísimas, en un resort de no mames, donde sabes que se están tomando un Aperol Spritz de 90 euros y ves de la nada un chingo de inmigrantes llegar, ¿no? En un barco totototote y solamente caminan a través y pasan a toda esta gente que está disfrutando de sus Aperol Spritz de 90 euros. Entonces esto no fue por accidente. Y esto nos lo están repitiendo. En Estados Unidos, y esto yo nunca me di cuenta hasta después viéndolo para atrás, en Estados Unidos nos calentaron con la policía está abusando de su poder, ¿no? ¿Se acuerdan de eso? Defund the police, defondemos a la policía, ¿se acuerdan de todo eso? Y nos ponían videos tras videos de gente siendo atacada por un policía. Pero cuando te das cuenta que los medios tradicionales lo que quieren no es promover las noticias, ni tampoco justicia, lo que quieren promover son ideas para que la gente tenga una reacción, que de nuevo esto debería ser completamente ilegal, pero aquí estamos, hicieron ese movimiento. Entonces, a través de los años pudieron eliminar una gran cantidad de fuerza policíaca y esto fue algo que yo también no entendía hasta que platiqué con la gente por lo de los vagabundos y dije, ¿por qué ya no le podemos hablar a la policía? ¿Por qué ya no aparecen de la nada? No, pues es que no tenemos suficientes policías. Todo el mundo está cortando sus presupuestos de policía y la gente no quiere ser policía tampoco porque los ven como algo malo. Y eso fue la operación psicológica que nos hicieron. Ahora, de ahí, ¿cuál fue la activación total del plan? La activación total del plan funcionó cuando George Floyd fue atacado y matado enfrente de cámara y que lo pusieron enfrente de todo el mundo. Y eso causó los movimientos y los riots de BLM. No sé si se acuerdan ustedes, Black Lives Matter. Lo hicieron en ese entonces, en el 2020. Ahí fue donde pusieron a todo el mundo en lo que todo el mundo estaba encerrado, en lo que todo el mundo no podía hacer nada. Y también pusieron a los extraterrestres, por cierto. Tenemos todo eso en común en este momento, una vez más, casi 5 años después, que es bastante interesante. Si me preguntas a mí, que se coincidan todas estas cosas. Entonces, en ese entonces, lo que hicieron para poder conseguir que la gente se revoltara fue simplemente porque nos pegan en el lado humano, que es lo más hijo de puta de todos. Y tienen todo el sentido del mundo, toda la gente lo que defiende todo, porque es cierto. A fin de cuentas lo están usando en contra nuestra humanidad, que es la culerada más grande del planeta y lo que me hace pensar que somos absolutamente ratas de laboratorio, que vivimos en algo que alguien está viendo y probando cosas, porque es impresionante las operaciones que tienen estos tíos. Si crees que son coincidencia, no te vengo aquí a convencer a que no, simplemente pon atención a futuro, igual y esto es algo que aprendes después, o igual y tal vez no, pero esto es una realidad de lo que está pasando. Entonces ahora lo que están buscando, ya que no tenemos policías, ya que tenemos todas estas cosas que están pasando, lo que quieren es simplemente una revuelta entre nosotros y los inmigrantes. Quieren tener ese encontronazo en Europa, quieren tener ese encontronazo también en Estados Unidos. ¿Por qué? Porque cuando creas caos y hay una revuelta gigantesca y la gente empieza a darse de palos de todos lados, ¿qué es lo que puedes hacer? Tenemos que detener a todo el mundo, vamos a imponer leyes marciales, no puedes salir de casa, te tienes que quedar acá porque está muy peligrosa la cosa afuera. Y es más o menos lo que estamos viendo. Están empujando estas narrativas enfrente de todo el mundo. Güey, ¿cuántos asesinatos no vemos en Instagram, en Facebook, en todas estas cosas, no? Y han hecho sobre todo... esto no existía antes en redes sociales. Entonces, ¿qué me dice eso? Que las redes sociales, estos tíos están 100% empujando estas narrativas para ponerlas enfrente de ti, porque eso no lo veíamos antes. Si no lo veíamos antes, ¿qué quiere decir eso? No que no existiera, simplemente que estaba prohibido. Y no es como que, por cierto, si creen que es un accidente y que la gente solo está subiendo esto, tienen inteligencia artificial que si me echo un pedo hablando mal de Mark Zuckerberg, me bajan el post. Si digo o insulto a alguien, me bajan el post. Entonces, yo creo que inteligencia artificial puede simplemente ver cuando desapareces a alguien con una pistola o con un cuchillo, pero no le interesa para nada. Lo están poniendo enfrente de ti para también que te dé miedo, para crear ese rencor, para crear este tipo de disputas entre los dos lados. Esto es justamente lo que están buscando en este momento. Acompáñalo también de los extraterrestres o los drones, lo que quieras que sean, ¿no? Esto es una operación psicológica en contra de la gente, como también lo fue el 2020. No sé si se acuerdan de ese video que les enseñé o seguramente también los han visto. El de Larry Fink, el CEO de BlackRock, donde dice, nosotros podemos crear un cambio de comportamiento a través de diferentes cosas. ¿Cómo de que no? El 2020, y esto fue algo de lo que platicamos desde el principio, fue una aceleración a irnos a un mundo digital. También fue una aceleración de poder aceptar que bienes raíces comerciales no tenían valor a nuestra sociedad al día de hoy. Y esto es algo de lo que les digo, eso está mal completamente. Bienes raíces comerciales comenzaron a caer antes de la pandemia, mucho antes de la pandemia, sobre todo en los malls y donde la gente va a comprar cosas. Y yo me salí de bienes raíces comerciales porque estaba viendo cómo todo iba para abajo, la gente no quería estar ahí. No es que sea un genio, es simplemente lo que está pasando en mi industria. Es como con las películas, cuando empecé a ver que en vez de que me ofrecieran 5 millones, me ofrecían 2,5, de 2,5 se fueron a 1 se fueron a 900, ahora pagan 300, 200 por película. Cuando ves eso, no tienes que ser un genio, no estás leyendo el futuro, estás viendo lo que está pasando ahorita. Y es un poco lo que estamos viendo en bienes raíces comerciales. Todo el mundo vio esto venir. O sea, si estás en la industria de bienes raíces, a menos de que seas un persa que vende por acá cursos de bienes raíces comerciales, todos los demás que tenemos cerebro y 2 ojos, fue de, tal vez esto ya valió madres. Y por ende, el tío Salo se retira de esa zona, como lo hizo en las películas y de todas estas cosas. Entonces, todo esto fue una parte para cubrir eso y también para que todas las empresas pudieran crear más riqueza. ¿Y cómo lo hicimos? Digitalizando todo. Cuando amarras a todo el mundo a su casa, todo el mundo tiene que comprar en línea. Esto nos benefició muchísimo a creadores de contenido digitales y yo diría que muchos de la sociedad está haciendo dinero a través de medios digitales ahora, como eso no existía en el 2020. En Latinoamérica, si querías vender algún producto en línea, era imposible, güey. Imposible. Nadie tenía cuentas, nadie quería, nadie respetaba como la idea de que Amazon iba a llevarte tu paquete a tu casa o Mercado Libre. Siempre se lo van a robar en el camino, brother. Pero una vez forzados, todo el mundo cambiaron de actitud. Esa actitud también cambió. Y la idea de a dónde me quiero ir a vivir cuando te encerraron. Todos estos son cosas que están haciendo. Y es ahí donde me preocupo, porque a qué punto nos damos cuenta todos como sociedad que estos tíos no tienen nuestro mejor interés, que simplemente nos están dando un violonchelo de izquierda a derecha y es inaceptable. En mi opinión, yo creo que todos deberíamos de voltear, entender la situación, saber los riesgos, pero el principal culpable de todo esto es nuestros gobernantes porque se benefician de todo esto. Y más allá de los beneficios que trae crear todos estos problemas y luego solucionarlos, nos están llevando a nosotros entre las patas como si fuéramos conejillos de indias probando todas estas cosas. Entonces, en una sociedad donde la gente esté despierta, no esté viendo las noticias, no caiga en propaganda y simplemente vea lo que está pasando, todos nos deberíamos de juntar y decir, se acabó, brothers, ya no pueden estar aquí encargados de esto. Ha sido una pena todos estos años, se han hecho ultratrillonarios y lo están haciendo en nuestras espaldas, usándonos a nosotros y nuestros comportamientos que ellos están inculcando en la sociedad a través de todas estas cosas para poder hacer y lograr lo que ellos están buscando. Así que si fuéramos listos, todos nos detuviéramos. ¿Esto puede ser el inicio de una bandera blanca? En mi opinión, sí. En mi opinión, esto es el inicio de ponértelo enfrente agresivamente para poder crear toda esa discordia entre todos. Y sobre todo lo vi porque el revuelo de las páginas grandes que sigo de noticias, ¿no? En Latinoamérica o en Europa, donde todos están de, tienes que limpiar a Europa, haz Europa otra vez de huevos, bla, 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 limpiemos Europa, todo esto. Eso es lo que están buscando, justamente eso. Y por cierto, todas esas personas tienen razón, pero nos están tendiendo una trampa, tíos. Y vamos, por cierto, vamos a caer rotundamente y de cabeza en la trampa. Estamos ya, o sea, ya nos metimos en la cueva del lobo, ¿ok? O del oso. ¿Cuál es la cueva? La peligrosa. Yo creo que las dos son peligrosas, pero ya nos metimos. Pero en fin, felices fiestas a todos ustedes. Nos vamos a ir al casino del tío Salo. Ya tengo que ir a Farhan. No sé exactamente dónde esté el buen Alex. Vamos a empezar con todo esto. Me voy a dar una vuelta. Ah, cabrón, tengo que... denme un segundo que abrí este directo de otra computadora y quería ver si funcionaba para poder manejarlo remotamente y totalmente. Excelente. Y aquí ya los tengo a todos ustedes, a los miembros del Lead Trading Academy. También tengo aquí a Farhan, también tengo aquí a Alex. Let us motherfucking go, my boys. Good
morning, boys. How's your weekend?
I knew that this was tricking me. I'm sorry. The audio is coming from my computer. Just give me 1 second. Let me just adjust this piece of shit. What are you doing, audio? Say something now.
Test. How you doing, fellas? How's your weekend?
It was great. It was absolutely fucking fantastic. How about you?
Pretty good. I just had myself yesterday and today some nice homemade chorizo and egg tacos. Absolutely fucking delicious.
Wow.
Stop.
Oh, flexing on us.
Hey, by the hoodie, we got to hear it one time. Hit us with a Lamborghini.
Lamborghini pig. Remember that because we're all Lamborghini pigs. Today, I don't know why, but everybody on the chat is very interested in Ethereum. So Kim is the first one who got here and said, "Good morning, gentlemen. Ethereum. Let's check out fucking Ethereum. Why is Ethereum on everyone's mouth right now?"
They might be switching into the chair like Vitalik.
People are trying to figure out if they're going to belong in that chair or not. Give me 1 second. Let me put it on.
Merry Christmas,
right here.
you filthy animals.
I think it's just because everyone is gauging altcoin season through it, right?
Yeah, probably.
That's most likely it.
Imagine if all season never happens.
I think it already happened.
We made along the way.
One could argue it already happened.
There could be that argument. I am going to completely agree with that. I think so.
I mean, Solana went from $8 to $260. What more do you want?
Yeah.
And by the way, the market cap went to basically almost double. So if Solana didn't have any inflation, that'd be pretty good.
Yeah,
Dogecoin did how many X's? Pepe did like several thousand X's.
I mean, XR
that's
coins
500% last month or just a few weeks ago. So, okay, here we'll jump right into ETH. Let's see why everyone wants to talk about ETH because, ETH has been pretty hammered down. And remember, we don't want to be really touching ETH as long as it's under that 366 level. And we still are under it. And it makes sense that we are going to get some kind of pullback around here. Especially with what we know overall with the trend. And the trend's still pretty down. I mean, if we go to the weekly here, we were talking about this high that was formed on the week of November 4th getting taken out. It's extremely crucial for that high to get taken out. We see here that, yes, we got a pretty impressive rally from the 366 level. Let me just see here because I always say that and sometimes it'll be like 2%. Let's see. No, that was good. I was a little over 10% rally from the 366 level. The issue with this zone here on ETH BTC now, if we take this off, we just kind of formed like a weekly lower high, unable to break the last previous lower high, leading to more of this breakdown on ETH BTC. And so I don't personally know why a lot are getting kind of horny for ETH, considering, we are under 366. That doesn't necessarily mean that we can't reclaim 366, but how I'm viewing this new weekly open now is it would make a lot of sense to get some kind of rally up into that 366. Right, it makes a lot of sense. What was previously into support should be flipped into resistance, and now we have that weekly 9 supporting that idea, telling us, yeah, bulls are definitely going to want to reclaim that 366 level because in doing so, you're going to get a reclaim of the weekly 9, and then we could start talking about actually testing this 21 again. But until then, you have to start looking at any rallies into that 366 as just an area of rejection. Not only do we have the weekly 9, but we also have that 3-day EMA 21 coming alongside. If you go and just look at this 3-day EMA 21, we can see we slightly wicked above, hit the 34, came back down, and then fell below it. You can see here as well that, we went to the 34, came back down, deviated, and fell below it. And so any area or rally up to the zone needs to be looked at as resistance. Until proven otherwise. And it's really simple. It's, this is kind of like my gauge for ETH if I'm going to be bullish or bearish. I simply don't want a long ETH as long as we're under that 366 level. Once we start actually taking that back, reclaiming it and holding it, it'll actually start looking slightly constructive on the daily. Whereas we can see here that most big rallies on ETH BTC have started once we do reclaim all the major moving averages I watched, the 9, the 21, and the 34. So we get back above all those, then we can really have a good shot of actually going back and testing that EMA 100 on the daily, which is currently right now at 0.03855. So quite a while, it's kind of up there now. We see that daily 9-2 hasn't really been tested since the rejection here. That occurred on December 19th. We've just been kind of front running it here, especially shown here. Before ETH BTC fell 3.3%. So it makes sense to get some kind of rally up to this zone, but you're really going to want to look closely and see the reaction at that area. Another point here on why ETH BTC isn't looking the best is simply because we have a daily silver cross to the downside. And so it makes sense that, we probably will actually come back up slightly above that daily 9. This is just my personal opinion. But I personally think then we're going to end up going to that daily 21, which lines up nicely with that weekly 9. And at that point, I mean, we're getting nice areas of confluence telling us that this zone is a massive for bulls to reclaim, but also the first zone that, bears are going to actually want to slap us down. Reclaiming that daily 9 doesn't totally put us out of the woods. You all just have to gauge that 366 level first. We start getting any daily closures back above, call it that daily 34, which is currently sitting right around, 0.03692. That'll actually start looking quite constructive. What you'll then want is for ETH BTC to actually reclaim and start holding. Personally, you really wouldn't want like a big move out of here. You kind of would want this scenario of just consolidation. Why? Well, in order, for an actual volatility setup to come here, you would need, volatility to actually start contracting here, because we can see it's expanding while we are coming down. Therefore, then the, I guess, counter trade for this to reset would be an actual pump back up to here while we fall below the moving average and ideally start resetting some of that volatility. We take a look here. Can see here that the weekly is still in that corrective zone of volatility. Yes, we draw a meme line here representing kind of the setups that we like to watch, which is if we fall under 15%, that does give us a setup. Let me turn this to red so it's more evident. You can see here we had that nice expansion beginning of January. We're now just slowly coming back down. We're under the moving average, and it seems slightly like it's rejecting it. Just plays into why I do believe volatility can start resetting here. And that really will start coming about if the daily can actually just start consolidating, I believe, above that 366 level. Then you'll want to actually start looking at ETH USD, because then it'll start coming more into play on why it's an important zone to hold. Currently, though, what we see here with ETH USD, we don't have a silver cross yet on the daily, very much like ETH BTC did. We don't. We just have that 9 crossing under the 21, which just inherently gives us more of a bearish bias, but still is negated and has prevented so far a silver cross to the daily. We also see we're at that very crucial daily EMA 100. This is going to be a big spot for ETH. Excuse me. You're going to want this daily EMA 100 to hold. Because if we don't hold, we can just simply see if we take all the major moving averages off of ETH, even the 9 and the 200, and we just kind of solely gauge the reaction around this EMA 100, what do we get? Well, when we start falling below it, it often acts as major resistance, as seen here in this consolidation / downtrend, till we broke above, broke the downtrend, while also reclaiming that EMA 100. You can just see the reaction here at $1,600. That was a pretty good reclaim that led us all the way up to $4,000 from reclaiming that. Okay, well, maybe we got lucky here. Okay, well, we lost the daily EMA 100 here. We rejected it. And this dump here from $3,000 led us all the way to $800, $900, simply losing that daily EMA 100. Okay, cool. Let's go back here. And so what do we have here? Well, we simply have lost it here. We lost it. We rejected it. We came all the way down from 3,200, came all the way back down to that 2,200, a nice $1,000 moves down. But now what we see is, we reclaimed it. We busted through. We made, we actually hit that $4,000 high here. We're coming all the way back down. Yes, the overall daily trend is now down, which is slightly concerning for us. And so now what we're going to really want to gauge and see is if this daily EMA 100 actually holds, because if it holds, then, that could actually start giving bulls the chance they need essentially to start actually grinding out a bottom around here. And I do believe that once ETH does get back above that $3,600, then we can actually start talking about possibly testing back closer to that $4,000 move. But even here, you can start seeing on the daily, we're not fully at extremes yet. On volatility, we are approaching there. We're at 89.29%. We know on the daily, especially, ETH does like to hit that kind of a 100% in volatility, more like reaching the extremes of the top of the range there for BBWP. We also see the daily here has lost the meme line currently at 3,280. This is a pretty important level of support that we kind of need to hold. Yes, we are above that daily EMA 100, but losing that meme line here tells me that there could be a good chance of us coming all the way back down to that EMA 100, which is sitting at 3,192. You can see we ever so slightly wicked below. Going now to a 4-hour, you can see here, the 4-hour overall is still in a nice downtrend. We're consistently making lower highs. This is what you're going to get if the daily is now in a downtrend. What you're going to want now is for this low to hold here on ETH USD, and you're going to want to just see that 4-hour. We're chopping around the 4-hour 9, and so you're going to want to really see bulls actually get back above that 4-hour 9, and then at that point, then we can start actually talking about potentially breaking this 4-hour structure, which is still down. We take the trend catalyst wave here. You can see it's not very clean, but consistent lower lows, lower highs, lower lows, lower highs here. This is what it's slightly looking as long as we are under that $3,400. And that's why bulls here are going to want to start grinding out a bottom. They're going to want this SFP here, which I'll take the trend wave catalyst off on the 4-hour, of course, to hold, right? We lost support, quickly reclaimed it, and now we're just kind of consolidating while the 4-hour is resetting here. Something you are going to want to see for bulls. Ideally, then what this can do is just start slowly grinding up and actually reclaim, the important moving averages we watch for an actual chance back above that $3,600, which is going to be pretty important for on the daily here. You can see the cluster of moving averages. You can see the 9 was beautifully holding us. When we lost the 9, we'd go to the 21. That would act as support. Now what we have is we fell through all of these. We've now rejected that 34, which is going to tell you that that's resistance. We've come all the way back down to the EMA 100. This is kind of like the last line, in my opinion, before bulls are going to end up losing this crucial support, and bears are going to take us all the way back down under $3,000, which then will be closer to that SMA 200 on the daily. So personally, I don't know why people are getting too bullish here on ETH, considering, we are still in the midst of a breakdown. Things can start looking slightly constructive, but, as long as ETH BTC is looking like we easily can put in some kind of bearish retest around 366, I do think ETH then can easily get a rally up. But even just taking it and viewing it on the daily, we simply could just end up rejecting that daily 9 here, never breaking this last high at 3,557, rolling over, and at that point, losing that daily EMA 100 will be your kind of metric on if we're going to break down a lot bigger, which for me, the next breakdown zone is going to be right around that 2,985. I'm curious to see now how the rainbow chart looks. And so let's take a look here. Let's go back to ETH BTC. Let me take this warp line off. Let me delete this. Let's go back to the weekly first. And so what we can see here on the weekly is we did hold the 50%. So it would make sense for us to at least go back up to that 382, if not all the way back to that weekly 9, something I just talked about. Why you have to have kind of a bearish bias here is simply if you view that weekly median. We were steadily below it. We reclaimed it one time here. This was a big bear trap. We came all the way back below it. And so now what we're seeing is just like what I was representing on that weekly 21. We have that weekly median coming right around the weekly 21, telling us that, yeah, any big move up, I mean, we first now have to look at that weekly 9. We get back above there. Then the next area of interest is going to be, that 0.038 level, which is lining up nicely with that weekly median, which also wouldn't negate, even if we got a rally all the way up there, wouldn't negate this last lower high here. Bears are going to be trying to reject us around this zone, forming another lower high, confirming it with a lower low. That'll be done if we can easily go and break essentially that 3185 level. We break that 3185 level, I mean, there really isn't much as support until like that 786, which is at 288. And at that point, we really have to start looking a lot lower, closer to that 95% in the meme line, right at 2273. There, I do think ETH BTC could just grind out some kind of bottom while resetting volatility overall, especially on the weekly here. Now going to ETH USD here, let's see if it looks at least a little remotely bullish here. Let's see if we can see anything worth mentioning. And what you can see here, especially on this weekly, is we are just in the midst of a breakdown. I mean, let me take this off real quick just so we can see. We are now rejecting that weekly 9, which is not what you want to see if you're bullish on ETH. You know, because yes, this rally was nice. I mean, it bounced all the way from 3,000 all the way up to 3,300, almost 3,400. But really, nothing really changes as long as ETH is under that EMA 9 on the weekly. Now throwing the HBDR back on, you can even just see here on spot, we are pretty healthily above that median as well. We're in just the midst of a breakdown, and technically, since we're under that median, the next target for me would be closer to this meme line if I extend it out, which is lining up right around that 2,900, if not 2,951. This to me would be pretty detrimental for ETH, because if we start going back under that $2,900 level, we're now under all the major weekly moving averages. But then if we go to that monthly, you can see here that we'll then start falling under that monthly 9. And we can just see really simply that monthly 9 has been a pretty nice area of support. We get big moves up, but then once we start losing that monthly 9, you know, here we essentially went all the way back to the bottom of this meme range here that we talked about, which is going to be important for us in the future if we end up coming back down below the weekly 9, because then at that point you're going to want essentially this zone here right at 2,500 to actually hold. If it doesn't hold, then I don't see why ETH won't over time in 2025 go back to 1,800. But that still isn't on the cards yet. I mean, the monthly 9 is still holding, which is what we'd want to see. We can see we busted through the monthly 9 after it was basically held down since we lost it in August. And so what you're going to want to see here is this back test to hold. You're going to want, even if we come more down, break the lows, hit the monthly 9 exactly at 3,037, you're just going to want this to hold, because in doing so, that's going to just look like a simple throwback to that monthly 9, which we know is a pretty important level for ETH. While everyone gets bearish here on this really aggressive dump, we got this fake breakout. You know, ETH is down 26%. How I'm gauging this on more of the macro, which is the monthly now, is just a quick throwback. And that's why, you know, I'm really trying not to get too bearish here, considering, you know, we are still holding the monthly 9. The weekly here is starting to look slightly concerning. This can be kind of like a front runnable event. That's why this week in crypto, in my opinion, is going to be super duper important for us to actually get some kind of bounce up. Because if we end up rejecting where we're currently at, it's really not going to look good. And at this point, we're going to have to start looking at, you know, first $2,947 being the next low on ETH, which is a pretty important spot if you just gauge this, you know, the last reactions around this meme line here. And even going back here, losing that $2,900 level was kind of what sparked the bigger breakdown, at least to that EMA 100 on the weekly, if not to that weekly SMA 200. Currently speaking for us, I mean, if we lose this and reject, that EMA 100 is currently right at 2,600, really is lining up nicely with this channel here that we've had, while also that SMA 200 is only a little farther below by $200. And so that's how you can gauge this as an ETH bull. Is this area here is going to be very, 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 very important for us to hold. Because if we don't hold that, then at that point, we are going to start looking like ETH is breaking out of its multi-year channel. It's also losing its major moving averages on all time frames, while then also losing that monthly 9. That point, then we have to really start considering ETH being in a bear market. Which then, you know, the next targets for me would be closer to that $1,800 zone, if not all the way back down to $1,428. Let's see here how the monthly looks on the HBDR. See, we're very heavily away from that median now, which is never a good sign. We're falling below the 382 here, losing the 50%. Yes, the EMA 9 is holding on that monthly, which we still need to not disregard that, especially after breaking out above it. You know, it can be a throwback here, but this is why it just ties into bulls are really going to want to step in and really start kind of bouncing us from this point. Because if not, then, you know, if they don't get a bounce from this point, we're really going to run the risk of losing that daily EMA 100, which, as I showed you in the beginning, that's kind of what sparked those bigger moves down. And then And at that point, then we'll be closer to testing that 95%, which is also the SMA 200. Probably get a bounce there. But then at that point, we easily could go back to that 3,200 and then just simply reject what was massively support into resistance, which would never be good. So, I mean, in summary, ETH isn't looking good. I don't know why people are wanting to long this. It's still in the wait and see kind of position. I can be very wrong on ETH. If we end up coming back up, holding this, and then consolidating, this will then give us the easy, confident ETH trade. And then all we're going to be doing, which like what we've been doing since November, is gauging the reaction at the EMA 100 on ETH BTC. You know, if we keep rejecting us and that keeps holding us down, then we really have run the risk of us breaking down here, especially with overall the macro trend, like on the weekly, is down. But if we end up busting through and reclaiming this, maybe falling and rejecting the EMA 100, but holding that daily 9, but still above the 366 level, then ETH can start looking more constructive. We can start looking at this as maybe a local bottom. And then we can start actually talking about the reaction from this point right at 3,200, 3,300, possibly getting a move back up to that 3,500, maybe to $3,600. You know, but again, that just could simply look like another rejection / also lower high if we just simply reject from the 9 here and go down, never breaking this last high. Just wouldn't look good for me. That's why I do think ETH constitutes patience. I do think that overall there's no reason to be FOMOing into this trade, especially with what we know with ETH BTC. Now, this consolidation here will start flipping things and churning things for ETH in a good way. What we don't want to do is start front running things, thinking, okay, well, we're for sure going to get a bounce. We're for sure going to go back up to that 3.8, because guess what? One thing in markets is there's nothing certain other than losing. The one little hope you might have is that we are forming some kind of divergence here. And so this just ties into why you're going to want to see ETH bulls actually pick this up like today, this week, falling back and breaking this low. All, you know, the divergent bulls here looking at this are just going to probably end up panic selling, because it's really going to start looking like, you know, that 2-3 level is going to be the next spot essentially. What were you going to say, Alondra?
That on that chart, if you can just go back to ETH BTC, you have a free, basically like the simplest inverse head and shoulders right there waiting for everybody. So in a way, that's kind of like where you have your arrows, basically. That would be the neckline altogether. Yeah, connecting those dots. So whenever you basically break that, which coincides with the, I think that's the EMA 100, right?
Mm-hmm.
The green one. Yeah. So basically just getting above that would be a really good sign, but it's a matter of like really taking over that level for people to gauge in a simpler way. In my opinion, that would be ideal if they're bullish on it.
And that is a really, that's a big point for this chart. That's something we've been waiting on the Discord and just the Academy is, you know, we like it above 366. I talked about a rejection here. I thought the throwback would have held, and then that point we would have broken actually the overall downtrend. But BTC is still in a downtrend. We're now in the midst of a breakdown. Only hope you might have here is just this little price divergence, which, you know, this could just act as like more of a trap for bulls. That's why it's going to be really keen for us to just wait and get back above the meme line, because I like alts when it's above 366. We know the reaction from alts when it's above 366. And they just do better. And when you're under here, not the way, it's not the place you're going to want to bid, especially ETH, XRP, Solana, Litecoin, all those shit coins. You're not going to really want to do business with them as long as we're under here, because simply, I mean, look at this. This is a pretty massive drop if we just take the meme lines. Pretty big drop. And if we don't, we can see here we're losing the blue zone. The top of the range of the blue zone is right around that 366 level, which just ties into why it's going to be super crucial for bulls to actually get back above here this week. We can, then we're going to actually reclaim that EMA 9. We can see here the weekly median isn't too far from price. So if we can actually reclaim that weekly 9, get back above the 382, now we're back in that ranging posture because we're in the blue zone. And the blue zone likes to constitute ranges and chop. But breaking down below and coming back here and rejecting that, just really going to look like a 382 rejection. And at that point, we're in the midst of a breakdown because we're losing the blue zone. We know that once we lose the blue zone here on ETH BTC, I mean, we went right here to that green zone, and currently that's at 2.9. Can't really promise it's not going to start moving down too. And at that point, if it starts moving down, then yeah, I don't see why we're not going to hit that 2-3 level over time, of course, which easily could equate to a 36% move. We'll be really we'll be conservative here though. And we'll talk about the green zone. That's still a 21% move down. That's why it's going to be really crucial for ETH bulls here and alt bulls to just not kind of front run themselves, patiently wait. There's really no rush on this trade, because if we are right and we start reclaiming the zone, this median ideally will start coming down. Then in this consolidation manner, we'll actually start getting back above that 2-day median. Maybe then that weekly median can start going down. But the issue is the posturing of it's very up still. And it's going to be kind of hard for bulls to get back above there, especially with what we know on the daily, which has a silver cross. And so, in all this, that's why I do think that your best case scenario here is if you're an ETH bull, it's just simply to wait. Waiting and watching will, in my opinion, probably give you the easy trade and kind of not chop you out. Because what you don't want to do is start longing here, and then we simply do get some bounce up, and then we reject the 21, and then we come back down, giving us more that, just trap, I guess, for bulls, where people are front running that. That's why for me, I'm all about just waiting. I do think that, simply waiting for the weekly to close or reclaim that 9 probably will be wise for ETH BTC bulls. Because in doing so, I mean, then you're going to negate the chop. That could easily equate to ETH BTC, ETH USD, my apologies, actually coming back and reclaiming the EMA 9. This can then start looking like an SFP. A quick loss of support, quick loss of the 9, quickly gets reclaimed. Then the spot price reclaims the median. Now we can actually start talking about a setup here of us actually coming back to the $4,000 zone, if not at minimum to 3,800, which is still a playable trade. A low leverage trade into next week. Maybe this is some kind of local bottom. We'll just play devil's advocate and assume. Then if we start really coming back and holding that median plus reclaiming that weekly 9, then you really can start getting an easy trade here. But when you're just in the midst of a breakdown, it's always better to just wait on your hands because, this overall, let me just turn this off because it's kind of hard to see. And let me throw the trend wave catalyst back on because I just like it. This overall is slightly looking like a double top. I mean, we came all the way down. We came up slightly, barely, ever so slightly broke this last high. So to me, to my book, this is still looking okay in terms of it potentially being in a weekly uptrend. I know that seems crazy, but that's why bulls are really not going to want to lose this $33,000 level. Just in my opinion, we see we made a low. This was the higher low. We made the higher high. We came down. You could argue this was the last higher low. We ended up breaking below that. So actually, yeah, I'm just going to negate what I just said. ETH is in a downtrend on the weekly. And so therefore, then you're really going to want to gauge ETH BTC. And simply put, this really could just be the rejection zone right at that weekly 9, which then easily could play into ETH USD, finding some kind of rejection more evident on the daily here. We end up coming back and rejecting that daily 9 right around 3,500. Still could look like even a daily lower high here. Because we're not really breaking this last high at 3,556. Now, if ETH does end up breaking this last high right here, okay, great. Now we can start talking about maybe this daily has shifted, which then easily could bleed into the weekly. But then in order for us to really shift the weekly, we're going to just simply have to break these highs, which is going to be kind of a hard job for bulls currently because we're at 3,300. So with all that said, ETH is not bullish. I mean, we are in a weekly downtrend, in my opinion. This is fresh too. And I always talk about when we are in the midst of a trend shift, the most amount of money, in my opinion, is made just simply with what I've encountered is when you are early to these trend shifts. And instead of bulls being in like long mode, you should be more in short mode. And so for that, I don't think shorting ETH at that weekly 9 is wise. Personally, it doesn't seem like the easier trade to me. Rather than just waiting and patiently just gauging, the reaction here. ETH isn't a clean trade to me anymore, though. It was, as long as we held back above that 3,800. I got stopped out of my long here. As soon as we broke these last lows, this is where I had my stop on that long, and we fell through it. And so now, I mean, we could easily get a rally up. But at that point, which I'm wondering too, let me see here, no silver cross on that. Yeah, I mean, at that point, it's just you really have to start looking at like that 3,500 as resistance, and this could make for an easy short potentially. I won't short it, but it could be an easy short potentially. Rallies up to that 3,500. You simply have your stop at that last rejection high right around 3,552. And then you would target simply down to that 2,950 to 3,040. That to me seems like more of the logical trade, and it stays with the trend. If you are trying to be the devil's advocate and really try to get that juicy long on ETH, then you're just going to want to wait. Just simply wait. There's no trade here to long. You simply should just be seeing the reaction around this weekly 9, which it already is slightly rejecting us now. And if the weekly does pop back above this 9, then great. We can actually start talking about maybe a long on ETH, because that could correlate to ETH BTC getting back above its weekly 9. But until then, markets are going to be really predatory to longs, I do believe. That's why things aren't even very clear to me currently, especially with how I'm gauging this being the higher low. And really, it was this was the last higher low, and we broke through that, and so you simply even can't just put a meme line to that last low here, which does correlate nicely with the daily. And at that point, yeah, I mean, what was once support right here and right here, now rejection, resistance broke down. Now you need to really be gauging this 3,500 into resistance, which luckily for us is lining up with that daily 9, which I do believe, was it just the ETH BTC that had the silver across the downside? Yeah, it was. Okay, cool. That's it. That's all I have on ETH. Like I said, nothing's very clear to me. I would expect some kind of bounce on ETH BTC though. But I don't believe that bounce is going to take us anywhere farther than simply the weekly 9. I do think that would be a pretty nice bounce. It would overall keep the trend still. We're talking about a 5% move, which easily could correlate to, ETH USD actually getting a bounce. It's totally okay for the weekly here to get back above the 9. But remember, that's why it's no trigger, no trade, and you don't want to front run that. It's based on a weekly closure, so that's in 6 days. So we easily could form a green dildo, come up here, come all the way down, and then end up wicking below, closing the weekly 9, closing the weekly below the 9, trapping all those bulls, when simply you should be gauging more of like that daily EMA 9. The daily starts reclaiming back above this 3,500 right here. Call it the high of December 21st, then to me, that's going to actually start looking good. Then we can actually start talking about this being some kind of divergence, this being maybe a higher low, and us maybe popping back and breaking the overall downtrend on ETH, which could look something like this. We pop up, we actually break the overall trend, we come down, and then that's where you're just going to want to see that consolidation, which again, you've already known that, because that'll just line up with overall that weekly 9 getting reclaimed, and then looking overall at that weekly 9 as an opportunity could be, what is the long trigger essentially? Because ideally then that daily trend shift leads into the weekly trend shift, which then ideally then could mean that this whole thing was just a bad dream. Bulls quickly can get to work, reclaim the levels they need, and then we can actually start talking about a $4,000 level. But until then, really watch that 3,500 resistance, seeming to me like that's likely to actually get tested, especially with how this is overall looking. Watch the reaction closer to that daily 21 here on ETH BTC, and don't discount this fresh silver cross to the daily, because what we know is we're under the weekly median, we're under the daily median, the 3-day median. Overall, ETH BTC looks like in a downtrend. ETH USD is in a fresh downtrend now, especially on the weekly. And so now what you need to be gauging as a trader is, where is this lower high gonna come into? And I do believe that could come in right around here, that 3,500 to 3,490. So that's all I have on ETH. It's again not very clear to me. That's why when things aren't clear to me, I'd much rather just sit on my hands and wait. Either a rally up to that 3,500, we reject it, then great. That could easily possibly give us a short. We start reclaiming that and breaking back above that last, what was it? The last wick high essentially that we formed on December 21st. Okay, cool. That could be like the first tick for bulls, but then we really want to see where that weekly is going to close. Does it reclaim the 9, or does it just reject it, leading to some kind of like bull trap? I do believe that it's just my opinion. It is in a downtrend, and so that did catch me by surprise. Like I had to really look at it, and to me, in my system, this isn't a downtrend even on the weekly now. ETH BTC is in a downtrend.
Can I play a little devil's advocate?
Please do. I'd appreciate that.
Usually after a major high or low, you got to make a higher high. So I wouldn't consider that a major high or low.
A higher low, major higher low. Yeah.
I would say on overall massive, like when it comes to the overall bigger picture, structures haven't been broken down to the downside. But I think short.
But there definitely is a lot of concerning things. Very concerning things.
So this is what I wanted to ask you guys. What's the feeling right now that you're getting from everything? How do you feel about it? What are you listening about? What are you seeing? I want to know that right now.
I think it's end of year candle closure fuckery.
It could be. It could be. I mean, we're getting a 6-month, a quarterly, a yearly, all coming in around the end of the month. Personally speaking, I need bulls, and it's just my personal opinion. I need bulls to push up or start fixing shit this week.
Yeah, it's definitely in an area right now where you'd be retarded if you were to bid it.
Yeah. And that's why, like, you know, I want to talk about ETH going up, but then when to me, it's like, yeah, you are correct. I mean, the next higher low would need to be in a higher high, which would mean that ETH needs to break its all-time high at around 4,000, little over $4,000, which, you know, when you're at 3,300 on ETH, that's kind of like a lot to ask for. You're more likely.
One of those is not really that helpful for you, because if it breaks that, then clearly it's going to keep going up. So it's not very helpful.
No, it's not. So that's why for me, and you can correct me, Farn, I do believe ETH is in a downtrend. And so overall, the trend should just take constant, like it's always first trend. And so right now the trend is still down. I do believe ETH can bounce. Mondays are statistically more bullish on Bitcoin. That easily could lead into ETH BTC catching some kind of bid. ETH USD.
I'll show mine in a second. For me, in a daily, it's in a downtrend, but not yet on the weekly.
Not yet on the weekly. That's fair. I do believe that this is in a weekly downtrend. That's just my personal opinion.
Now, I want to say, I've been looking at this all weekend long. Like, I've been following Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, and then like outplays within Solana, right? To see, like, I'm basically scalping the shit out of every single one in all sorts of time frames with everything that you guys have taught me, especially that degenerate video that on that second class that we did with Alex, where he goes for an hour, like how he does it. And I was just looking, because we were at that point where everybody was saying there's going to be a bounce. There's going to be a bounce. We got to go back and bounce here. And I'm like, fuck, dude. Everywhere I look in all temporalities, and I was fucking with the 3-minute, 30-minute, 1 hour, 4 hour, then 2 hour, 8 hour daily and weekly. And everything just looks weak as fuck. It kind of, like, the feeling I'm getting is that feeling when Bitcoin was in the 43s, 44s, that everybody was like, it's about to like bounce. It's about to bounce. It's about to bounce. It's about to bounce. And it just took us to like 39, and people were like, whoa, well, this is the bottom for sure. And then it's about to bounce, and it just kept going. I kind of have that feeling, and especially looking at Coinbase, dude. Have you looked at Coinbase?
The Coinbase has been not so pretty recently.
Well, on the daily, you have a volatility set up towards the downside playing out, and it's only at 63% after it went below 15%.
Yeah, so it's not looking good. Like, Coinbase looks like it wants to go back to $2,246, which then could be, you know, Bitcoin and crypto doesn't do well yet. Nothing's telling me that your bottom is in. Like, I don't at all.
¿Cómo estás?
He just woke up, so he's excited.
Yeah, that's
sorry. I'm listening.
Nothing's really telling me that like we should bounce here, other than a Monday statistic, which is usually bullish. That's why for this week, I'm really gonna want to be surprised, and I need bulls to really like bounce this here, because if they don't, we're really gonna run the risk of us coming all the way down to 83,000 on Bitcoin, which then really could mean that just alts get destroyed, Coinbase gets destroyed, MicroStrategy gets destroyed. But then overall, I mean,
before I share ETH, I'm getting a little cotton mouth. You mind if I run and get some Coke Zero?
Yeah. Do it. But wait, you don't have to do ETH. He already did ETH. Let's do.
I thought we were both going to do it.
You do Bitcoin after.
Okay.
Then you both can do Bitcoin, but we normally do one each unless it's Bitcoin, because you both that's basically
I wanted to show the reason why I consider it.
And show it. Then go get your cut and mouth fix, son. Go get your cut and mouth fix. I'll share this with everybody. Don't stress.
But it's really not clear. It really is not clear, and that's why I do think ETH's in a weekly downtrend. Farn disagrees. That's perfectly okay. I will happily be wrong, but losing that weekly 9 too just kind of solidifies like, yeah, this thing could start coming down a lot more. And the fact that we're not really on a Monday coming back above the 9, we're just starting to like kind of reject there with the daily silver cross down. Yeah, I don't know if ETH's gonna really.
No matter where you look at it, it just looks bearish as fuck. Like all week, like literally all weekend, like a degenerate was like, I'm scalping because I'm finding these fucking long. Like I'm going long, I'm not going short. And everything just kept dropping to another and another and another level below. And I mean, all weekend I've been bugging you guys on the on the text messages. I'm like, everything looks weak. Like this looks really weak. This looks really weak.
Yeah.
And I know it's annoying, so I apologize. But
No,
it's just
it really
doesn't look good. Yeah,
it does. No, it doesn't. That's why I don't want to like come here and be like, no, he's going back to 4K, because I really personally only see like 3,500 max on ETH, which is still an okay bounce from here. But at that point, it's like that still could overall keep the daily downtrend. That still could be a nice rejection point, bearish retest on ETH BTC.
And by the way, the bounce on NFTs and all that stuff was super short-lived.
Yeah, and that's why I'm starting to really like not hold a lot of weight to my altcoin season anymore. It was starting to look good for like a week. We then started to have NFTs go. We started to have, XRP and ETH look like they were about to break out. Solana looks like it was about to hit 500. And that's just how markets go, and that's why for us we have to be quick to shift.
And the psychology behind that also makes a lot of sense, right? Where we all think, all right, it's about to start, and that was like the top, because like we said, like many coins did several X's, many, including Solana. So you combine that with the Haktua thing, and I'm like, all right, this sounds all like a cycle top.
Haktua is being sued by like 5 different law firms.
They're all fucked. Like Doc Hollywood is the one that did it. It's gonna come out. They're all gonna find out. It's obvious as fuck.
And she's basically disappeared off the internet since then.
Well, because she doesn't know what she's doing. Like this is really fucked up, because these, like, you get paid as an idiot that does what I do, right? You get paid so much money to just talk about other companies. And sometimes, for example, there was one, just giving you a dumb example, not related but related. There was a company called BetterHelp. I don't know if you're familiar with it.
Yes, I've heard of them.
So they reached out to me. They were like, we want to work with you, blah, blah, blah. And I was looking at it and I said, there's something I'm not liking, but I can't put my finger on it. So I just let it rest. And a guy that I really look up to online was the one that connected me, that they reached out through him. So he messages me back and he goes, do you want to do this with them or not? And I was like, let me tell you, by the end of the day, that day it came out that they were under a scandal for X, Y, and Z. And dude, everyone that was a part of that, like, advertising campaign got canceled. But it's not their fault. These guys don't know shit. Like, you're just promoting something that in theory should be really good. And with Haley was these people that know, paid her $150,000 up front and said, we're going to give you this, we're going to give you that, and this is going to go really great. You have a team of professionals. And like, she even believes this scam, like the one dude is saying, there's a team of people. Dude, to launch a meme coin, I only need one person. I can do it by myself, but I'm not like risking it. I only need one person. There's no expenses. There's nothing. And these guys played her in a horrendous way, and now she's the face of it, so you always get the grunt of it. And that's what no one understands. That's why you get paid so much, because when something bad happens, they all come to you. So
there's a bot on Twitter where if you tag them, you give them a name, it'll make you whatever shitcoin you want on Pump Fun.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
no, I believe
you know what I mean?
I feel like she's just like, she was just someone who had the clout, who didn't understand anything about crypto, did not think this was going to happen. And now she, unfortunately, is going to be the example, I believe. Which she should have just done.
Actually,
fans, honestly, should have just done.
Gensler's gone now, so who knows?
No, I think they'll get if they're going to get him, they're going to get the Hollywood guy. I mean, it's so obvious, and he's the one that kept all the money too. So Most likely with his team. That's what my guess is, just based on past interactions and what he's done in the past and all of his teams, and the stealth launches and all that stuff. You know, this is one of my favorite things about crypto. When no one is buying your shit, you tell everyone we're doing a stealth launch. We're not telling everyone about it. Just a very few people. Why would you do that?
Yeah, we're gonna give you guys the insider information, so
you know what I'm
everybody can
saying?
get rich.
Like, people are not understanding that this dude is like not doing a stealth launch. It's like no one knows about him and no one gives a fuck about him, so no one's gonna buy it. And instead, they're thinking, "Oh, this is a great opportunity." You got to give it to him. He's quick on his feet. But either way, you want to do Ethereum, Farhan? Show us what you're saying.
Very, very quick over ETH.
Perfect.
But I'm gonna start off with the most simplistic overview ever. Like the most basic thing to look at would be the yearly candle on ETH.
Let's see it.
So every single time ETH has been in a really bad, you want to say bear market, it's dropped below the 5 EMA. Every single time it's overcame the 5 EMA, it's made new all-time highs. So like right here, we lost it in the 2018 bear market, went down to all the way to like $80, $70, reclaimed it, made new all-time highs, lost it again in this bear market. We quickly reclaimed it. Now we're holding off of the 5 EMA, and the yearly candle is going to close in 8 days, 9 hours. I just
never had more than 2 positive ones in a row, by the way, which
I cannot see that. I can't see this as bearish from a TA standpoint. This just does not look bearish at all to me. Where you were now you're reclaiming the 5 EMA, and you're very likely going to continue to go higher from here. And if we were to just for shits and giggles, the only place we're rejecting right now is the 78.6. So as long as we're still above the golden pocket, we should still have probabilities of hitting this 100% again, which is currently at all-time highs.
What number is the golden pocket zone on that?
The golden pocket is at 2,876.
Okay.
So I'm not saying it's going to go straight up from here. What easily could happen is if we close this yearly candle, it comes back down and retests this meme line at $2,800. Very, very, very possible for that to happen. It's actually pretty likely for that to happen, where it rejects this, and what's also even possible is that it comes back to backfill this candle's open, which is currently at 2,282. That's also very possible at all. That happens a lot too, where you'll open a candle and then you'll come back very close to backfill that candle's open, like we did right here, and then you continue upwards. So I'm not saying that we're not going to go to $2,000 or $2,200. I'm just saying overall on the yearly, still is positioned to the upside. And then if you were to switch to the RSI chart, this is one of the things that I'm basing my weekly off of, which admittedly enough, I'm copying it off of Crown.
Hey, if you see a good analysis and it's good,
yeah, why not? You know?
Yeah, who's going to be mad at that?
So the way that I copied it off of Crown is that to identify like the major higher lows is based off of the RSI. So like the reason why I'm picking this as the major higher low instead of this one is because this is our last major stop on the RSI right here. And plus after that we ended up making higher highs. So like after this we just made a not really a higher high. We just wicked above this and didn't really make a higher high. So that's basically the reason why I don't consider this a higher low. It can definitely be a higher low based off of different systems. Just mine, I don't consider this a higher low. I would consider this the higher low. But also, this doesn't really help you that much because if you were to be considering this the higher low and you're up here, you'd be liquidated waiting for this area right here. And right now, let's see on the daily, it's 100% on the downtrend, like absolutely 100% on the downtrend. But also, you've made significantly lower lows on the RSI, whereas the price is making higher lows right here. So you do have possible hidden bullish divergence between this point, this point, this point, and this point. The way to confirm that,
exactly.
To confirm it, you would have to close above $3,553.80. So $3,554, and you would confirm a fourth drive of hidden bullish divergence, and that would give you targets of previous all-time highs at 4,880.
And that's in 8 days, right?
Yeah, no, it's 8 hours and 25 minutes. This candle closes.
Oh,
yeah. So you'd have to like it's not gonna like if it doesn't close on this daily, it doesn't like make it like invalid. You just have to wait until the candle closes over that for $3,553.
And will it go up? Will that number go up? Will that number go up if you don't get the candle close today? No,
this is going to stay the same because this is off of our last major lower high. To confirm a local bottom, you would have to close over the last major lower high.
Yeah. No, I like that analysis too, because again, just kind of ties into what I was saying too. Like that $3,550 is going to be a pretty massive level for ETH. I do think we can go back up to that point, but if we don't harshly reject and we actually start reclaiming that, and that weekly 9 gets reclaimed, and then it's start looking okay.
If you were to close over this area, that would very likely take us to previous all-time highs. Keep rejecting it though, and then we're probably going to 2,800, maybe 2,200.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to show on ETH.
I appreciate that. That's actually, that puts in a different perspective for me too, because I see exactly what you're saying, and again, it just kind of ties into what I was saying too. So it's actually good. It's very complementary. If we start reclaiming dailies back above that,
you had 2,800 as well, right?
Yeah, and I did. It's technically at 2,950 would be our next place.
Very, very similar.
Yeah, so that's not bad.
All right. Well, Bitcoin next, boys. Let's do it. Thank you. I'll share ETH with everybody so they can enjoy seeing some not very exciting cryptos. Oh wait, this is $1. Holy shit. The DXY is still fucking. By the way, these things came down. So now it's not overextended until this basically. It seems like it's gonna fucking crush to the upside.
Yeah, it does. It looks like it just put in a daily higher low to me. So we'll see on that.
Oh, the yearly candle on Bitcoin looks absolutely fucking insane.
All right, I'll do it real quick before I jump into ETH. Wait, what the fuck just happened?
You got to switch to the index.
To the index?
Yeah, BTC USD index, not Bitstamp. But that one index.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. It's fucking powerful. The one thing I'll say on ETH, looking at your chart, there seems to be only 2 candles, 2 green candles, and then 1 red. 2 green, 1 red, or 2 red, 1 green. In here, there seems to be 3 green, 1 red, 3 green, 1 red, almost all the time. And I bet that has some sort of probabilities added to it, so, which is interesting. But maybe not.
I like looking
at that. I guess we'll play it until this is Ethereum on the yearly.
Yeah.
I gotta say, I mean, it is making a higher high, but it's not closing the highest ever. That closes at 36.77.
Yeah.
The main arbiter for me from the very, very high time frames is the 5 EMA for cryptos to base trend off of.
I mean, it's $2,200.
Quite so far. Usually whenever you maintain the 5 EMA on like the quarterly, the 6 month and yearly on Ethereum and Bitcoin is where the trend is still to the upside. But on that high of a time frame, you can easily have 30 to 50% crashes in between.
Yeah.
Great. So basically it can go up and down.
Exactly. It can go up or down.
Got it. All right. Excellent. I'm
that way I'm never wrong.
Then. Yeah, exactly. I want to share that with everyone then. Thank you. Vale, pues vamos a ver Ethereum rapidísimo. Déjenme quito esto. Vamos a empezar con análisis como siempre. De lejos. Vamos a hacerlo esto de lejos. Lo primero que nos enseñó Farhan fue esta tabla de 12 meses. En Ethereum, lo pueden ver por acá. Podemos ver que estamos por encima del promedio del 5, que normalmente eso nos pone en una posición de bull market. Pero recuerden, si lo hemos perdido, ha sido una vez en todo este camino, y esta vez que lo perdimos por acá se fue hasta los $900. Esto fue en el 2022. Esta vela fue de $3,800 a $8,870. Impresionante. Ahora aquí está empezando a popular el promedio del 9 y podemos ver que estamos ante resistencia y no pudimos lograr salir de ella. Bien, es lo que tenemos en la anual. Vamos a ver la trimestral. En la trimestral tenemos un poco de lo que podría ser un gran doble techo si estamos considerando cierres. Now, Alex, can you consider a double top on closes or not really? It has to be wicks.
I think I take them on wicks.
But do you know if others would consider that on closes? Because then in here, this could be a double top right here.
Yeah. It does look. I mean, you're talking about the most recent price action on the right.
So you could have this, and then this and this. That would be a double top because you never like those are close spaces.
The one that you first pointed out to me really wouldn't be because of the last, massive wick we had up. That doesn't look like a double top, but the one on the right does to me. You could either take the red candle and green candle, but that really does. Yeah, it's just more matching right on point to what a double top is.
Those are dead on. Yeah, based on that. Although you have volatility expanding on the quarterly, and this is a green candle.
Yeah.
So that looks good.
It's looking okay.
You're muted, Farhan.
Should I put up what the quarterly momentum pivot is? Because that'll go along with the volatility expansion.
Yeah. Show us.
Should I share my screen or just tell you what the number is?
No, it's, you can share your screen or you can tell us, whatever's easier.
This, it's going to sound like I'm shilling again, but this by far is one of the most underpriced indicators there is.
I agree with you on that.
It's so overvalued. I mean, so undervalued.
It's extremely.
I actually said overvalued.
Extremely OP.
So right now the pivot is 2,258. Right next to that $2,200
exactly that
number that I had.
Yeah, and it's that candle and where the EMA 5 is on the yearly, right?
Yeah, based off of this closure, since we are pointed to the upside, this would take us into the bullish control zone next. Last time Ethereum was in the bullish control zone was when it went from $150 to $4,800.
Wow. That will. So then you'll just have to see where this updates into 8 days.
Yeah.
Because if that goes all the way up to like 3,500,
imagine it goes to $6,000.
We would be cooked, right? Like if it goes way higher.
It's truly
it's cooked.
I guess we'll see. It's 8 days to know. Honestly,
in eternity in cryptocurrency land. But also this coming week, the books are going to be so thin that the market is going to be chopped fuckery.
Oh, it's going to move easy. Oh yeah, it's going to move easy. That's what I'm hoping for. This is why I'm scalping this, because I feel like there should be a massive rebound. But at this point, I've just been looking at it, and every time I look at it with the hopium eyes, it fucking like knocks my fucking hopium eyes out. So let's see. Alrighty. Tenemos acá Ethereum en la trimestral. Algo que estamos al pendiente es si esto va a ser un doble techo. ¿Ok? Es lo primero que vamos a notar, que es un doble techo cuando llegas a un nivel y lo tocas 2 veces y después de ahí hay un rechazo. Normalmente eso quiere decir que tienes una reversión y una reversión de tendencia. Si esto llegara a ser el doble techo, podría ser que estemos ante el principio de una reversión de tendencia, pero de nuevo, no consideramos eso en la trimestral hasta que no pierdas los 2,641 y estamos bastante por encima, estamos en 3,285. Otra cosa que vale la pena ver es que estamos expandiendo en volatilidad justamente, no así, acá. Y expandiendo en volatilidad estás en esta vela verde y la expansión de la volatilidad viene del punto más bajo que ha estado en toda la tabla trimestral de Ethereum en 40%. Eso es una buena señal. La cosa es, ahorita el mercado está chopeando y te está dando señales de bajistas y alcistas. Y eso es el problema con esta en esta parte del ciclo. Por eso para mí en posiciones a holdear con cojones a largo plazo estoy fuera, porque no quiero este estrés en mi puta vida. Para trades, estoy como marrano buscando a ver dónde puedo entrar, dónde puedo salir. Pero en largos, ni de holdando posiciones, ni de chiste. Solamente por el estrés. Ahora, hay muchos de ustedes que son, bueno, casi todos ustedes son mucho más inteligentes que yo y saben cómo posicionarse mejor que yo. Yo soy así es tal cual. Podemos ver otra vez el doble techo en la mensual. Estamos justamente, nuestro promedio del 5 está en los 3,144, el 9 está en 3,000 y podemos ver que volatilidad no nos está dando absolutamente ningún setup todavía. Interesante, no veo nada en esto que se vea bajista. Podemos ver cómo tuvimos, esto podría ser un S&P muy alcista y simplemente estamos chopeando antes de poder consolidar a la siguiente parte del viaje en Ethereum. Voy a ponerla de 2 semanas y ya podemos empezar a usar el HPDR. Acá es un poco de lo mismo, ese gran doble techo en el pecho. Y hemos tenido esta vela, por cierto, esta vela de 2 semanas que cierra en 6 días y 9 horas es una vela envolvente bajista. Y es algo que también estamos viendo en Bitcoin. Esta vela envolvente bajista, si llega a cerrar así, lo que no querrías es tener un cierre abajo de los 3086 después. Porque si la que sigue de 2 semanas tiene un cierre debajo de eso, va a dar continuación a esto y probablemente el doble techo si fue lo que se dio. ¿Qué más estamos viendo por acá? Podemos ver que hubo expansión de volatilidad, arriba del 15%, justamente acá, que nos dio eso. Vela verde y movimiento alcista, aunque se ha estado yendo de lado, digamos, no es como que se movió tanto eso y también no se revirtió cuando vimos este velón bajista, entonces no tenemos ningún setup con claridad en nuestra tabla de 2 semanas. Lo que sí es, vamos a poner el HPDR y ver dónde nos encontramos. Podemos ver que la media del canal está en los 2,965, que es también donde se junta el promedio del 21. Interesante. Esto en estos momentos es alcista, estando por encima de la media. Lo que queremos es simplemente poder caer a la media, rebotar y continuar a la alza. Pero también existe la posibilidad de que el 21 y la media nos fallen y vayamos a la parte de abajo del 38.2%, que es donde está el promedio del 100, y eso está en 2,270. Si se llega a dar ese evento, en mi opinión, esto ya está cocinado y creo que es el número que tenemos Alex Farhan y yo también en los 2,200. Si llegamos a ver los 2,200 y empezamos a cerrar por ahí, diríamos que esto ya se cocinó. Y yo sé, estamos en 3,200 y es por eso que es muy difícil el mercado en este momento comparado con otros, porque está jugando los dos lados. Quiere jalar a todo el mundo que todavía es alcista y también quiere ahorcar a todos los que son bajistas en este momento. En la semanal podemos ver un poco de lo mismo. Nuestra media está por encima del precio, eso es bajista. Tenemos una vela envolvente después de una vela, no, eso es un hanging man, lo que normalmente te daría continuación alcista, pero no lo está dando. Y este cierre de esta vela que acaba de cerrar es pésima. Se llevó 1, 2, 3 velas entre las patas y ahora tenemos que poder aguantar los 3,444 para ser alcistas. Por ahora estamos en 3,280, lo que nos invitaría a buscar este EMA 55 que está en la parte baja de la zona azul en los 2,890. Ok, simplemente queremos retomar este nivel. Vamos a acercarnos un poco más. Déjenme ver la de 3 días. No, espérenme. En la semanal quería ver si había un setup de volatilidad. No, perdón, acabo de dibujar. Un segundito. Vamos a ver. No, la volatilidad ahora se está contrayendo después de haber expandido por acá. ¿Y qué fue la expansión? La expansión fue alcista y ahora se está contrayendo, lo que nos puede decir que estemos ante una corrección. Vamos a ver si sí, pero esta vela muy bajista me da más preferencia que va a haber continuación. ¿Dónde habría continuación? Tenemos un cierre de esta vela que se está formando acá en $3,088. Eso sería como el precursor a, vamos a ir a ver los 2,000 altos otra vez. Y ahí tenemos que poner atención. Vamos en la diaria. En la diaria estamos bastante bajos en el HPDR. No hay duda alguna, podemos llegar tranquilamente al 95%. La cosa es, eso ya es, solamente te queda 5% de probabilidad de dar continuación a la baja. Y también, coincidentemente, es donde está el promedio, el S&P 200. ¿Tenemos algún cero de volatilidad? Tenemos el cero de volatilidad que se dio a la baja y es lo que estamos viviendo en este momento, que fue justamente acá, para que lo puedan referenciar. Y esto continúa a la baja. Esto todavía tiene camino, ¿ok? Voy a poner la de 8 horas, que es mi favorita en Bitcoin. Acá no sé si tan eficiente. Y en la de 8 horas también podemos ver que tranquilamente podríamos irnos a dar una vuelta a esta zona en los 3,200 y si eso llega a darse, los 3,153 podrían aparecer. Volatilidad no nos está diciendo absolutamente nada en esta temporalidad. Ok, entonces, viendo Ethereum rápidamente. Imagínense que les haya hecho todo este análisis que haya sido en Solana. Tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja en la de 8 horas. Déjame ver la diaria. En la diaria todavía no. En la de 12 horas, we have a silver cross on the 12-hour to the downside, and also on the 8-hour on Ethereum.
And the
daily.
USD. Yeah.
On the daily, not yet, but it should be next.
USD. Yeah, my apologies. The 12-hour, that's not good. That's never a good sign.
Entonces, tenemos este cruce plateado a la baja en la de 12 horas, también en la de 8 horas. Déjenme ver, la de 4 horas la tuvo hace bastante, sí. Y esos ya son time frames de degenerados. Ok, viendo que tenemos estos cruces plateados a la baja, ¿dónde va a estar nuestra oportunidad? Ya estamos hablando, la diaria todavía no lo tiene, pero en la de 12 horas sí. Lo que normalmente nos dice la ley es cada que vayamos a buscar el retesteo del promedio del 9, que en este caso está junto al 100, ahí sería una oportunidad de hacer un short y obviamente poner stop loss aquí arriba. Tiene demasiado riesgo esto. No sería algo que te dejaría dormir tranquilo, pero tiene, en mi opinión, más probabilidades de jugarse. Vamos a ver rápidamente ETH BTC. No lo tengo acá, según yo sí. ¿Cómo de que no estés mamando, Alejandro? Esta es la zona que queremos recuperar en ETH BTC, pero ETH BTC nos está dando un setup bastante tranquilón por acá, fácil de entender. ¿Por qué? Estamos viendo un hombro, cabeza, hombro. Este hombro, cabeza, hombro, puedes ver hombro, cabeza, hombro. Es lo que, y no es, como es un hombro, cabeza, hombro inverso, es alcista, pero no estoy diciendo que se esté dando, ¿ok? Lo que estoy diciendo es que está aquí para poder tomarlo como referencia de dónde considerar que esto no está cocinado y que va a haber continuación a la alza. Y esta referencia va a ser poder salir acá y tomar este hombro, cabeza, hombro y convertirlo en soporte. Una vez que hagamos eso en esta zona, básicamente nuestra medida para ver qué tan explosivo podría ser el movimiento de Ethereum sería algo así. Digamos que lo rompemos acá. Y eso sería un subidongo hasta esta zona, que también casi coincide con esto. Y eso de qué porcentaje es desde acá. Un 21%. Entonces, si eres paciente, todavía te puedes llevar un 21% en este trade si es que se llega a dar. Y en mi opinión, esto es lo que tiene sentido. Y además, esto también podría ser un SP, un rechazo de esto, o tal vez dar continuación. Pero la manera más fácil de poder gagear, saber si esto es positivo o no, tienes un cruce plateado a la baja, estás por debajo del 9, por debajo del 5, déjame eliminar el 5. El 5 solo lo uso en temporalidades muy altas. Ok. Y esto nos dice que, pues sí, estamos formando estructura, pero si rompemos esta estructura para abajo, se va a ver muy mal. Básicamente estamos formando este triangulito pendejo una vez más, ¿no? Si lo queremos poner algo así. Y probablemente vayamos a estar rangueando acá, pero lo que queremos ver es simplemente poder tomar por encima este nivel en Bitcoin, Ethereum. Pueden ver lo castigado que está y definitivamente no barrer estos mínimos en el 0.0318. Si barremos esos mínimos, prepárate para ver lo que va a seguir y no te va a gustar, carnal. Puedes verlo en la semanal también, es un poco de lo mismo. Esto podría ser considerado hasta un SFP a la baja y vamos a ver si se da. Tenemos ya nuestras líneas memes por acá listas. Importante esta zona de los 0.03960. Esa va a ser nuestra confirmación, que también tiene la confluencia del promedio del 21 en la semanal. Atentos ahí. Vamos a ver. No, era eso, tal cual. Así que Ethereum se empieza a ver escalofriante. Para nosotros es muy importante poder recuperar este nivel de los 3.349 primero, y para poder sentirnos alcistas y formar que este haya sido nuestro alto más bajo y continuar, definitivamente queremos poder romper tranquilamente los 3.590. Ahora, con eso dicho y hecho, queremos definitivamente poder pasar a exactamente esta zona. Una vez que estemos por encima de los 3.590, vamos a empezar a sentir que efectivamente lo que se formó acá fue un simple nuevo bajo más alto y hay continuación en la tendencia, sigue siendo altos, no hizo un bajo más bajo que esto, entonces atentos ahí. Ethereum se ve peligrosón, pero todo el mercado se ve peligrosón y nos está dando ese tipo de alta volatilidad, de ciclo fin de ciclo de alta volatilidad. Alrighty, boys, you want to do the Bitcoin?
Yeah,
Bitcoins. We're gonna have some fun with our Bitcoins.
You're gonna love it. It's the greatest Bitcoin of all time. Did you guys see the guy with the signs?
The man with the sign.
Yeah.
Do you have another one?
No, but the one where the guy's like, "Hi, I'm Brian. I'm John, and I'm this," and he goes, "And we are," and he goes, "Gay as fuck. You guys are gay as fuck."
Oh, the one
Anyway,
where they're all dancing.
all right, yeah. He goes, "Anyway,
Dancing in the thing.
our signs are made."
Oh, Tony LC signs. Oh, that guy is the goat.
Yeah,
He's
he
fucking
is.
funny.
He is. And then the Trump one was epic.
Bro speaks immaculate Spanish in his Trump accent.
Yeah, it's incredible. I don't understand how he does it. Well,
I'm
I
still
guess he
waiting.
went to school.
I'm still waiting for the Indian Tony.
Soon.
Which time frame do I want to start with on Bitcoin? Let's see. Yeah, fuck it. I'll do the yearly at first. But for the yearly, I'm gonna have to make the HPDR disappear.
Go big or go home, son.
All right. So on the yearly chart, like, it's very hard, very, very, very insanely fucking difficult to look at this yearly chart and see that it looks bearish. But also, you got to recognize it looked like that right here. It looked like that right here. It looked like that right here. It usually looks the most bullish at the top. But so even if we close over our previous, like, and way over our previous all-time highs, it doesn't mean that we're not going to have a crash in between. And usually what happens even when you have that crash is you like to have a reconnect with this 5 EMA or this 9 EMA. And right now, like after we close right here, we went below this 5 EMA, then reconnected with the 9. And then we went back up, reconnected with the 9 again. Now we're about to get our next closure. And also the 9 EMA is going to rise. Like when it was going back down here, price was at about like $2,000. When it eventually reconnected, it was at 3,500. Then when it went up over here, the 9 EMA was at like $9,000. It reconnected at somewhere around 15,500. Right now, the 9 EMA is sitting somewhere around $35,700. When it goes up, very likely going to be somewhere around that $40,000 zone, $40,000 to $42,000, maybe $45,000. And that's what's telling me that our next bear market bottom is probably going to be somewhere around the $40,000 zone. But in between, then we can have a lot of different moves where we can reconnect with the 5 EMA first, and the 5 EMA is going to rise as well. That's probably going to be somewhere around the $65,000 to $70,000 zone, which is going to be our 2021 cycle highs. That's going to be a very, very major zone to where, at the very least, we probably get a significant bounce from there. Like the type of bounce that we got in January of 2022 when Bitcoin went down to $34,000, and then it bounced up from $34,000 to almost $50,000 before we went down to our $15,500 low. We go to the quarterly, and now we switch back to HPDR. Right now on the quarterly, we still are getting a rejection of that median on the HPDR. So if the median does move up after this next quarterly open, that's going to be bearish as fuck. And it's going to be more likely that we end up going back down to test the bottom 38.2, which is also going to rise. So we don't know where it's going to go to. It's very difficult to forecast where it's going to go to. But you can just give like a general idea of where you think it's going to go to. There's not much data behind it. It's just going off of like candlesticks to see what the next major support would be. So I'm guessing this 38.2 right now is sitting at $52,750. Probably going to go somewhere around this $70,000 to $69,000 zone, which is going to be that line in the sand where, like, if you lose that area, we're definitely in a bear market and we're probably going back down to the 40s. But if this median moves down and we open above the median, then that increases the probability significantly that you'll move down. Like, sure, you're definitely going to get a move down afterwards, move down to test that median, and then use that as a spring towards the top 38.2. And we have no idea where that top 38.2 is going to be at that point, because right now it's at $287,000. It's going to come down. Probably is going to come down significantly. Like when it came down from here, like what I like about the HPDR bands versus the regular HPDR is that it shows you when they move down and how much they move down by. It originally was somewhere around $750,000. Then it came down all the way to $167,000. Now it moved up to $287,000. So if we can move down from 750 down to 160, can easily move down from 287 to 130, right? Go to the monthly. Monthly candle is looking very ugly right now. Very, 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 very ugly. Where we've rejected the top 38.2 and now we're putting in a shooting star candle. We only got 8 days and 8 hours to go. Now the markets are thin. Basically, all of Wall Street and the institutions have checked out for the rest of the year. They're on their Christmas and New Year's vacation. Now it's only really the degenerates who are in the market right now. And it's very easy to manipulate these markets because of how thin the books are. What's very likely to happen if we close like this is, first of all, this 5 EMA is going to rise. Then we're probably going to get a reconnect with that 5 EMA. Right now it's at $81,200. The level that I'm looking at for us to get a very significant bounce at is at $87,000. So I'd like to see if this 5 EMA rises up to where that $87,000 zone is. Whether or not that's going to be a reversal zone is not really relevant. The only thing that I'm really looking for is that we'll get a significant bounce from that $87,000 zone. And at the very least, we should get a bounce to reconnect with that median again. And then that median reconnect is going to tell us whether we're getting a reversal or not. Because if we reject that $87,000 in that median after the bounce at $87,000, then we're going to go to the bottom 38.2, which is right now on the monthly, it's at $70,000, right at that 2021 cycle high, right above it. And if we crash below that, okay, we're in a bear market and we're probably going to go to the 40s. Very, very, very strong possibility we're going to go into the 40s. And another thing that tells me that the 40s is going to be likely our bear market bottom is, I don't know if you're familiar with the hash ribbons indicator. It's like it's one of those fundamental things that measures capitulation of miners, where the miners start capitulating and then the miners start buying. And right now, that has about an 85 to 87% accuracy hit rate. It's only failed ever 2 times, where once it marks a major buy on the hash ribbons indicator, whatever major closing low it was before there, it never closes below there ever again. The only 2 times it's ever failed was on the COVID crash, and then it failed again in the
last one.
Yeah, the 2022 bear market. So right now, our last major bottom is about like $45,000. So theoretically, we should never get another close below $45,000 ever again. It doesn't say you can't wick below it. You can wick a lot below it, but you should not get another close below that area ever again. That's what's giving me bias that 40s is going to be our next bear market bottom. Switched over to the 2-week. 2-week right now is very, very close to giving us a bearish engulfing candle because we went above this previous candle's high. We want to see it close below this low, which is at $91,186. Close below that, then we have confirmed a bearish engulfing, and we're going down to this median at the very least. And the median right now sits at $78,000. The first area of support is going to be this 9 EMA, which is at 83,400, which is also going to rise very likely around $87,000. Gives you more confluence for that bounce zone at $87,000. And right now, our momentum is rejecting the bullish control, starting to flip down, and volatility starting to flip down too, saying that, like, sure, we're getting a move to the downside right now, but as of this moment, it should be a correction. As you see right here, during our previous all-time highs in $70,000 area, momentum started flipping down, but the entire time momentum was flipping down, volatility was flipping down too. And the only time volatility really started flipping up was during that Japan dump, where that carry trade failed and we went down to $49,000. Volatility started flipping up a little bit during that, but even then, volatility never even went to 60%. It topped in the high 50s. And then once we had that correction finished, then volatility started dropping again, then started going back up with momentum. So as of right now, we are still in a corrective posture. Once volatility starts dropping with momentum to the downside, then corrections out of the idea, and we're in for Dumpoloville, Nagasaki setup, major crash. Although anyone would have said in traditional markets that this was a crash, 33% to the downside, they'd be like, oh, this shit is over. Unless it's like crypto or Tesla or something like that. Not here. 33%, we're like, oh, that's it?
Walk in the park.
Like, I thought this was America. Just a scratch. Go into the weekly. Right now, the weekly is also looking quite nasty. The entire rally that we had since the election, we've been holding this 5 EMA. This is the first time we've actually ever lost the 5 EMA on the weekly since this entire rally began. We came very, very close to a bearish engulfing, but the reason why this is not a bearish engulfing is because like most people don't really understand how engulfing works. They say, oh, candle bigger than the previous one is engulfing. But no, the main thing lies in the word engulfing. It has to engulf the entire candle. So this candle closed at $94,208, the low. And this candle closed at 95,122. So it closed slightly above this one. So although it is a very bearish candle, it's not technically engulfing. But the significance, though, of that is that we've lost this 5 EMA. Since we've lost this 5 EMA, that would give us significant probabilities of coming back down towards this 9 EMA. And since we've also lost this 38.2, it gives us probabilities of hitting the median. And right now, the median is the zone where I'm looking at as the major bounce zone, $86,919. But right
now,
at
when you're looking, when you're looking at this semi-engulfing bearish candle, would you say if you have a close below that, like a complete candle on this week's candle, wouldn't that give also continuation towards the downside on it?
Like if we close below this low?
The super low wick.
Yeah, at 92,190.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that would give you, like, even though right now we do have probabilities of, like, very strong probabilities of coming to the median, this would just be basically a confirmation that you're definitely going to go to the median.
Yeah. Okay.
And right now, we didn't even get the bounce that I thought we would. I thought we would get a lower high bounce before we went to $87,000, but apparently we couldn't even muster up the strength for that. But I also forgot that the books are so thin right now because all of the institutions have checked out for the holidays that it's so much easier to just send this shit down. This $87,000 zone is what I'm thinking is going to be in major support, because this is the first time we've closed over the median on the weekly was back during the election, and we have not come back to back tested yet. Let's look at our last major breakout. We broke out over here. We ended up coming back down, front ran the median a little bit. But then the reason why we didn't get the bounce over the median is because the median moved up significantly and then we opened below it. So right now what happens is if this median moves up and we don't touch it, but we open below it, then the idea of the bounce at $87,000 is out the window. But as long as we're over the median, that median should be very significant support. So here's my little LARP line, which people can throw back at my face later on if I'm wrong.
And they will. Don't worry.
Oh, yeah.
Screenshot this and point it at me if I'm wrong. Call me a retard.
It'll be the internet's pleasure, sir.
An idiot. How are you gonna run an academy and you can't even draw a proper LARP line? Right now, our weekly momentum is it's not considered a breakdown yet because this can just be considered a reset. We're still at 17.74. We have not broken into the negative yet, while volatility is fully resetting. So this is the setup that you would want to see if you want to see it bounce at the median. So once momentum gets back down towards this zone and we're around the median and volatility is fully reset, that's going to be a prime setup for us to actually bounce at the median and end up making new highs from there. I'm not at a point where I can say that probabilities are in the favor of that happening. It's just something that I'm more biased in towards of happening. I don't have any statistics to back that up. Just my opinion that we'll end up bouncing here and end up making new highs from there.
Just my little opinion.
It's my little opinion. Ain't worth shit, but it's my opinion. People in the comments like, I wipe my ass with your opinion.
Of course. Everyone wipes everyone's ass with everyone's opinion. By the way, the cool thing about the internet and that everyone's on it giving their opinion is that it equalizes everyone's opinion. So even if you're an expert at something, your opinion means nothing compared to someone that just for the first time ever threw theirs on the table.
Yeah, like whenever you see Elon talking about rockets and there's people like, sir, you have no idea how aerospace engineering works. You see, the reason why this won't work is because of this space-time continuum orbital complex that you just don't understand.
It's incredible. I find it to be really amusing. By the way, Bitcoin is taking a massive shit. Here we go, boys, to the 91,300s.
We're approaching this massive support right here at this 5-day 9 EMA. We should theoretically, although it's less likely now because the books are so thin, but we should get a bounce right here at $92,000. This area is like, if we don't get a bounce here, we're gonna go straight to 87,000, and it's gonna be a very fast dump. And if that happens, that's gonna actually improve my belief that we're gonna bounce at $87,000, because the quicker the drop, usually the quicker it gets bought up, especially in an uptrend. And right now, for me, the 5-day is still considered in an uptrend as long as we're above this low here on a closing basis at $91,186. If we lose that on a closing basis, then we're in a downtrend. Then we're probably going to the 21 EMA at $84,000. That's no statistics behind it. I'm thinking it's going to be a wick, and then we end up closing above 90. Although I'm ready to be wrong and ready to be called a retard if so.
No, I see you're bringing your hopium pipe. You must be fucking hitting it hard down there.
Oh yeah, hit that. Was smoking the hopium earlier today with Jesse Pinkman. Momentum is now breaking into the bearish territory, and volatility is now flipping up to support it, which is going against the hopium right now. We still have not broken into the bearish control zone yet. We still have a good 1 or 2 closes before that happens. But if momentum does break into the bearish control zone, while volatility is flipping up and it breaks over the 50%, then I'm not going to be able to give any hopium anymore. And I'm going to have to say, all right. Like, now the hopium is for the bears. And there's not much hopium that I can find at all. The one little slight piece of hopium I can find is that previously when we hit the bearish control zone before on each of these previous drops, that ended up being the bottom. But we also didn't really have volatility flipping up that high. Like, flipped up, but it didn't flip that high at that point. So if we get volatility breaking these zones, or I guess it wasn't 50, it was the 60s. If we break the 60s on volatility while momentum is in bearish control, that's going to take us back down to where we were, back over. It's going to be a little bit further because this is a 5-day chart. Right here. This is going to be the comparable setup right here, where we had Luna and FTX.
Oh my God.
If we get over 60%, 62, 63% on volatility while momentum is in the bearish control zone, we got a similar setup to Luna and FTX. And we're not only in a bear market, but we're in the type of bear market where crypto is over. Major exchanges are crashing. Major quant firms are crashing. Hedge funds are going bankrupt. And we probably don't see higher prices for the next 1.5 to 2 years. But as of right now, the hopium is still kind of alive. In the bottom of the blue 38.2% zone right now, which we are probabilistically to hit because we're below the median and rejecting the median, is right now sitting at $88,900, right above that $87,000 zone. 2 days now, just about to be into a fresh downtrend. If we close below this at $92,190, and we're losing the 38.2, and we're losing the 21 EMA, not good, very not good. That's going to drop us back down to the 78.6, which and the 55 EMA, and that's a significant drop from where we are right now. That's sitting at like $84,000. This is a 2-day candle, so it's going to take a couple closes. This level is going to rise. What I'd like to see it, like the most hopium I can give, is if it rises up to right here at the 61.8, right at that previous 38.2 to line up with $87,000. If we get all of these lining up, is basically like all of the stars are aligning, the planets are aligning for the most bullish hopium possible. But it's not something that you should count on happening. It's just something that you should watch for, clench your cheeks, and pray it happens. Right now, momentum on the 2 days is about to enter into bearish control, while volatility is flipped up solidly to support it. You look at the jewel is not giving a very nice setup at all.
Boy, now that I know how to read that shit, that's not good.
The pink is crossing below the yellow. We're getting a dark blue. We're about to lose the bullish control zone. Like, this $87,000 zone absolutely has to hold, or this shit is kind of fucked. Because I think so too. I think so too, 100%. Because then you're gonna drop down from there to 69,000, nice, or $70,000 zone, and that, since how many times we've retested our 2021 cycle high, and then we ended up breaking massively above it. This time around, it's likely not going to be support. This time around, when we tap that $69,000, $70,000 zone, I'm thinking that we're gonna go straight to the the what do you call it, the 40s.
That would be quite the fast move.
That's what that's why I started liking shorting so much from Alex, is that these dumps are so fast and aggressive that you make the amount of money you would have made in a long in like 3 weeks, you make it in like 5 days on a short.
Yeah.
Oh.
And
you
on the
having fun
daily,
with your Bitcoin at $92,000, everyone?
not so much fun, Mr. Trump. Not so much fun. On the daily, we've already broken into bearish control. The volatility's flipped up to support it. And now the jewel is just about to break into the bearish control. The one hoping Savium, hopium and saving grace for it is that if the jewel is able to flip around in the bearish control, and we do make a low at the $87,000 area, that's going to be a major jewel
rocket. Mm-hmm.
Because if you can draw with the vertical line every single time the jewel has flipped up back from the bearish control, yeah, that should be enough. Right here, off of this low here, we went up before getting a correction about 21%. This one we did have another little correction in between, but overall it went up about 17, 18%, very similar number. %. So they're all 20%. Around 18 to 20% is usually the number that we get whenever we flip back around from within the bearish control. So let's see if we can go down to $87,000 and forecast that as the bottom.
Calm down, sir. Calm down.
Don't cut out the part where I said forecast in the screen recording.
No, please cut it out, guys. You know how to do it. Like, by the way, the new internet doesn't even if you get it right, you're still wrong. They can just go like, ha, you were wrong, and that's it. Like that's pretty cool, I think.
So you calculate about 21% to the upside, that brings you about to like $106,000. And once you've closed over this, like at that point, you're very likely going to close over this lower high. That's going to send us almost certainly to new all-time highs, probably somewhere around that like if you switch to the quarterly, you look at the HBDR targets, or not the quarterly, the monthly. On CME, you get a better idea. That brings us up to this 50% right here, which is at about $120,000.
By the way, can I point something out real quick?
Mm-hmm.
On the daily chart, we haven't had the 9 below the 21 since $63,000, and he just flipped.
Yep, there's a whole bunch of different signs that are giving us indications that there's a shift happening in market structure right now. Also, I don't know if you guys saw the chart that Crown posted on Twitter, where he shows the amount of drops that each time we've had in this market. It was usually around 8 to 9%. Every single one is around 8 to 9%, less than 10%. This one is more than 15%. So he's like, is there a trend shift happening on the lower time frames on Bitcoin? ? Possibly. It looks like it. We're approaching these major areas of support, and if they don't hold, then it's going to be very hard for anyone to say that the top is not in.
That would be crazy if we really nailed the top here. That would be fuck. This is why I don't think that this is the top. This is the first time ever I've gone like, oh, this looks like a top. There's no way. There's no way I'm right on that. There's no fucking way.
And if the idea is right that we do get a bounce at $87,000 and we make a new high from there,
yeah,
that's almost certainly the top. Like that's the type of top that I would full port net worth 5x leverage that shit and short there.
Yeah.
And the area that I'm looking for, and another reason why I'm getting a lot of significance of that $87,000 zone, is because that's right where this 55 EMA is at on CME. And now that we've lost the 21, the 55 EMA is going to be our magnet based off of this 21 EMA, 55 EMA setup that I use. Once we get to this area, everybody's going to be looking for this gap fill in this zone. Would be very Bitcoin-like to front run that gap, never hit it, and then just run it turbo from there.
Yeah. I think there's a higher chance of that. But I do think if 87 doesn't hold, this shit's cooked. We all pack our bags and just short all the way down.
And then another reason why that to give more confluence, that if that area doesn't hold, that it's cooked, is because this is the first time that we're retesting this top 38.2% on the weekly on CME after closing above it and getting a major breakout. Last time we closed above it was right over here. We ended up closing above it. We tapped the 95%. We came back, sort of kind of tapped this 38.2%, but then the next one closed inside of it. And then we tested the bottom, tested a lot lower, tested all the way down to the 61.8, again to the 61.8, again, and then we ended up getting blasting off. But at that point, but here we didn't have the setup where we do now, where if we close below this 38.2%, right now it's on CME, it's at $90,000. And which is like give or take roughly right around that 80, a little bit over the $87,000 zone, because they can wick below it. And CME also does have a premium over spot, to where if it goes below this 38.2% and it to 87 and it does not bounce and close back over $90,000, then probabilities are that we're going to come back down to this bottom 38.2%. And what's our volatility like? Volatility is now kind of low while momentum is breaking down. So it's likely that we don't stop at this 38.2%. What's more likely is that we come straight to this 55 EMA. And right now that's at $66,000. We would have lost our 2021 cycle high. And then shit, like to put it in the most textbook terms, shit is completely fucked. We're going to come back down towards this 200 SMA. What number is that at? $42,000.
Damn. And eventually we're going to go to that 200 SMA, no matter what people like to think. Eventually we're going to go there. I mean, hopefully it'll go up, but.
And because this 200 SMA moves so slow, because it's the slowest moving average that I have, it's going to take a good couple of months before this even gets to $50,000. Like if we can go back down towards, let's say exactly 1 year from here, December of 2023. December of 2023, it was sitting at around like $30,000. It took 1 year for it to go up $12,000 to $42,000.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So 1 year later, it might be in the 50s. But until that point, it's going to be in the 40s. And if we lose this area right here for that 2021 cycle high, this major meme line, this meme line is going to be the meme line to end all meme lines at $69,000. Very nice. We're likely going to go to. We're likely going to go to the 40s, and then imagine what the narrative is going to be on CNBC and what Peter Schiff is going to say. Bitcoin has crashed from $108,000 to 40s.
I actually made a commitment to myself to buy Bitcoin spot the moment that TV says Bitcoin is dead. The moment that they go on, I don't care what the price is, I'm buying that.
Imagine the price is $200,000.
Well, then it's going to go to $1 million.
Kathy Woods, get ready. Although she promised me $13 million.
Dude, it's coming. Kathy never misses. Oh, wait a second.
Switch to.
By the way, I love that no one can acknowledge that, right? Like you see people on let's just say people that have been around forever, that do videos that people know like about crypto and whatnot. They're all like, I mean, Kathy Wood is talking about this, you know? So it's like, you can say that Kathy Wood has no fucking clue of what she's talking about these days. It's fine. You don't have to pretend.
The only people who really acknowledge the Kathy Woods meme are the people who actually trade on crypto Twitter. Those are the only ones who, like, whenever she says something, they're like, all right, time to full port short.
Pack your shit. I mean, Michael Saylor to me is the biggest. That little hands motherfucker. He's on every show right now. All of my YouTube feed is covered of people quoting Michael Saylor, dude.
Michael Saylor is getting on his hands and knees and going, please, Mr. Bezos, please buy $600 million of Bitcoin.
I beg you, with these tiny little hands.
Did you see that Microsoft shareholder vote? Less than 1% of shareholders voted to buy Bitcoin.
He's a good salesman.
0.7% voted in favor of it. But also, I guess the argument can be made that they don't want to buy $100,000 Bitcoin.
I think they're right, personally.
Oh yeah, looks like they're right. Yeah. And looks like everybody who actually listened when I told them to sell above 105, they're very grateful now.
Yeah. The
area right now that I'm looking for to get like a complete breakdown towards the $87,000 area is if we lose this 4-hour wick low on CME at 92,355. We lose that on a closing basis, that's going to bring us back down towards this as where we bottomed at, as in the 95% on the HPDR. What number is that right now? $86,100. 87s. Let's see. And right now on the monthly, we still have that possible bearish divergence that's just always sitting back there and looming. Where we have this high right here at $71,320. We have this high at $96,446. So we have a high of like 20-something thousand, almost $30,000 higher than our previous high. The RSI could not make it anywhere near where it did before. Right now, it's going to be a little bit hard to confirm this bearish divergence because you'd have to close below $66,820. You got 8 days. Probably we're not going to close below $66,800 in the next 8 days. But on the next monthly open, we'd have to close below 91,186 to confirm that bearish divergence. And then I have no hopium. Then the cycle is over. I have absolutely zero hopium. Because if you look at every single one of our cycle tops, bearish divergence, I mean, this is not really a cycle top, but you had more than a 50% dump. So safe enough to say that anybody who sold this area would have been pretty happy after seeing a dump more than 50%. Then on this top, you had bearish divergence. 2018-2019 cycle, bearish divergence. On the 2014 cycle, bearish divergence. Every single one of these cycle tops has been off of bearish divergence. So once this bearish divergence is confirmed, time to pack it up. The crypto game is over. We still have that hidden bullish divergence on the quarterly, but pretty safe to say it's played out. We still have not hit this target of the critical zone yet. That's the only hopium that there really is. If we bounce at $87,000, that we can continue get a strong bounce and close over 90, that we could hit this critical zone. And once again, this number is not relevant at all. It means nothing because we have 8 days to go, and this number is going to drop significantly. But right now, it's at $160,000. Pay no attention to this number because it doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is this zone, the critical zone on the RSI. And to confirm it right now as a local top and invalidate this divergence, it's going to be a little difficult on this candle. Like on the monthly, it's difficult to confirm the bearish divergence. Is that you'd have to close below $58,890. On this next candle, it's going to be a lot easier to confirm that local top.
Ooh, that was horrendous. Is that the monthly? Let me look at mine.
This is the 2-week right here.
No, the one before.
Yes, this is the monthly. This is the one where we have that possible bearish divergence.
Oof. That's a horrendous candle that closes in 8 days and 8 hours.
Yep. Let me add the 5 EMA onto this. I don't know why I don't already have it. Five EMA currently sits at 80s, and this is going to rise after this next monthly open. That's the area, also the another point of confluence for that area that I'm looking at for it to be a strong bounce zone, because we have the median there on the HPDR, we got the 5 EMA on the monthly, and then it's going to be a front run of that CME gap. Check the two week. You see we have many higher highs. RSI is making lower highs. We have many drives of bearish divergence on the 2 week. Many drives of bearish divergence. To confirm them right now, you would have to close below $91,180. You close a 2 week candle below $91,180. Going to confirm many drives of bearish divergence. First target is going to be that $82,000, $83,000 area, or 84, going to rise. Party 87s, that's also going to be that point of hope EM where if we can bounce there, we can invalidate that divergence, because if we don't, we're going to go to the 21 EMA. 21 right now is right around that $70,000 zone. Or if we get back here, we're going to have erased this entire election rally, and cycle's probably over. We're going to confirm that bearish divergence on the monthly, and then we drop down towards this 100, which, what do you know, $45,000. Weekly, nope.
No.
Nothing.
Well, it's a super on the weekly. Let me ask you something.
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you something. So on the left in the RSI, you see that basically you kind of it's closer on a double top type of look. So that indeed made a way higher high. Like go left. Like that and the one before, those are higher, or at least as high as the one that is right now. Those wouldn't count.
Yeah, so this would be a very, very slight drive of hidden bearish divergence. But what makes it weaker is that you have all of these other what do you call it? Tops before it, peaks before it. So this wouldn't be a regular drive of hidden bearish divergence. It would be what Crown calls a phantom drive of hidden bearish divergence, where it intersects between all of these other points. So it's not as strong as a regular hidden bearish divergence, but it still does have significance, to where it wouldn't bring you back down to all of your super low major EMAs, but it would bring you down to like somewhere around the 21 or the 9 EMA. Like the 9 EMA is going to be your first area to watch for it to bounce at, and if it doesn't bounce there, then you would go to the 21. But usually the phantom drives are not the strong ones.
Got it. See, the more you know. And
I had no idea.
Has great names for it.
Oh yeah, he has very, very funny names. Wherever you're talking to traditional TA people, and you'd be like, "I got a phantom drive of hidden bearish divergence." Like, first of all, what the fuck is a hidden bearish divergence? Then I'm like, continuation divergence, and they go, "Oh, okay, now I know what you mean. Ooh. You're just a child, plays with crayons or eats crayons." Oh, got some bearish divergence right here too.
Oh yeah.
3D has got some bearish divergence also. The last major low would be this one right here at 91,000. Oh, same number, $91,186. Close below that, we'd also confirm bearish divergence on that. I don't want to say 55 EMA, but 55 EMA is very likely if we don't hold this 21 off of that bearish divergence at $90,000. 2 days already confirmed the bearish divergence. So we're getting that slight little bounce at the middle zone of the RSI. If this bounce fails, we got to go towards the bearish control zone. We have 7 hours to go. 7.5, so this number is going to rise. But right now it's at $82,200. I would love to see it go to 87, somewhere around 85 to 88.
Is there not a God mode sell signal on it, or is that way too old?
This one's already played out because its price action is telling the oscillator is broken out of it. Daily also has several drives of bearish divergence. We're getting normal. You would get a bounce at the edge of the bearish control zone, and this number is going to rise after the next 7 hours and 26 minutes. But right now, the critical zone sits at $64,000.
All right, we're good.
Imagine we go all the way down to $60,000 in wick and close above 88
in just one day. That would be legendary. That would be the most Bitcoin fucking thing to do in the world.
Have you seen the other narrative that's coming out right now, where people are saying the bear market is going to bottom whenever Michael Saylor gets liquidated? Like, no, you absolute lobotomized morons. Michael Saylor is not sitting there on Binance, hitting the buy button on leverage.
What do you mean? He didn't get the leverage on Coinbase? I would have done that. It's way easier than having to talk to people. You just click on the app and get your loan.
Like, it doesn't even take a matter of guessing. All you would have to do is read the press releases that MicroStrategy releases, and you would know exactly how it works.
Yeah, no, we definitely don't know what's going to cause the next bullshit storm, right? Because there'll be something. We just don't know. Like, yeah,
the most like as at this moment, the most legendary crypto trader of all time is a guy named GCR, guy who started an account with about $1,000, and he caught Shiba from the absolute beginning. He caught Doge from the absolute beginning. He shorted the absolute top of Luna. He literally, like, his account is his wallet is public. He ran a $1,000 account to over $1.5 billion. He says he says, and he also called every single Trump meme coin too, because he bet on. He was saying his highest conviction bet back in 2022 was the Trump bet on that these coins were going to fly up and he's going to win the election. So he says that the last cycle ended on institutions being forced to capitulate.
Mm-hmm.
And he says the next cycle is very likely going to bottom on third world countries being forced to capitulate on over-leveraged loans for Bitcoin.
Interesting. We haven't even seen that start.
Nope. And right now, El Salvador is in no danger of being forced to capitulate.
Yeah, they don't seem to be getting a loan against it, but yeah. No.
4 hour right now, it does have many drives of confirmed hidden bearish divergence. We've already really tapped the critical zone, so it's not much you can get off of that. Let's switch to the momentum chart. To give you an idea how much people like take GCR's word for gospel, is do you remember that dump in April whenever Iran attacked Israel, and the price crashed from like the previous highs around $70,000 and we went down to the 50s?
Mm-hmm.
So he made a tweet saying that he wasn't really trying to tell people like to be bullish or anything, but you should start like scaling into your highest conviction alts. So his tweet made the Bitcoin price bounce.
Damn. Yeah, that's some shit right there.
Quarterly right now, momentum is still pointed to the upside as long as we're above $48,600. Pretty safe to say we're going to close over that. Then momentum will enter into the critical zone. And Bitcoin momentum has literally never been in the critical zone in stochastic momentum in history, with volatility expanding from the lowest point it's ever been at. Monthly is now flipping. Monthly is on the edge. It's on the knife's edge right now, where monthly is flipping right at the edge of the critical zone. And the only way to flip it back up or keep it to the upside is we got to close over $94,000, which we are below right now. 2 week looks like we're about to invalidate that Hamas setup, where momentum is going to flip down as long as we're below $93,750. Weekly is already flipped to the downside and the pivot has gone up, where and volatility is contracting. However, though, the pivot is now to flip the weekly back up is $105,700, which is a good sign to see volatility go down at the same time, though, because once it breaks back into the bullish control zone, it should be easier for the bulls to flip it back up, and this number should drop. But if it drops to like say $93,000, $92,000 and price is at 85, then it doesn't really matter. 5 days also contracting with pivot at $103,800. 2 day is now getting volatility expansion with the move to the downside, and momentum is flipped down as long as you're below $105,500. Daily is getting some sharp volatility expansion below the 15% area, while momentum is
drop.
Yep, and momentum is going to be pointed down as long as we're below $102,500. To get the actual next like major drop, like major huge red dildo to the downside, we'd want to see it break 92,190, preferably on a close. Then we should get a very nice, very sizable, girthy green red dildo to the downside.
God damn.
I'm too accustomed to saying green dildos.
By the way, Merry Christmas to everyone, right? Like
green and red dildos. Merry Christmas.
That's right.
The Santa rally has turned into the Satan rally.
Basically, yeah.
We're going to hell.
I thought we were already there.
Oh, definitely. There's no doubt.
And the 4 hour is also getting volatility expansion with momentum to the downside. We're breaking into the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below $94,100. Let's go to a little bit of a more degenerate time frame.
Ooh,
God, the same thing with the 2 hour. We're rejecting getting out of bearish control. We're about to flip back into the bearish critical zone, and we're pointed down as long as we're below $94,650, $94,700. So the yearly is still bullish, but the yearly has what do you call it? 12 months in between, so you can have 30 to 50% crashes in between there. Quarterly is still pretty bullish. Monthly is not bullish at all. Monthly is giving us a shooting star candle, rejection of the median. The rejection of the median and probabilities of coming back down to reconnect with that 5 EMA, where I'm thinking, just once again, my opinion, that we're going to bounce at that 5 EMA and end up retesting that $104,000, $105,000 zone. If we can clear that, then I'm thinking we're going straight to the 120s, and I think that's going to be a very fast move to the 120s, and that's probably going to be our cycle top. From there, it's going to be significantly easier to confirm that monthly bearish divergence, and once that's confirmed, I believe cycle top is going to be in, and we're probably going to nuke very hard from there, probably going to get like Nagasaki setup plus Hiroshima setup combined and go straight and go to the $40,000 zone. It's not going to be a straight line to $40,000, of course, but maybe a little bit of a bounce in the 60s, make a lower high around $70,000, and then from there to the 40s. And if you go down to the 2 week and the weekly, momentum is starting to flip down. Currently, volatility is still pointed to the downside or starting to contract on those, so it's giving you more of an idea of a correction. But then when you go even lower, you're getting volatility expansion, like on the daily with the move to the downside, you're getting momentum pointed down, and we're getting very close to that area where if you were to close below it, then you would go get another nice girthy red dildo. I'm guessing to somewhere around $87,000, which is around our median. If that area doesn't hold, then we probably retest our 2021 cycle highs and shit's probably cooked, and we probably can just pack it up and go home for the next couple of years and come back when the party is fun again. And on the 4 hour, it's also giving us momentum to the downside with volatility expansion. Basically, every single time frame except like the yearly and the quarterly are looking bearish now. And usually, like I don't want to seem like I'm being too bullish, but usually it looks pretty bad like that. Whenever you get these whenever it looks really bad like that, and you get these really aggressive dumps in an overall macro uptrend, is where you get your bottoms. So another thing that's kind of giving me a little bit biased that $87,000 could be our next major higher low before we continue well into the 100s. And but if we don't, once again, don't clip that out. Make sure to include this: that if we don't bounce at that $87,000 zone, shit's fucked, and time to pack it up.
Yeah, I mean, fuck. I mean, things have changed. Things are changing, sirs. Let's keep an eye on it. I'm going to share your screen now, Alex.
All right, perfect. Yeah, I mean, Farhan's analysis was very, very perfect in my opinion. I agree with them. There are things too on why I do believe personally that we're gonna get some bigger bounce here soon on Bitcoin. But first, I think we should start off with Tether dominance. The posturing of Tether dominance to me seems like it wants to go higher. You can see that on the wick of December 20th, we essentially went all the way up to that 4.6% and then rejected. This acted as almost like a bear trap, right? Leading to a nice evening star on the daily, massive wick high rejection, kind of where we talked about. But now we can see here, it's not really stopping bulls, and we barely even got follow through onto that next candle, which generally speaking, when you get these kind of candle formations, you want to see follow through onto the next one. Instead, we bounced off the daily 9 and we're just trekking up. And so currently, I'm still on the camp that I do believe we're going to test that daily EMA 100. You know, we can see we ever so front ran it. We never actually officially tapped it. And even just like reaching almost that point led to a pretty nice rejection on Tether dominance. I mean, from wick high to all the way low, that was at 8% in one day, just up and down. So for me now, I'm really gauging the daily on Tether dominance. I still am going to be on the camp until proven otherwise that 4.69% is going to be the area that we're going to want to watch very closely to see if we either reclaim or simply put reject. You know, this 4.69%, even on this major pump up, gave us a nice reaction down after hitting it. We can see that it wasn't until we started to reclaim it and hold it where we actually started to press up. And then losing that again led us to the bottom of this range here that we were talking about in the beginning of, this year essentially. And so right around that daily EMA 100, luckily for us, is currently where, that EMA 100 essentially is sitting right around 4.63 to 4.69%. I'm still going to be on the camp until proven otherwise that we are going to trek our way up closer to the 4.69%. We also can see here that the daily is slightly front running that weekly EMA 21, and it's coming down nicely. It's now at 4.74%. Just ties into why I do believe, we can easily go up to this point. But then once we get a nice rally up to that 4.69%, it should be an area where we should be at least gauging for a bigger correction. If not, maybe more structure to form. We go down and form some kind of higher low around here. Because remember, things don't always just go up only. And what I just represented here, that's a 28% correction, or I guess bounce back from that 3.79% that we were talking about pretty heavily. And so when I'm analyzing Tether dominance, I'm saying, okay, well, I do think we can still go up higher. The question for me is just how high, and where can we find that rejection? And I'm still going to stick to the daily area that I've been waiting and watching, that 4.69%, which still means if we actually do officially hit it, which lines up with that EMA 100, that could be a 5.3 to maybe a 6.7% move still on Tether dominance, which easily could equate to Bitcoin actually coming down more. We all are on the agreement that the daily is looking terrible. I mean, it's steady downtrend now. And we can see that bulls for 4 days straight have had no kind of sympathy in regards to bears dumping this down. We see here we're now testing that daily EMA 34, kind of the last big zone before we end up dropping. I do believe still that this gap is going to somewhat act like a trap, as long as, and I'm going to represent this on the Binance Tether chart, as long as that weekly 9 continues to hold. Let me delete this LARP line. What do we have here? Well, we essentially we busted through that weekly EMA 9. Anytime we dumped to it, it was always aggressive. This one, let us down over 4% down. We wicked a little below it, still closed above it. Even here, wicked below it. This was from wick high to wick low. Still an aggressive drop down of 8%. Still closed below the EMA 9 on the weekly. Then we trekked up and we started to move very nicely from at this point 63,000 all the way up to $108,000. And so it makes sense to me after this EMA 9 has been grinding with price very nicely to before we get uber bearish on Bitcoin, we still should stick to our levels. And for me, the level for me now, line in the sand, is 91,100, an area that lines up nicely with what Farhan was mentioning. If we end up losing this $91,000 level, to me, that's going to be a major sign that actually the bear market could be in. This monthly candle that's forming, which is terrible, could actually solidify that this was a top, and therefore then any kind of rally up to fill some of this wick out into next month could be looked at as a short opportunity. The issue with that is this is a weekly candle, and we just had a fresh weekly candle. Remember, this was an ugly engulfing candle on the weekly, but it still held above the 9. And so now what would make a lot of sense to me is to actually get that bigger bounce on Tether dominance, go up to that 4.69%. Everyone, just like Farhan mentioned, is very bearish at this point. No one's talking really about longing. I don't want to give longs right now. Crypto Twitter seems like on the camp that the top is in, and that was kind of it. And people are now dogging on Saylor for buying the top again. I think he purchased it around $106,000. And each and every time we.
But are they?
Yeah,
I feel like these a lot of people when I suggested that the dollar was strong, everyone came after me, and that was one of the signs to me that that's kind of like a local peak.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. I've just in my at least feed, I've just been starting to see people now more. Saylor last week was a hero. Everyone was talking about him. Now I'm seeing more people kind of trolling him, talking about how he did end up buying the top at 106,000. People are talking about how could he even purchase that at 106,000. And generally speaking, if I had all of Saylor buys on this chart for the year, for a moment it's acted like he's bought a top, and then after a few weeks of the shit settling, we end up breaking out. And so for me on Bitcoin now, I am personally engaging $91,000 to hold. I want $91,000, or very simply put, that EMA 9 on the weekly to actually hold. If this doesn't hold and we end up losing this on a weekly, and granted, this weekly is going to be very choppy. We have a holiday, Christmas. Following that, we have New Year's. We have a quarterly, a 6-month, a yearly candle, a monthly candle. When you get all of that sprinkled in with a holiday, you often are going to get max choppiness in markets. That's why for this week, I'm really gauging this week as like an observation week, just seeing exactly where these levels hold. Does Bitcoin still hold above the weekly 9, and actually backtest it? If this is going to hold a support, you want to see some kind of reaction here, like either a spring right around this zone at 91K while everyone gets bearish and everyone's talking about it's over. This could simply just be another throwback to the weekly 9. And each and every time that we have done that, thrown it back, it's always been an aggressive move down. Everyone gets bearish. But as long as we don't lose it on a closing basis, then to me, that could act as more of like an opportunity. And this could act as support. And it doesn't necessarily mean we need to just bust through it. A spring could easily turn this terrible, girthy red candle at the end of the 6 days into more like a doji. More just like leaving that touch spot, coming in, closing as like a doji, which then is granted, indecision, while then tether dominance is reaching our level of major resistance right at 4.69%. Now, on the flip side, though, if we end up reclaiming this 4.69%, especially on a weekly closure, we've now reclaimed that EMA 9 on the weekly. We're most likely now above that EMA 21. On top of that, the daily EMA 100 on tether dominance just got reclaimed. And just like what we talked about at this point when it got reclaimed, this actually was kind of the spark of a bigger move up on tether dominance. And that's what we really don't want to see happen, because at that point, the next target for me will be 5.9%, if not all the way back up to that 5.24%, which would be pretty devastating for crypto as a whole. We're talking another 11%, or at minimum 8.28%. Would not be a good sign. And so for your best bet, if you're bullish here, you're going to want to expect some rally up to this zone. That's going to mean that's going to probably dump Bitcoin a little bit more. The theory behind that is you're going to want this weekly EMA 9 to hold at 91,175 and grind some kind of bottom at the bottom of this range here. We then could just be forming or back into this range where 91,000 holds 90,800, and then maybe at the top here around 96,000, if not all the way back to 98,000. That's a very Bitcoin-ish thing to do, rather than just keep going down, is form a new range here, consolidate, could even put in a bear flag around this zone on the weekly before actually breaking down. Do you think there's just like a lot of uncertainty, and there's a lot of like everyone's on the camp that Bitcoin's going to go down? I'm still like, well, wait, let's just see the reaction here. Give it one more week. Because I'm sure this week's going to be very telling. If we fall through this 9, then it's going to solidify what we see on the monthly, which is a massive top candle. And at that point, just like we view the weekly EMA 9, I have to really start gauging that monthly 9. And before calling it a massive bear market, I need this monthly 9 to get lost, just like what we were talking about in this chop zone. You can see here that the monthly can go all the way down by multi-thousands dollars, but as long as it does hold above the EMA 9 on the monthly, it's still okay in my opinion. But that's still a massive gap down to the monthly 9 and currently where we're at. I mean, we're talking personally here like a move just from current price action all the way down 22%. That would be more on par to like what we get these big massive bull market flush outs of like 30 to 31%, which could mean that we're just testing that 9 and also gap filling on CME, that level that everyone's been talking about currently right around that $77,000, $76,000 level. But until then, I mean, for me, I'm still going to gauge the weekly, because the weekly still is not looking okay, but it's still, you can form some kind of bullish thesis around here in confluence to US dominance or UST dominance, tether dominance, essentially. And so for me, I'm still going to be on the camp that we're going to still see pain on tether dominance here, which is correlating to it going up for more like crypto pain then, as long as we are still holding above 4%. As long as we're above that 4%, tether dominance has a bigger chance of going up. And let me see if we have any kind of crosses here as well. We don't. But we do see the 9 and the 21 are crossing. Let's see if the 12-hour has any kind of cross. Yeah, so we have a fresh 12-hour silver cross to the upside. Volatility is already at the extreme levels, though, slightly falling under the moving average. So maybe we do end up getting consolidation here, but I also just don't want people to be surprised if we end up like taking this liquidity here, coming up, maybe pushing up, testing here, falling, and then rejecting. And then at that point, we have to be on trend watch and see, okay, well, do we break the overall daily or the 12-hour trend here? Or and does this rejection lead to like a deviation of that 4%? Or do we end up just like coming down, forming that structure on the daily here, forming some kind of higher low around here as long as we don't break this last low here, holding above the 4%, and then really using this fuel to just trek us higher up to that 5%. So it's really going to be a point in markets this week to just kind of wait, sit on your hands and see what we're kind of given. Because if we end up reclaiming this on the daily, which then leads to the weekly reclaiming it, then to me, it's going to make a pretty easy trade, or at least an easy way to guide our bearishness, essentially. Because if this occurs, then yeah, you know, okay, well, that daily EMA got reclaimed. We know what happened last time this occurred, which was right here. That led to a pretty massive move. This is where Bitcoin, I believe, went all the way to 49,000. Let me see real fast, just because I'm curious. Yeah, that was on August 6th. And then right here was on August. Yeah, so yeah, that's when Bitcoin went to $49,000 on that massive wick candle, where I represented on the weekly here, where you just saw fell below the 9. Here, let me just see right here, where yeah, we fell below, wicked all the way down of like a multi-$1,000 move, but then the monthly still here held the 9. Can just see, and that very well could happen. But for me, I do believe just patiently waiting and seeing the reaction around here first will actually be really beneficial, because if we end up reclaiming this, and the weekly on Bitcoin probably has lost that weekly 9, and then at that point, just like it was massive support here each and every time, then now we have to look at that as massive resistance. And even if Bitcoin falls through here this week, goes all the way to 84,000, you know, even 80,000, a rally back up to that weekly 9, actually proving it to me that its resistance could be the short opportunity, and all you needed to do is just kind of wait for more data and confirmation of that. Because if you take a short here, what's going to happen if we end up falling a little below, you get teased, we bounce from the weekly 9, just like what's literally been happening every single time since September. Well, then you're not going to feel too wise, because, you know, you essentially shorted the bottom, but you also don't want to be longing here in the middle. And that's why for me, the easier trade is like a low leverage in correlation to Tether dominance around that 4.69%, watching that weekly EMA 9 right around 91,000, which still would mean that at current price action, we still have like 3 to 4% to go. You know, while everyone's starting to get pretty bearish at 94,000. That's just what I'm seeing in the markets right now. And this is kind of helping me gauge level to level, because if we lose this, then yeah, I really won't see why we're not going to go back to more of like what Farn was saying, the 80,000s being an area, if not all the way back down to like that $74,000 level. We know that's the last wick high rejection here before we ended up going in this chop consolidation slash downtrend. Was this high here that was formed on March. So now it makes sense if we end up getting some major pullback to actually come back and flip this zone into support, something we've never done since breaking out. And all this is a clean back test while everyone's getting pretty bearish. And all we're gauging this now is that monthly 9 supporting that theory here, where yeah, this $73,000 needs to hold, which then ties into that, you know, the gap fill that everyone's been talking about on crypto Twitter, closer to that 77,000, which we know there's already a spot premium on CME.
I want to ask you about that. Do you think the trap on that gap will be towards the upside? And by that, I mean like it's never going to touch it and people miss out on the trade? Or do you think it'll go down to the gap, make everyone think, caught it, now we're going to go up, and he just fucking dumps?
That's what Farn was saying last week. And I've seen that a lot, where, you know, people think they're in genius season. They're just like, oh, we just gap filled this. We're testing the daily EMA 100 on CME. This is easy. Let me long it. And this just honestly led to a big trap. And if you're already down here, you do run the risk of breaking down. But what I just showed on Bitcoin, as long as we're going to get this flip of that high here that was formed in March, which is coming around 73,000, then the trap could be we go lower than this gap. There's not that big of a premium on CME. Like it's only like a few $100s. So if what I'm seeing is correct, that means that this is going to come all the way down to 73,000, maybe 74,000, flip this area into massive support, probably consolidate for a few weeks here at best. At that point, then the CME longers here, the gappers are actually going to get smoked, because at that point, if we end up coming down to like call it 73,800, let's see, that would mean you're now on a 10x, you're down 50%. On a 20x, you're liquidated, and anything higher, you're liquidated. That still could easily like fuel us down to actually testing this high here into support, while then getting what? The daily EMA, the monthly EMA 9 coming in right around there. And then at that point, getting a pullback the size of what it would be, which is around that 31%, is very normal to like a bull market pullback. I know it's not normal to the newbies because, you know, in this bull market, it's been pretty gracious to us in the sense that tight chop, breakout, broke out from here, went straight up. Like, we really haven't gotten major flush outs that have been pretty detrimental, making people wonder if this bull market has ended. We're all pretty much on the camp that as long as that monthly 9 holds, we're still in a bull market. And that theory did hold true, even from going down all the way down from 74,000 all the way up to what, 49,500. That was a 33% correction. That monthly 9 acted as an opportunity each time. And then we can just see, if you were just bidding this thesis here, right around here, yeah, you would have been sitting really pretty, you know, closer to like 87, 88%. Just having this, okay, well, we're at a high. This is engulfing. I can't be max shorting here. I need to just wait to see the reaction. Okay, now that we've just hit the monthly 9, last month it held it. Perfect. We're now coming back under. Let's see it hold again. Okay, it held. So now 2, we've hit it twice, and now it's holding. Let me start bidding the next reaction. And yeah, this is a monthly, so you have to endure some like multi-$1,000 swings. But in doing so, I mean, you still would have printed 87% from this point. And that's why, for me, I do think max pain scenario is going to be closer to around that $74,000 level. I'm going to be looking at that as a major throwback of what was resistance flipped into support. And at that point, if we do end up getting this scenario, which for me, it's not confirmed yet, we first need to lose the weekly. We easily could just bottom from this weekly. This gap acts like a trap. Everyone who's calling for the top here is trapped. They still made a good trade. This was an amazing short, and this paid well. But my point is, you don't want to start shorting into this zone, getting too bearish, because what if we just tap that and then go up from there? We easily could still form like, you know, if you are in the camp that Bitcoin is in a weekly downtrend, which for me, let me see if I do think that. Now, as long as we are above that 90,500 level, then you again just need to then be on the camp that a higher low could form around here. This is going to take time, of course. You know, it's probably going to end up being like this, where we just start just consolidating, maybe get back above here, come all the way back down to 95, consolidate, you know, and now we're into 2025, and then we can maybe get another breakout from there, just slowly recovering essentially the damage that's been occurred the last 2 weeks here, and possibly into this week as well. Don't think we're out of the camp, but I don't think it's wise to be shorting very close to that weekly 9. This should have been, if I was short from here, this would be my TP for my shorts. It's right around that weekly 9. Why? Because it gives you another trade if we end up losing this. It's a pretty big gap down to that 21. You know, and we're currently on the daily here. I understand it's really not looking good, you know, and per my system here, you should get some back. You should get some bounce closer to that 98,000. But as long as, and if that rejects this, then you actually do have to start looking at 83,900. But until then, I don't want to get too bearish on the daily. We are in a downtrend, so trend is your friend here. We have volatility expanding. It's not really close to extremes yet. That's why I do think we really could end up coming back down to this 91,000 before any kind of reaction, if that's even a retest back of the EMA 9 on the daily before rejecting. And granted, today is the day bulls want to step in, because Mondays are statistically more bullish. I know Farn probably knows the stats. I don't know. I think it's like a 2% down possibly, and a 3% up on Mondays. I don't know for sure, but I do know for sure that bulls have the upper hand on Mondays.
Mondays is exactly what you're saying.
Yeah. I don't know the percentages up and down, so I won't try to give that. But I just know statistically Mondays are more bullish. So generally, I mean, you would want to see today some kind of reaction. But just the way the daily is looking on Tether dominance and on Bitcoin, it still looks heavy, and it still looks like this wants to go up more. My hopium for you all is that once we reach this 4.69%, it's just going to act like a major rejection zone. And then at that point, we have to really shift gears to watch the reaction at 4%. But if we end up getting this rejection around where I think we could, that easily could mean that Bitcoin's weekly here does get some kind of bigger bounce once we do hit that EMA 9 on the weekly. And so this week's all about just waiting, being patient. You have a holiday, so markets are going to be closed. You have big closings. You have a new year. All these things are probably a good reason to not trade. And that's why I haven't been aggressively giving trades out. I'm just more into waiting because, if you didn't catch the short up here, right that monthly median rejection, which we go back.
I didn't get to it. I opened the short at 102 something, and he just went to 100 or 101.
Yeah, and I didn't play this that well either. I was massively short on Solana just privately, close to that 227 here. The last lower high essentially that was made on the daily. Right around here, I was short at 227, the exact top, and I ended up selling, right around $210, and my TP was at 193. So I didn't play this downward either, just to be frank. But we also, though, should have been kind of we didn't call this explicitly, but we did say this monthly median right around 108,000, 107,000 is going to be a pretty big zone, especially with what we know that the target's going to be close to 200,000 Bitcoin. You can't really expect these monthly medians here to just slice like butter. Sometimes they do, and that's fine. But, when we had that and this moved up, we were talking about a move back to that 107, 108,000, but then at that point, we do want to see some kind of either rejection, if not reclaim, and we got the rejection. So, I know we didn't explicitly call shorts, but we were still talking about the scenario of, getting a rejection there, Tether dominance bouncing from 3.79%. I said that religiously. And so now we're getting that. But now we just really want to gauge and see, okay, well, markets are pulling back. So far, it still looks okay to me. Bitcoin's weekly is still in an uptrend, technically speaking, as long as we don't break December 2nd's low, in my opinion. And so therefore, now we see that weekly 9 is grinding up a little higher than these lows, which if you've been trading Bitcoin, it's dirty. It likes to do that, get as close to invalidating this higher low as possible. But then that's good news for us, because if we do take a long around here, my stop, you better know, is going to be extremely tight. I can have a stop of 90,600. My entry is at 91,000, if not 90,900. That risk to reward is worth the punt after you have a 16% move down. It's definitely worth playing the trend and also your levels that to be very strong. Plus, we see that weekly median is still very well above price action. So, while ETH BTC can look bad, Tether dominance can look like it still wants a little up. I'm still seeing possibly an opportunity around here. While everyone gets bearish, we should be watching that weekly 9. And so that's why I've been focused on the weekly hard, this analysis, because I just feel like a lot are disregarding where we're at currently.
That's also a pretty sweet entry if you go long, because your invalidation is so close.
It's worth a punt. Exactly. If I longed it here, had my stop here, just slightly below it, and had my TP even at just the 50%, that's stupid risk to reward. It's worth a punt to me. If I throw $1,000 in this trade, I can lose if it's what, on a 10x, I lose $86, or I can make 1.3K. That's good risk to reward when you get to these extremity levels. And it's logical to me, because then you can be gauging, okay, well, yeah, Tether dominance is rejecting around here. We did talk about this. We are now at that weekly 9, which is getting some kind of reaction, while everyone on crypto Twitter is getting bearish. But we also see we are pretty much, if we go, let's go to the 12-hour real quick. We see here the bottom of the 382 is right around that 91,000. We are still holding above that 12-hour EMA 100. So the ideal would be then you just want to fast flush out, bounce from here, gets back above that 12-hour EMA 100, and then consolidates above it. Doesn't need to just immediately go up from there. But as long as we do get the retest on the weekly, in my book, it'll then start looking like we can start trekking up. But if, we're just in this middle zone and Tether dominance still looks like it does want to go back up and test the zone. And look at that. The weekly median is currently right around that 4.76%. So already off the bat, you have a range here of resistance on Tether, which is 4.69, if not all the way to 4.77%, which is right around that EMA 21. So even if you didn't have the HBDR, you would already be gauging that weekly EMA 21 as a resistance and confluence to your meme line. To me, that's just where we can start putting the pieces together. I don't think Bitcoin was going to bounce from here, but I do think we're close. And I'll be happily wrong on this idea if we start getting weeklies back under this EMA 9, or if the weekly starts breaking the trend. And then at that point, then I really wouldn't want to hold this because I'm not really getting a clear thesis on, getting a bounce here. Because as long as the weekly's still in a trend, the weekly median is still up above price. The EMA 9 on the weekly hasn't been tested since literally November. To me, this is looking just like an aggressive throwback. This could give a really tight stop. And also we are approaching a major resistance level on Tether dominance. At the very least, could come all the way back down, maybe find some higher low around here, which still could give you a nice trade. I mean, if we end up coming back to even 4%, that's 16% on Tether dominance. It still could be a good trade in my opinion. And so that is personally what I'm seeing on Bitcoin. I'm curious to see what Bitcoin dominance is looking now. Let's take this off. Let's see. And we can see here, I did think that 5.7% was going to get hit. Remember, it's a meme line, so it doesn't need to be exact, but generally it just, in my brain, gives us like a range. And so now what we want to really start seeing is Bitcoin dominance actually coming down. I'm going to delete this LARP line. We got the pullback. We got the pump up. Makes sense based on this SFP here, right? When we reclaim a level, lose it. Generally speaking, once you break down, this is what's a big trap for shorts. They start shorting into this, while the patient trader is just waiting for this to get flipped into resistance. So we're going to delete that, and we're going to delete this. And so now what you're going to want to see here on this weekly on Bitcoin is, ideally what you want is, if you're in alt, you're going to want this weekly 9 to actually get lost. That then will give us that target to 57.43%. Probably get some bounce there onto the next weekly close, assuming this does get lost. Then you just want to gauge this as a resistance, which is that weekly 9. Something that, we don't want this to keep holding as support, which was holding very strongly. So this is the kind of bounce zone on Bitcoin dominance as well you'll want to see. And so if, let's say we play devil's advocate, let's say alts are just fucked, alt season's not going to happen, but Bitcoin still can go up and it's going to be a Bitcoin driven rally. And maybe I'm wrong on this being a major top. Then you would want to start seeing a Bitcoin bounce closer to either to this 9 or this 21, which could mean that Bitcoin still comes down a little bit more. But then at that point, if we do get a bigger bounce on Bitcoin dominance and trend starting to shift here, which unconfirmed, as long as, we still are under this high, it's still in a downtrend. Then yeah, we could be seeing a Bitcoin bounce here very soon, just in my opinion. Again, 3-day also kind of ties into, if we don't hold this zone, we easily can come back down to like 57%, if not closer to that 56.75%. We do see volatility here is starting to contract. It was kind of going to the extreme levels when we were breaking out. So it contracting like this and resetting means that Bitcoin dominance could start coming down a little bit, which then ideally could play into, maybe altcoins looking semi-okay. This 2 weeks going to be very telling to us. We end up losing, not closing above the 2-week EMA 9, then this will really start looking like a bearish retest to me and a lower high on the 2-week. That's why, again, this week's going to be very, very telling for the crypto markets as a whole, just in my opinion. Let's see here. And let's see how that monthly is looking. Monthly is still, that bad top candle. So again, if you are on the camp that Bitcoin dominance is topped, which I still am, then you are just going to want to essentially not see this high get broken here. This wick high at 61.5%. You're going to actually want to see this start rejecting now. If we end up breaking back up and testing these highs on Bitcoin dominance, it's really going to start looking like it's going to break out and then test some of this wick here. So you, in summary, you really just kind of want to start seeing this reject, giving us that EMA 9 monthly loss essentially in 8 days, which for now still could be done. I mean, it's not too far from price yet. And then this will solidify the top candle and kind of what I saw in Bitcoin dominance before that occurred, which I, again, don't know what that could mean. And really in terms of alts, you generally then would want that money to start flowing into alts. But as I saw with ETH BTC, it's still in a rocky zone. As long as we are still under that 3.6 level, you're definitely not going to want to long alts. But remember, luckily for us, this is closing in 8 days. This monthly gets some kind of bounce. This divergence plays out, and we get a monthly closure back above the 366. Then maybe it'll start making sense on why ETH BTC is starting to, Bitcoin dominance is starting to look kind of not the best, which is again kind of playing into what we said. And then maybe alt season still has hopium. But it just is going to take a lot more longer than I thought personally, especially with how ETH is looking. But regardless, we still are looking at Bitcoin, and you're going to want to see Bitcoin dominance bounce from here soon. And if it doesn't, then you're really going to run the risk of falling back to 57.4 first, if not all the way to 56.97. If we start losing this on a weekly, then this is the next lower high, and Bitcoin dominance is most likely going to find its way closer to that 53.6%, if not 54%. And at that point, we'll just have to look at that and see what's going on, especially in terms of the monthly closure, because wouldn't be a good sign if that weekly EMA 100 gets lost. I mean, even on this aggressive dump down, once we lost that EMA 100, we stayed below it, and then that's what sparked the next leg down. So, the hopium is that this either can move up and match where this bottom is, and this bottom can hold and we get a bounce now, or we come all the way down and actually test this. And then you just have to hope we get a bigger bounce, because that would mean that money is at least flowing out of Bitcoin to me. And then ideally that could mean, hopefully, maybe Bitcoin's USD still holds, and then that can give alts the kind of bid they need. I'm curious to see how Dixie's looking as well, because remember we talked about this last week. There's now the balance back into the force, right, where Dixie's going to go up and Bitcoin and risk on might go down now. Something we really haven't been seeing too much, but I do think that balance always comes back in, and as long as this monthly here is busting through the 15%, giving us a volatility setup, but most importantly, holding above that monthly 9, regardless of all these weird ranges and meme lines, because that's just how I trade Pixie. As long as we're above that monthly 9, we do have technically a bigger chance of actually going back and testing these highs. It's very simple, right? Simple meme line seems very likely as long as we hold above the 9 on the monthly, of course. And if, let's see here, we can see we're losing the blue zone. We're now healthily above that monthly median, which is coming in right around that monthly 9. Just another good metric to gauge that monthly 9. You can see here, testing these highs would take us closer to that 618 level, if not all the way up to the 786, which is closer to these wick highs here. So, I mean, depending on how you draw the meme line, you draw it here, you draw it here, or how I just drew it here, you're kind of getting a good confluence that, the next level here for me seems like that $110.82, if not higher, maybe that 113. And this would have implications for risk on, especially since you see here we're losing that the top of the 382. So this is in the midst of a breakout. Really curious to see actually how the ball.
That is horrendous.
What's even confirming your breakout, excuse me, is here we see the Bollinger Bands were pretty tight in relative, speaking to like the monthly. We can see here when they were tight, like here, let me just get all these off. It's kind of confusing me. Can see here that once it was tight around here, I wonder if we lost the blue zone. Let me see. We did, yeah. So we broke down, we lost the blue zone, and we came to that light green. And so now what you can see here is, we're losing the blue zone. That we're also breaking out of the monthly Bollinger Band. So bulls are going to want to keep this back above that monthly Bollinger Band, so there's not a risk of falling back in here and then causing this to get tighter, which would mean we're going to consolidate more. This is still kind of confirming that this is breaking out still. And so technically the next target would be, that $110.67, if not all the way up to that 113.50, which has implications for like euro. which we can go into later potentially. But you know, why am I bringing this up? Because if Dixie's going to start being the inverse correlation to risk on again, then this still looks like it wants to go up higher. Yeah, and that's on a monthly.
Why wouldn't it be, right?
Right, and that is on a monthly. So I'm going to be only early gauging Dixie on higher time frames, and this is a monthly. So like this still could take some time. We could break out, close the monthly above, and then just kind of consolidate at the top end. But if this is really going to start breaking out, you really wouldn't want to see it consolidate too much. Like you saw here, it broke out. We came up, we tested the top of the channel, flipped into support, and then this is what sparked the 1, 2, 3, 4 months of just up only. That easily could happen. We close up, we break out, we start going up a little bit higher, test it on the monthly, the top of the band acts as support, and then that's what actually moves us up into next year, which could play into like Trump taking office and certain things like that. I don't know. I just click buttons, and this is looking like it wants to break out. So, you know, in summary for me, I want to watch and see the weekly here. I don't think we should get too bearish yet. I think we should be watching and seeing where this weekly 9 actually is going to come in, the reaction around it, and seeing if we actually get some kind of bottom around there. This is coming in nicely at the top bottom of our range. We know that this easily could give us a weekly long trigger if we hold it, because now we have a very tight stop. This trade setup really will only work if you bid the extremity and really pay attention to that 90,900 and 91,000 reaction. And I do think you'll gain more confidence in this trade if you also gauge the reaction around tether dominance here. Specifically, you can gauge it right around that daily EMA 100. So remember, if the daily comes up and actually reclaims its EMA 100, it's not ultimately the trigger of, oh, we're gonna just like, where it's over, I need to get out of longs. No, that's why we want then another closure, 1, 2, and then the third one breaks this out, creating a trend. What you don't want is something like this, or, you know, that was just a big bull trap. You didn't get the confirmation like we know to wait. And then this was a big deviation. And this deviation led to a major breakdown on tether dominance, which led to a major pump on Bitcoin. That's why I'm saying you'll definitely want to wait for 2 to 3 closures back above 4.69%, or just wait for a weekly closure back above that EMA 21. You know, or that's at 4.69% to EMA 21 at 4.73%. If you get any weekly closures back above this 4.69, though, yeah, it's going to then start really looking like this tether dominance is going to want to actually come closer to that 5.2%, if not higher, and going to that 5.5%, which would be pretty detrimental to crypto. And then at that point, if we're going to that 5.2%, then yeah, I really won't see why we're not going to come all the way back down to 73,000, which is the kind of last stand on the weekly. That's where that EMA 34, and this will keep moving up each week. But then I'm gauging mainly that monthly. This monthly is going to move up onto next month. You'll have to really see where this does move up, and if it, you know, has a $700 buffer right now. So if this moves up $700, that just, to me, will just confirm that, yeah, any major dump into this zone, I'm going to be looking at as a major opportunity and a throwback to what was resistance right here into support. It could be something like we come all the way down, super aggressive. And at that, we can short that, and I'll be ready for it. But then we just start grinding out a bottom here. And then that could be over time what takes us into a monthly higher low. We get our 31% pullback. We test the monthly 9. We never lose it. And then we just, for a few months at least, grind out more into mid 2025 is when we can make another break to the all-time high. If not, then we'll have to really question if this is going to start rolling over and then forming some kind of like monthly lower high. But until then, I'm still going to be on the camp that this is like the worst case scenario on Bitcoin, which could line up with that gap fill on CME.
Can I show you something that might change your mind about that?
Sure.
Let me just share my screen 1 second. Because no. I was wondering if you had it on your screen or not. Here, because you never want to be where everyone is, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think 90,000 will be the total fuckery for that long. Like, that's a nice punt to that long. I actually, now this has made me really want to do that.
So then, yeah, maybe we don't get my worst case scenario at all. And maybe the weekly just holds, because look at that. I mean, with a potential fall of $74,000. Totally disregarding the weekly level, though. Totally disregarding it.
So it's whether you lose 92, if you basically what he's telling anyone that's not educated is you lose 92,000, this shit's gonna go to 74,000. That's what those people are reading. And I think that's where you get into these are traps, right?
Yeah. And it could be very well. And I hope I represented that well. I hope that's more clarity, because I do think it's good confluence to watch Tether dominance and then that weekly 9. And we're already seeing sentiment uber bearish. So it's like, I do think Bitcoin can fall like $2,000 more. But then at that point, that could just be giving a super, super, super easy long, at least for some extremity bounce. If not, finding a local bottom. And how funny would it be if we just waited? We longed right there. We had a $500 stop loss, literally less than 1%. That was the bottom. Everyone gets bearish. And then in a month from now, we're back over 100K. And yeah, that'll look pretty good, actually. So,
and that $92,000 level would be the daily 55 EMA. And if you go back to the 2021 cycle, the real bear market really started once we lost that 55 EMA on the daily.
Interesting. That's a good point.
Also, can't claim cloud for that. I also got that from Crowd.
It's fine, though. That's good data to know, because, again, just good confluence to right around that weekly EMA 9. Which, again, that 4.69% on Tether dominance has been an area I've still been talking about for weeks. So I don't just, with volatility and sentiment, start changing my targets. No, I'm like, okay, well, I'm still going to wait, and I'm just going to let it prove to me. If we start reclaiming that on Tether dominance, and then I'll feel comfortable to short. And then it'll be easy, because it'll probably line up with the weekly getting lost that night. So.
I just had one of the nicest laughs of my entire life, where I'm looking at some dude responding to Alex's post on Twitter, calling him a junkie. I click on his profile, buddy retweets giveaways, and I'm like, all right, so now your opinion is completely irrelevant.
But they all do. It seems like the most shit talkers are just retweeting giveaways. In my case, every single time someone is like saying something, I go into their profile and they're like retweeting giveaways.
You call me a trading junkie, like. Sir, I'm not offended, but come on, what's up?
I mean, come on, sir. If you're begging for a couple of Solana, like, how are we supposed to take you seriously?
You seem like a real
yeah. Also, is there any way I can please win this money?
Yeah.
I mean, if it was like 10 Bitcoin, I could understand.
Yeah, but like a fucking salami, then or a free NFT, right?
It's like Ricky from Trailer Park Boys. I'm gonna pay you $100 to fuck off.
We got salamis and then AMD. So however you guys want to distribute that,
I'll do either one. It doesn't matter.
I can do Sol.
Do it. Alrighty. Perfecto. I'm going to start this with Bitcoin. Vamos a empezar. Güey, ¿qué le pasó a mi gráfico? ¿Dónde están todas mis cosas? Es que le hice un zoom a esta chingadera para poder ver esta pantalla. Espérenme tantito. Ahí está. Por fin entendí cómo hacer esto. Ok. Por cierto, lo primero que les quiero enseñar es esto. Dice, fact del día, ¿no? O sea, la verdad del día. Bitcoin ha caído de 108,135 a 96,400. Una caída de 10%. Encuentra resistencia en 95,850 y soporte en 92,500. Con sentimiento negativo en los mercados que está sugiriendo una caída potencial a $74,000. Esto fue lo que habíamos platicado que podría haber pasado. Como todo el mundo lo está viendo, yo instantáneamente tengo que salirme de esa teoría y decir, ok, eso no va a pasar. Porque si todo el mundo está viendo esto y por más que sea un programa de trading, 99% de la gente no tiene idea de lo que está haciendo. Lo que están leyendo aquí es, güey, si pasamos de 95,000, nos vamos a ir a 100,000, pero si bajamos de 92,500, nos vamos a ir a 70,000. Entonces, la jugada acá, y ahora se las voy a enseñar de todo lo que analizaron Alex y Farhan, creo que es bastante obvia. Y vamos a jugarlo, señores. ¿Cómo de que no? Estamos viendo Bitcoin. Lo primero que quiero hacer es poner la de 6 meses para poder entender qué es lo que está pasando. Bitcoin bastante por encima de su promedio del 9 en la de 6 meses. Lo pueden ver acá. Estamos acá arriba. El cierre más potente que hemos tenido y solamente faltan 8 días y 7 horas para cerrar esta vela. El cierre más alto que habíamos tenido antes en una vela de anual habían sido $46,000. Estamos a al doble de eso, básicamente. Así que nada mal, Bitcoin se ve alcista en este tipo de temporalidad, solamente vale la pena decirlo. Y interesante que este tope, sí son los 69,000. Nos vamos a la de trimestral y podemos ver que seguimos por encima de nuestro promedio del 9, del 21, y lo que quiero ver es el 5, y también por el 5, que está casi en los $69,000. Esto nos dice que seguimos y continuamos en una tendencia alcista, sin lugar a dudas a largo plazo, y estamos también a punto de ver el cierre más alto que hemos tenido en este tipo de velas. El que más alto habíamos visto son $71,000. Ahora, ¿hay algún setup de volatilidad por acá? Vamos a ver. La volatilidad contrajo y expandió en ese punto, y esto nos dio movimiento a la alza. Aunque la volatilidad está yendo del lado, no la contaría como un setup totalmente claro para mí. Vamos a la mensual, que en la mensual es donde se empieza a calentar la cosa. ¿Por qué? Porque tenemos esta vela topera. Esta maldita vela topera, que recuerden, una vela topera es bastante sencilla de identificar. Es una vela donde 25% del tamaño de la vela entera es el cuerpo gordo. Solamente 25%. Esto califica, es un cuarto de ello. Y está cerrando en la parte baja de la vela. Y lo está haciendo. Esta vela, si llega a cerrar 100, 8, 17 horas, nos estaría indicando que hay un posible tope y tal vez una reversión. Si cerrara tal cual como lo están viendo ahorita, para todos ustedes que están aprendiendo cómo usar teoría de velas, sencillo, lo que quieren ver, y bueno, si son bajistas, lo que quieren ver es sencillamente cierres por debajo de esta zona en los 92,124. Si empiezas a tener otra vela que cierra aquí abajo y luego otra, y lo triste de esto es que son meses, ¿no? Entonces tienes bastante tiempo para pensarla y ver. Esto sería que literalmente se rompió la tendencia y va para abajo la cosa. Otra cosa que quiero decir antes de continuar es, Bitcoin es muy acostumbrado, por si son nuevos en esto de los ciclos de Bitcoin, Bitcoin acostumbra muchísimo a corregir hasta 30% en cualquier momento. Entonces, de pico a un 30%, estás hablando exactamente de ese maldito nivel que todo el mundo te está diciendo, 74,000, que es a donde va a caer. Me imagino que es parte de ello y también por el promedio del 9, que es lo que la gente lo está poniendo ahí, y también porque hay un gap. El gap memeable que todos los osos, todos los bears, ¿no? Todos los bajistas quieren tomar, es esa oportunidad en $77,000. Así que atentos a todo lo que la psicología del juego, ¿ok? Y por eso es tan difícil esta parte del ciclo de Bitcoin y también esta parte de ciclo de inversiones, porque esta volatilidad hace que las cosas ya no se vean claras, empiezas a meterte en aguas donde las cosas pueden parecer bajistas, alcistas, de una semana a otra, de un día a otro. Y ahí es donde el peligro reside para los novatos y también para los que tienen un corazón suavecito como el tío Salo. Yo no voy a jugar a estas mamadas, solamente voy a tradear niveles y no voy a jugármela a ver cómo va subiendo, va bajando. No quiero estresarme para nada y voy a vivir la vida como Bob Esponja, tranquilo y debajo del mar. Vemos acá también que no hay un setup de volatilidad para nada que nos esté diciendo algo en la mensual. Vamos a poner el HPDR para ver si el HPDR nos cuenta algo. Y el HPDR efectivamente nos cuenta algo. Estábamos por encima de la media, denme un segundo. Estábamos por encima de la media en este cierre y ahora estamos siendo rechazados por la media. La media está en los 95,926. Si nos rechaza la media, tenemos una muy buena posibilidad de retestear primero el promedio del 9, que está en los 73,000, que una vez más convergencia con el 74, e ir hasta la parte baja de la zona azul, que son 70,554. En mi opinión y en nuestra opinión, el consenso alto es, si en verdad estamos aquí cayendo estos puntos, no va a haber un rebote potente de acá y se va a ir hasta el cielo. Lo que creímos es que va a haber continuación en esa caída. Nos vamos a acercar a la de 2 semanas. En la de 2 semanas vamos a ver qué se está poniendo, qué se está cocinando. Y podemos ver que justamente el nivel del 61,8% nos rechazó y probablemente vayamos a visitar esta zona que debería de aguantar como último recurso en los $88,000. Si no aguantamos esto, vamos a ir a la zona de acá y una vez más la media está en los 72,000, que tiene confluencia con lo que todo el mundo cree que va a pasar, ir a los $74,000 y de ahí podría haber continuación hasta los $59,000. ¿Habrá un setup de volatilidad? No, la volatilidad se está... este no es mi gráfico potente, es mi gráfico de Coinbase. Aquí teníamos el setup de Hamas en la mía, pero ya se está volteando a la derecha y lo mismo está pasando con el gráfico normal, se los voy a enseñar, cómo el setup de Hamas está básicamente agotado y se está revertiendo ahí por los 60.32%. Recuerden, para los que están aprendiendo volatilidad, esto es una gráfica de volatilidad. La volatilidad es la línea de colores, que cambia de colores de verde a azul a la chingadera de medio, y la línea blanca es el promedio. Cuando estás por encima, la volatilidad está expandiendo. Cuando estás por debajo, la volatilidad se considera contrayéndose. Cuando tienes este tipo de líneas azules, quiere decir que es periodo de volatilidad en 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 periodos de ello. Y luego pones una línea del 15%, que es justamente esta línea que están viendo acá, y cada que la volatilidad expande y está por encima del promedio, cuenta como una expansión de volatilidad. Esta expansión de volatilidad nos llevó literalmente los $70,000 hasta los $108,000 y ahora se está dando la vuelta, así que atentos acá lo que se está dando. Otra cosa que estoy viendo acá, si solamente seguimos teoría de vela, y lo pueden ver, sí, este ya es mi gráfico sucio, correcto. Y lo pueden ver acá con mi gráfico sucio, el 92 es 92,547, además de que ahí tengo una línea también memera, es una zona bastante importante para el precio. Si llegamos a perder esto, hay aire hasta los $83,000 en esta tabla. Vamos rápidamente a la semanal. En la semanal, y les voy a pintar esto, la semanal vemos que nuestra volatilidad deja de expander y ahora está yendo literalmente para abajo y está contrayéndose por debajo del promedio en 77.38%. Acá, además de eso, tenemos, déjenme quito el HPDR y esto, tenemos lo que Farhan no considera una vela envolvente bajista. Yo sí lo considero una vela envolvente bajista, siguiendo teoría de vela. Una vela envolvente bajista ocupa todo el precio de una vela, pero le hubiera gustado más ver el cuerpo cerrar por debajo de los 94,263 para considerarlo. Para mí esto va solamente a tener validez y le estoy poniendo atención si llegas a tener un cierre por debajo de la vela. Y debajo de la vela es aquí abajo, en 91,900. Si empiezas a ver cierres semanales debajo de 91,900, probablemente vaya a dar continuación y favorecer el movimiento para abajo. Pero pueden ver que el promedio del 9 está justamente acá en nuestra tabla semanal, que coincide también con este nivel que tenemos por acá puesto en los 89,800. Así que lo pueden ver por ahí. Vamos rápido acercándonos un poco más a la de 3 días. En la de 3 días estamos viendo no hay un setup de volatilidad. Lo voy a quitar. Perdón, estoy dibujando como siempre. Voy a poner HPDR para que puedan ver esto. Nos rechazó el 9 y ahora estamos aquí abajo, lo que nos da una probabilidad de ir al 91,409. Y de ahí, pues, habría continuación, pero esa continuación de nuevo nos lleva a esos números muy bajistas que todo el mundo ve. Esta línea también coincide, esta línea meme en diagonal también coincide con dónde está el promedio la media de la zona azul, que está en 101,316. Y lo voy a quitar de acá porque quiero enseñarles algo. Ok. Simplemente quiero que vean esta estructura. Para mí, esto fue mi fin de semana, darme cuenta de que esto iba a tener la ruptura, el retesteo, caer, y ahora está retesteando la 9. Para mí, esta zona, justamente donde está esta línea meme roja, $90,000, se me hace que es lo que va a aguantar. No hemos retesteado el promedio del 21 desde octubre del 2024 en la de 3 días. Ahí se me hace que podemos aguantar justamente acá en los 90,000. Eso, para mí, la jugada que nos daría Bitcoin es sencilla. Te tira, hace a todo el mundo pensar que ya nos vamos a ir. Y también puede jugar, o sea, puedes ver el 89 en los números 88, pero si no cierra por ahí, no hay pedo. Y de acá ver otra vez, otra subidongo por acá, y de ahí podrías ver continuación a la baja o tal vez un máximo histórico relativamente cercano a este. Podría ser por ahí de máximo 118, 120. y de ahí darse la vuelta ya por fin, sería fin de ciclo, etcétera. Lo que nosotros pensamos es que en esta justa zona hay una oportunidad de un long bastante bueno, porque tu invalidación de toda estructura alcista está, le puedes usar esta vela, la de los 88,642 o jugártela hasta acá en los 86,776. Pero estando acá en los altos 89, bajos 90,000, te da una alta probabilidad de que esto simplemente sea esto y dé continuación a lo que estamos viendo. Vamos a la diaria. En la diaria, esto es algo que me preocupa a mí personalmente. No hemos tenido un cruce del 9 bajo el 21 y les voy a enseñar desde cuándo. Acá. Esto fue en octubre también. Y en octubre duró nada. Así que esta es la primera vez que vemos eso desde entonces. Y es simplemente algo de que estar preocupados. También puedes ver que aquí está el 55 en los 91. Esta es la zona que queremos que aguante. Básicamente, esta zonilla por acá. Ahora, cuando volteamos a ver Bitcoin, ¿no? Estamos viendo que en altas temporalidades, en la anual y la trimestral se ve bien, en la mensual empieza a verse bajista, en la diaria, en todas estas otras temporalidades más cortas se ve bajista, que es lo que te agarra por mal parado. Y ahora podemos ver que la dominancia de Tether está dando el rebote del que tanto hemos hablado y va a ir a buscar esta zona de los 468, tal vez los 511. Vamos a ver dónde se cansa exactamente, pero encontramos confluencia en esta zona del 468. La dominancia de Tether también lo que puede hacer ahorita es ir a hacer básicamente esto, volver a intentar bajar, crear un nuevo mínimo y de ahí irse a dar una vuelta por acá. Es algo que no nos sorprendería. Es cosa de mantener un ojo también en la dominancia de Tether para poder ver exactamente dónde va el movimiento. Por ahora, lo más fácil de mantener es esto en la semanal, ver si vas a pasar el promedio del 21. De ahí eso te da un movimiento bastante potente. Ve el tamaño. Por más chico que se vea, es un 10% al 55%, pero la zona de confluencia alta es donde el 100 y el S&P 200 se están juntando y eso es un 16% en el 5.5%. Si eso llega a pasar, la corrección de Bitcoin tendría que ser mucho más profunda. Algo que a mí me lleva el chile es esto del dólar. La fuerza que trae el dólar, pero bueno, eso ya es parte de mis teorías conspiranoicas, así que no. Importante, simplemente tener tus niveles, yo los pondría así tal cual, como los tengo puestos, y esperar a ver qué pasa. Esperemos que aguante el promedio del 9, juega con el promedio del 9 y tienes esta vela acá en 89,445, que es básicamente una entrada en los 90 con una invalidación de $500, con un 10X, nada mal, con $1,000, pierdes un 8%, pero le puedes ganar bastante si es que se llega a dar ese rebote que nadie está esperando en este momento, ya que todo el mercado está bajista. Aunque personalmente sí creo que se vea un poco como que la tendencia está valiendo madres, pero lo que sí sabemos es que Bitcoin no cae luego. Entonces, vamos a ver qué exactamente se da. Vamos a jugarla paso a paso, damas y caballeros, y ahora tenemos los Solamis. De acuerdo al gran Farn. Who's got the Solamis?
Alex was going to do Solana. I'll do AMD.
Alrighty.
The advanced micro devices.
Let's actually see how Sol is looking. And so,
didn't you just do Bitcoin?
Yeah, I did technically do Bitcoin, but you did it first, so it's okay.
Yeah, so then I'll do AMD, and then you can do Sol, no? Or you can do Sol first.
Whatever you guys want. I don't think
it's already on the banner. It's okay. I can do it.
Let's do it.
So on the 2-day here, we see here we're at the EMA 100, so it just kind of solidifies why either this can wick a little lower, but you're going to generally want this not to lose it on a 2-day. So for now, it's looking okay. I mean, we've had a nice reaction so far of 2.2%, but 6 hours left to go, and this easily can lose it. And if it does lose it, then yeah, that'll be pretty detrimental because the next target here would be the SMA 200, which is right around that 147. And then also the daily here. We can see that would be technically, for me, if you're gauging the daily, which for these altcoins, it's a little harder when you're doing it on like a daily or lower. Would technically mean that, you know, we're probably going to reject around here, means the 2-day doesn't hold the EMA 100. And then at that point, that's at 175. So then you have to start looking for possibly a wick down to 167. And so how we could interpret that is maybe the daily does hold that EMA 100. Maybe Bitcoin does end up going a little lower. So therefore, then we wick and break these lows here. But, you know, we only go as far we only go as far as to the SMA 200 on the daily, and then quickly gets bought back up. That would make a lot of sense, and also would chop out a lot of people. You know, they would front run this. We also see we extend this meme line on the daily here. That kind of is coming in closer to that meme line, which was the last previous breakout zone before Sol trekked its way all the way up to 264. That'd be a very altcoin thing for me, at least, to see. All the way down, wicks down, hits 167, but on the 2-day never loses that EMA 100 and closes back above it. Would make a lot of sense to me. Let's check to see how the weekly is looking. We can see here the weekly actually, you know, is right around telling the same story. So now we're at that weekly 21. I don't see why Sol won't go to this weekly EMA 34, right around 170 to 169. Which just, in my opinion, ties into what we're saying, which could mean that, you know, we actually go to that daily SMA 200, which is still a little lower. Let's see how low from current price action. You know, still 9.69% from current price action. So, I mean, that still is a nice flush out. Anyone on a 10x or above gets liquidated before possibly this grinds out some kind of bottom. Which then lines up with the last stand for me when you gauge it on the weekly is that EMA 34. Losing that then would give us that next target closer to that EMA 100, which is right now at $120, which would be pretty detrimental for Sol actually to go that low, considering, you know, just a few weeks ago it was at $264. And I was talking about targets of, you know, closer to $500 if we could reclaim and hold this on like a weekly 260. And we can see we was not able to do that. And we know that this was an area too that you should be cautious about, not scaling max longs until we actually get that trend flip, which is 2 to 3 closures back above, because you don't want to be longing previous all-time high resistance. It was looking good, but, you know, we still talked about that pretty heavily. You just don't want to be the guy longing the all-time high from a previous cycle. You want this to actually prove to you that it's flipping it, and then we can talk about those higher targets. But until then, you know, resistance held. Sol's had a very aggressive dump, and I do personally think we can come a little lower, but I'm gauging this zone here as an area of opportunity. And how you easily could trade this too is you would essentially want to start looking for maybe low leverage longs here, right around 167 to 169. And at that point, you can have a stop closer to that 155 level. That to me would make a lot of sense. Why? Because you just don't want these lows to get taken. If these lows get broken while we're losing that weekly 34, while then the daily as well as losing that SMA 200, then yeah, you're really going to have to start looking for a lot lower on Sol, which easily could come in closer to that 120, if not closer to that 136 level. Which is still pretty big if we're at 184 now. Let's see how the monthly is looking on Sol. Oh, look at that. So we even see here that monthly 9 is actually coming in. If I delete this and I delete this, it's actually coming in right around that 166 level. So no matter how you look at it currently, Sol looks like it wants to go lower. I wouldn't really be personally betting on, if you look at the weekly here, this low to hold at 176. I'd actually be watching really closely right around that 166 to 169 level. Because on all time frames, we're seeing that even like on a daily here, where we see that SMA 200 is right around where personally that monthly 9 is, which is a very, very, very strong area of support for Sol. Each time we've gone to that monthly 9, it's always acted as an opportunity. And I don't see why this time would be different, especially with what we know with Sol, with Tether dominance potentially rejecting this area soon. Could just tie into what I was seeing on Bitcoin, which is Sol's actually going to get some kind of bigger bounce here soon, but it easily still could go lower. We go and view the Sol BTC chart. We even see here it's monthly 34. It's coming in right around that 17772 level. which is telling me, again, if you gauge how I view these EMAs, right, we're kind of like at the last stand when we're at this 34. We see here the meme line caught us and we bounced. So either we're going to hold this 21, or in my opinion, just close under the 21, and then possibly into next month, if not already before this closes in 8 days, we do tap this 34. But then to me, that makes sense for that to get some kind of bounce as well, especially with what we know is Sol USD, Tether dominance, and also Bitcoin approaching like an area of, support and also a bigger bounce zone. Do you think it'd be wise to be gauging that EMA 34 in the monthly as well? You can see here volatility is still coming down. This is the lowest the monthly volatility on Sol BTC has ever had, essentially. So that is something to know. We see here that weekly SMA 200 is probably the next target as long as we're under that EMA 100, which again just ties in on why I do think Sol BTC can come a little lower, which probably means Sol USDT comes down a little lower. The question just will be if these areas actually hold or spring us up and give us a bigger bounce while everyone's getting, rightfully so, quite bearish on Sol. I mean, it was not looking good. If we go here to the Sol ETH, it still looks topped, as Bitcoin as Farin mentioned. Farin's not Bitcoin. As Farin mentioned, the Sol ETH on the,
as far as you know.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Who knows? Is looking quite topped. I mean, this is the top candle if I've ever seen one personally. And if we just go to the monthly here, it's looking horrendous, and we're getting the follow through. So that isn't a good sign. We see here that we are at some area of support though on Sol ETH. Personally, I do think this is topped. So this is gonna mean that ETH is gonna, basically do better than Sol. It doesn't mean that the Sol Tether pairing can't get a bounce, of course. And so what we see here with this monthly and what we see with Sol USDT, I'd be very keen to just watch closely the reaction. We have a lot of, areas of confluence slightly under this support zone. So it makes sense for Sol to get one more flush down before possibly getting a bigger bounce. I'm curious to see where we're at in terms of HBDR. You can see here that 618 is perfectly lined up with that EMA 100. We're bouncing off the 50% now, and so we'll have to see if we get back above the 382. That could be just like a welcoming sign for bulls in the sense that, we could just start consolidating in the blue zone again. Let me see here. Oh, wait, no. One thing to note too on that 2 week is we are about to actually we are expanding. So, this is expanding and we are in that bearish structure. This easily can flip bullish, but that would mean that, in my opinion, this 2 week would need to close back above, especially that 9, but also the median. So call it like 263, which at that point is the top of this channel here that we were talking about on Sol BTC, that we just kept getting these fake breakouts. Fell back in, fake breakouts, fell back in, and now we're actually breaking down. We did talk about a channel here. I deleted it. On this, we're getting that channel breakdown. Now, I do still think, though, that, ideally we can get one more flush out, but that also is going to be when we have a fresh Sol BTC Hamas setup, or I guess this would be technically the Nagasaki setup, with the lowest 2 week volatility we've ever had, now expanding in this bearish posturing, with Sol BTC losing all major moving averages, taking that 55 off. The next support zone for me is that 618, which is right around that EMA 100. And a mean reversion bounce can happen, and we easily can get a bigger bounce back up to the 382, especially if not to possibly that 34. But with the trend down now, and also we have a volatility Nagasaki setup, this means that Sol is going to be weak against Bitcoin as well, very, very weak. The weekly here too is expanding. We're losing that EMA 100 on the weekly. We're rallying up to that 618. So this should be some kind of rejection zone, if not all the way back up to that 50%, which does line up with that weekly 9. Losing that weekly 9 was just a terrible sign for Sol BTC. That's kind of what exacerbated the move down. And now losing that EMA 100 on Sol BTC is definitely not a good sign. Sol BTC likes to be above that. It gets nice rallies above it, and when we're below it, that's kind of where bears have full control. And you have to start looking at the next target being closer to that SMA 200, if not all the way to the 778.6, which is around 100,16735. Still a pretty sizable move on Sol BTC here of like 15%, or at minimum 1111. So you can take that however you want, but how I'm interpreting that is Bitcoin against Sol, Bitcoin's going to outperform. ETH against Sol, ETH's now going to outperform. And so that's kind of telling me that, yeah, the strength in Sol Tether is definitely going to be a lot weaker than what we've seen all year long, where, Sol's kind of been that lagging indicator, which again, it still was, even to the downside. Sol was looking pretty abhorrent before we actually started to come down on Bitcoin. Just like it was in the bull market, looking very good. And so now I don't think we're going to get these big moves on Sol anymore, relative to like Bitcoin and ETH. But I do think that we still can get a nice move on Sol. It's definitely a tradable bounce, even at going all the way back up to that weekly 9, which you got lost last week, would still mean that's a 10% move. 2x your account on 10x leverage, if done right. So there is good volatility. I just think that Sol is going to be just a lot more weaker going into 2025 than what a lot of people are used to. But for now, I do think Sol, I'll stay on that camp, is going to go to that 168. We'll call it 166 to 169. I do believe that's going to happen. I think you easily can line that up with that monthly 9 right around 166. I do think that we easily can dump there. And then at that point, try to get some bigger bounce. You'll want to actually get back above 204, 205. Then you can argue we're going to be in a new range. That 204 is support, resistance, 216. And we easily could consolidate there for many months if we get that, and just causing this monthly here to give us that actual volatility setup as it keeps resetting below 15%. It's approaching it, still has time to go, and consolidating would probably start resetting this. And then we can possibly start talking about maybe still getting a lot bigger bounce if this monthly starts firing off after going under 15%, but we get that kind of bullish consolidation, which for now, granted, it's not really much bullish about this chart other than that monthly 9, which has been acting as support through and through since Sol reclaimed it back here at $25. Anytime we've gone under it, it's just like anytime you've bidded that was a good opportunity, because in the next month we went up to 164. And at that point, we went all the way up to 184. And you guys know what happened. We just broke out. That's why gauging those monthly 9s are important, in my opinion, before getting too overly bearish, because we easily could get like a bounce from there, and then we easily could go back up to like $200, in my opinion, if not closer to, like 215, 216.
I myself was waiting for 168 this weekend, 167, whatever the fuck it was, and he just never tapped it. And he just keeps going to what's the range? No, it's at 176. So yeah, I'm waiting on the exactly 160 sums, and he's just not coming yet.
I think it will, though. I just think we'll probably need this 2-day to close, and then ideally, then we can like get a nasty 2-day into this zone 168, and then that'll just act as like a bear trap, and we'll just end up.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm a buyer at $25.
Yeah, I mean, if we get that, let's see. If this monthly starts firing off and we're bearish, then yeah, I mean, we easily could go back to, $107. I mean, that would be pretty bad. $25 would just be. I don't think that'll ever happen again.
Retest the breakout.
Yeah, we just retest this zone here. Goddamn. Anyways, yeah, I mean, personally though, I do think that's gonna get hit. I like when I see a chart like this, I really don't see why bears wouldn't just take it to this 9. I mean, that still is a pretty nice percentage move from here too. I mean, they got shorts they want to get paid out of 10%. I still think that Bitcoin's going to go down a little bit more. I do think Tether dominance can bounce, and this all could just play into that scenario. But as long as that 2-day EMA 100 is holding, it is doing exactly what we want it to do, which is hold and then get a bounce from there. So that's why I do think that pullback scenario is not going to happen today, just based on how this 2 days looking, and I could be wrong. I do think we're going to end up closing this 2-day green, and then the next 2 days going to open up. We'll have to see where the 786 moves. Maybe it moves close to that 169. But then I do believe that zone here will act as a nice opportunity. And when you're longing Sol, you really can't be like, oh, this is going to outperform ETH and Bitcoin, because it's definitely not the case. But it still can move up. All the algos are still tied to Bitcoin. And so if I believe that Bitcoin's approaching an area of interest here soon on the weekly here, then it would be dumb for me not to assume that Sol is also going to approach an area of interest, which for me just has to be taken closer to that weekly 34, that 2-week 21 here. We're still above the 2-week median as well. And then also that monthly 9. That'd be wise to do that as at least, because then you can start gauging that 166 with a stop closer to like 155. If we end up breaking this breakout's low, we're probably going to end up breaking down, and then that's where I'm getting closer to that 130s, 136, like 120 area, and then at that point, yeah, we'll just have to wait for a bounce and see if that EMA 9 on the monthly rejects us, giving us that easy short opportunity close to around this zone. But until then, I'm going to be looking at that as support, because that is what's been happening through and through on on Sol, sorry. Yeah, and so that's it, really. That's all I see on Sol. It's not looking the best, but it's definitely not in the place where you want to start shorting it here. And I do think that, just like every altcoin, it's very predatory and dirty dances. And I think people think that the bottom's going to hold right at the 2-day EMA 100. And that just seems too easy to me. So I don't see why we wouldn't go down a little bit lower, take all those stops out, take the guys that are longing now out before trekking up. And that could line up with our 91K Bitcoin.
Yeah, it seems to be just right in the middle to fuck you. Like, you come in, you do a long right now, it'll go down. You do a short, it's not going to go as low as you think, and that's just perfect fuckery right now for crypto.
Yeah,
amazing. Thank you, sir.
Sure.
Vale, vamos a visitar Solamis, damas y caballeros, la moneda favorita del tío Salo en Web3. En Solamis ¿saben qué? Déjenme veo la de 6 meses. Nunca la analizamos. Por cierto, también tomen Lumen. No se les olvide, drinklumen.com. Usen código ALE25. No sé si todavía exista 25% de descuento. Eso les juro que no tenía idea que iba a pasar. Ok. Estamos viendo los Solamis en este momento en la tabla de 6 meses. Esta va a cerrar en 8 días y 6 horas. Nunca habíamos tenido un cierre arriba de los 170. Relativamente hablando, este cierre no va a ser tan potente si es que cierra por acá. This is interesting. This is a 6-month chart on Solana. The highest close before was 170, and it seems like the highest close right now, it's at 185. But if Alex's theory goes right, like it does what the 169, you're basically closing at the same size as this, if that happens in between now and 8 days.
And then just retesting on the new open, possibly those highs flipping the support.
Yeah. Interesting.
I have another theory as well on Sol BTC. Check out the weekly and go to the macro, zoom everything out.
Sol BTC, go to the weekly, and then you have a kind of like a volatility setup. All right.
Zoom it all out together. We're reaching a very, very, very significant area on Sol BTC, where you see that lower high back in the 2021 cycle.
Lower high 2021. This one?
No, the one before that. After that?
This one.
The one after that. Keep going again to the right, and then go down. Right in this area where we made that bottom, we're approaching that area again. Keep going a little bit lower. The bottom.
This one?
Yeah, a little bit to the left.
Right here?
Yeah, a little bit to the right. To the right. To the right. To the right. Right there. We're approaching this area, this consolidation area right here. Could be a very significant support area for Sol BTC. No, the closing basis, not the wick.
I see it.
Okay, so you would move it all the way down here.
Yeah, I see it. Interesting.
Oh, go, as my Chinese friends would say.
As Tony would say from LC Science.
Exactly.
Solana.
Oh, wow. This is a great spot because you're totally right. Price seems to never well, if it comes down, everything is fucked, right?
Yeah.
But if it bounces up, I mean, this took us to all-time highs. It's just we're never going back here, Sol BTC, simply because of the amount of Solanas that are being created every single year. It's got an inflation rate of 8%.
Other cryptocurrencies, they have good green and red candles, but their green and red candles don't shine as bright as the Solana green and red candles. And you can exchange the lines. You just unplug one and put another one in, and it shines just as bright. Only from LC Solana.
Let's do it. Ok, justamente nos acaba de poner esto Farhan. Vamos a eliminar todo el ruido. Ponemos Solana Bitcoin. Solana Bitcoin no va a tener nuevos altos históricos porque Solana nunca va a valer más que Bitcoin. Y Solana es emitido a un rate de 8% de inflación anual compuesto. Esto quiere decir que hay 8% de nuevas monedas entrando al mercado cada año. Ahora, eso era lo que era la última vez que chequeé, hace un año, a 2 años. No sé si todavía continúa ese mismo rate exponencial, pero me parece que sí, simplemente viendo esto y considerando que Solana hizo un alto histórico en market cap de casi el doble y apenas logró romper el alto histórico literal. Entonces, con eso dicho y hecho, por eso no estás viendo a Solana romper estos altos, porque aquí fue cuando había menos Solanas en contra de Bitcoin por ese valor y por eso valía tanto. Pero lo que Farhan anota es este punto de la línea verde es un punto clave para el precio de Solamis, porque abajo de esto los dumperoos se ponen potentes, pero arriba es cuando es básicamente alcista, bajista. Y este punto está en el punto 001874, para que lo tengan todos ustedes presente. Que es interesante, estamos justamente en soporte. No nos molestaría, porque lo ha hecho varias veces, pueden ver cómo ha roto falsamente, básicamente a la baja, esta línea y luego la vuelve a recuperar. No nos preocuparía si llegas a hacer esto, pero no tienes un cierre, da absolutamente igual, aunque Solana sería probablemente a la mierda por ese periodo de tiempo. Pero por ahora queremos que esta zona aguante. Algo que a mí no me gusta es que estás teniendo estos cierres aquí abajo. Bueno, mínimo tuviste uno.
Really sorry, but there's also potential bullish divergence on the weekly for Sol BTC.
Oh, y también tenemos una posible divergencia alcista. What do we need to do?
You'd have to
above this?
No, you'd have to close above 0.0025223.
Dude, that's basically up here.
Yeah, you have to close above 0.0025223. That would confirm the bullish divergence, and that would send it back to the current cycle highs.
All right. Well, this one's far away, Farhan. I'm sorry. I don't know if I'm going to be able to consider it, but I will pass along the message to everyone.
Yeah, just something that's a possibility. It has not even been close to being confirmed yet.
Yeah, of course. Okay. Y también estamos encontrando que en el RSI hay una divergencia oculta alcista en Solana, en Solana Bitcoin, pero para esto tenemos que literalmente llegar a este wick que están viendo acá, y ese es un movimiento de... Ahora, cosas más locas han pasado. Es un movimiento de 27% nada más. You only need a 27% move up to confirm it. Solamente 27% para confirmarla. Esta divergencia alcista, así que por ahora estamos viendo altos más bajos y estamos rompiendo bajos más bajos. Yo creo que la línea en la arena también está acá. Definitivamente no nos gustaría ver nada bajo el punto 0018 en esta relación de monedas. Ahora, yendo a los Solamis de vuelta, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo? ¿Rompimos ya estructura bajista? No, en mi opinión este es un punto muy fuerte a aguantar, tal cual donde estamos ahorita, porque eso nos pone debajo de esta zona que están viendo justamente acá, nos lleva a los cierres de esta zona, y esto era soporte, y después se volvió resistencia, después se volvió soporte, y ahora ¿qué tiene cara de resistencia? Más o menos por acá. Voy a poner la vela y podemos ver que estamos por encima de... Este es un punto bastante importante para mí en el precio de los Solamis. Si estamos por encima, nos va a dar dirección más alcista que bajista, pero por ahora estamos literalmente apenas respirando por encima de esa zona, así que atentos a ellos. Ok, eso dicho y hecho, ¿vieron la vela de 6 meses? ¿Vimos la de 3 meses, sí o no? No, no vimos la de 3 meses y queríamos ver si teníamos algún cero por acá bonito listo de volatilidad. También algo importante, the quarterly is going to close lower than before. It's a lower close on the quarterly if we close as is.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which, you know, just something to take a note.
If we get a lower low, then that would confirm the downtrend.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because that's looking like a liquidity grab from that last high.
Yeah, this one, absolutely.
Yeah.
Y acá estamos haciendo algo interesante en la tabla de Solana. Estamos teniendo un cierre por debajo, si es que se llega a dar, ¿no? Faltan 8 días y 6 horas para este cierre trimestral, por debajo del pasado alto. Y esto te está dando cierres más bajos y tendríamos que esperar a ver cuándo podemos romper un cierre de 202 en esa siguiente vela. Simplemente algo que notar y anotar, ¿ok? No hay nada en volatilidad en Solamis en esta temporalidad, así que ni le vamos a jugar. Y ahora vamos a la mensual, la buena. En la mensual sí tuvimos nuestro cierre pasado en los 237, que fue el cierre más alto que ha tenido los Solamis. Y ahora estamos una vez más por debajo a esta zona que, una vez más, es muy importante para mí. Y pueden ver por qué. Solana en el ciclo del 2021 subió esta por 1, 2 y la perdió en la tercera vela. Aquí hizo un flechazo, un mechazo. Entonces podríamos considerar 4 oportunidades y después caer. Y acá tuvimos 1, caímos, 2, 3, 4 oportunidades y ahorita estamos todavía por encima. Así que interesante ponerlo y anotarlo. Aquí voy a sacar también mi promedio del 5, que está justamente en la línea del 184. Si perdemos los 184 en cierres acá, me empezaría a sentir que Solana va para abajo. Voy a prender mi HPDR para empezar a ver qué tenemos por acá. Y estamos en la zona azul. Eso es bastante bueno. Estamos en la zona azul y aparte estamos justamente cayendo a donde está la media. La media está en los 187.78, estamos en 185.39. Definitivamente queremos cerrar esta vela mensual en 8 días por encima de los 187.78 esta. Porque si no y somos rechazados, vamos a ir a buscar primero el promedio del 9 que está en los 166, que es donde nosotros pensamos que vamos a probablemente encontrar una oportunidad para un rebote. Alrededor de los 165, 66 a 68, creemos que va a haber oportunidad de un rebote bastante saludable para poder ir a buscar o tal vez nuevos máximos, los máximos que creamos, o mínimo un rebote lo suficientemente sustancial para poder hacer una buena cantidad de dinero en él. Pero esa zona va a ser acá. Si no aguantamos esa zona, va a ser un poco lo mismo con Bitcoin. Si no aguantamos la zona de los 90 y nos vamos para abajo, probablemente esto vaya a tomar mucho más tiempo de lo que estamos esperando y sea hayamos visto ya el pico local. Y ahora el pico local puede tomar 4 o 6 meses en volverse a retomar, ¿no? Como lo ha hecho últimamente Bitcoin, por ejemplo, o básicamente cualquier cosa, pero también podría ser el principio de una tendencia bajista. Así que estamos al pendientes en todo esto y de nuevo estamos jugando paso a paso este juego, damas y caballeros. La parte alta de la media está en 311. Esto va a bajar con el cierre en 8 días. Vamos a estar al pendiente y la parte baja está en 112 y esto va, me imagino, a también reajustarse. ¿Hay algún setup de volatilidad? Absolutamente no, pero la volatilidad está bajando al punto más bajo que ha llegado en toda su historia. De aquí nos vamos a la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas vemos, estamos por debajo del promedio del 9. Tenemos esta vela más o menos topera, no es una vela topera oficial, pero este cierre no lo confirmó, pero este cierre sí confirmaría el breakdown de esta zona. Ahora, estando por debajo del 9, tu siguiente parada van a ser los 163, de acuerdo a la de 2 semanas, y fallando eso, 144. Llegamos a 144, estamos cocinados. Probablemente esto vaya a darse una vuelta por esta zona de los 110, 120 dólares, que es lo que seguimos viendo una y otra vez. Ahora, ¿habrá un setup de volatilidad para nosotros? En realidad, tuvimos este setup de volatilidad, pero la volatilidad ya se dio la vuelta. Este fue el máximo que logró acá. Entonces, la expansión de volatilidad está entre estos dos y puedes ver que ahora estamos corrigiendo, por lo que básicamente es invalidado este cero en mis ojos. de volatilidad. Vámonos a la semanal. En la semanal estamos viendo, no, volatilidad está en contracción. Estamos perdiendo la parte baja del canal. Importante poder aguantar los 182.53, que es la zona azul. Y probablemente veamos un rebote a los 224. Primera parada serían los 202. Ahora, no cerramos acá. Vamos a ir a empezar a buscar esta zona de los 174 y muy probablemente donde está nuestro promedio del 55 en los 150. Interesante. ¿Qué más notamos? Que otra vez, esta es la zona importante para nosotros, fue justamente con este gráfico que lo dibujamos al principio. Vamos a poner la de 2 días, que esta para Alex es la que nos cuenta la historia mamonescamente. Vemos que literalmente estamos por debajo de todo, el 9 y el 21 se están cruzando en la de 2 días a la baja. La media del canal abruptamente nos rechazó y volteada para abajo está en los 216. Estamos en la zona del 61.8%. Nos gustaría poder cerrar arriba de $187 y si no, muy probablemente vayamos a visitar esta zona donde está el promedio de los 100, el EMA 100. Se los voy a poner acá para que puedan verlo mejor. Y el EMA 100 básicamente nos tiene que aguantar o podemos definitivamente bajar rápidamente del promedio del 100 en huicazos. Pero si lo llegamos a perder y empezamos a cerrar por debajo, probablemente vayamos a ir a visitar esta zona de los 140, que es donde está el S&P 200. El S&P 200 en la de 2 días no lo hemos tocado desde acá, en octubre del 2023 con el setup de Hamas. Y no sería nada bienvenido irlo a buscar, por lo que esperemos que el promedio del 100 nos pueda aguantar por ahí y eso sea clave. Aunque estamos viendo debilidad justamente en este cruce del 9 y el 21 a la baja, estamos por debajo del 55 y nos está aguantando el 100. Diaria. Uy, estamos a punto. Dude, fucking on the daily, you're about to have a silver cross on this shit to the downside. En la diaria, estamos a punto de tener un cruce plateado a la baja en Solana. Esto nos haría shortear cada que el precio toque la 9. Ahora, la 9 está en 197. Hay una invalidación bastante corta en los 202. Para esto es una jugada de bastante alto riesgo. Para mí, la jugada más sencilla sería que aguantemos y apostemos a aguantar el promedio de los 200 acá. Esto es lo que creo y corresponde también a nuestro análisis con Bitcoin, de que tal vez el escenario que todo el mundo cree, es más, ¿saben qué? Aquí está. Déjenme, se los pongo enfrente a todos ustedes. Voy a mover esto para yo poderlo ver bien. All right, Solana is trading at 185, 33% down from its peak at 264. It's held at 200-day EMA at 175 and retest a key triangle pattern indicating potential for a rally if it stays above 180. Así que básicamente los Solamis nos están contando un poco de la misma historia que Bitcoin, pero a la inversa. I was going to say, this is the inverse of Bitcoin, right? Because this is telling us that this shit's going to find a bounce right here. If we're just applying the same science, this should work exactly the way you said. Esto funcionaría a la inversa de lo que están diciendo con Bitcoin, lo que también nos haría pensar que tal vez alt season se haya ido a la mierda, que Bitcoin vaya a aguantar y ahora sí que Solamis y todas las demás se vayan al piso. Personalmente pondría mi línea roja justamente acá para todos ustedes en los 166, donde está el promedio del 200, 167. Si perdemos este promedio, mi siguiente línea en la arena sería el 155. Perdemos eso y esto está cocinado y se van a ir a los 100, 110 tranquilamente. Así que Solana no nos está dando ningún setup interesante. El setup con la expansión de volatilidad acá es a la baja y todavía no se da vuelta y continúa subiendo. Está en 88.44%. Así que atentos a esto. Solamis tiene cara de que definitivamente mínimo quiere ir a esta zona. Atentos. Tu invalidación de todo esto, de nuevo, muy importante, la zona de los 184.17. 184 planos, puedes ponerla. Empezamos a cerrar más ahí. Probablemente vayamos a ver este número, el 167. Si no aguantamos ahí, va más para abajo. Si podemos empezar a cerrar por encima de esto, definitivamente queremos estar por encima de los 209, que coincide también con la relación de Sol BTC en la que Farhan nos estaba diciendo que eso nos daría una divergencia alcista, pero por ahora, Solamis se ve bajista. I'm ready for AMD, son.
Oopsies, I was actually muted, but I caught it very quickly.
I saw.
I forgot to unmute myself on the Discord one time, and I was going on the town hall for like 2 or 3 minutes, and I checked the comments, and they're like, "You're muted. You're muted."
It's the fucking worst. I don't think there's anything worse than doing that.
Because this one guy goes, "It wouldn't be me if I wasn't muted at least once."
At least they know. At least they know.
They're catching on. Bitcoin is continuing the nice little dumpski.
The one that worries me is Solamis, because Solamis, like I said, ran first in my view.
Yeah, the thing that gives me a little bit of hopium, because I like to try to find the hopium wherever I can, is that we're at that consolidation zone where we initially had our like massive nuke back in 2021 before we went to $8.
Yeah. Hopefully this.
Sir, what happened to $5?
Huh? What happened to
I was about to be one of those guys, bring up one of those guys saying, "Sir, what happened to $5?"
Oh no, on Solamis, I said he was going to go to $1, so I missed it by 7.
Oh damn! Only $7. How dare you miss it by $7?
By the way, can I tell you something? I was just thinking about this because I'm traumatized from the 2021 cycle. There's a dude that said that in 2024, Bitcoin was going to reach $184,000, $180,000. Let's leave it at that. Right? $180,000. He made shirts saying, "I was right." Are we closer to 180 from the all-time highs, or are we closer from $15,000 to $5,000 on Bitcoin? What's
significantly closer? Significantly closer.
Really? It seems like I'm a way better analyst than that dude then.
But whenever you're wrong to the downside, people hate that shit because they take it like you personally want them to be poor.
Yeah.
Like, sorry, I'm not the one who told you to 10x your entire net worth into Bitcoin at the top. All right.
Fun.
So AMD on the quarterly. What I like about the quarterly on AMD is that we have a lot of data, so the HPDR does populate. Love to see it whenever we see data on the quarterly. Actually, we're about to close a yearly candle. I'll pull that one up too. I should probably add the 6-month and the yearly to my favorite, so I don't have to keep doing this.
Probably.
God, that is a disgusting yearly candle. Sheesh.
That's the yearly? Hang on. Oh, oof. Even on the 6-month, what you're actually seeing is just an official breakdown. This shit's like cooked.
We've tapped the 88.3% on the yearly. The only other time we ever even got that high was back in the initial run back in 1983. Holy shit. And then how much did we dump? I'm just curious. Oh, just a calm 91%, no big deal.
Super chill.
And right now on the yearly, momentum is starting to break down. We hit 100% on that initial 2019-2020 rally when everybody started like rushing to the stores to buy AMD graphics cards for mining Ethereum before Vitalik kind of like shit on them and made all of their multi-$1,000 investments worthless by switching to proof of stake. There was one point where like a $500 AMD graphics card was trading for over $2,500, and then people were buying them for over $2,000. After proof of stake, those graphics cards they paid over $2,000 for were trading at like $300.
Oh, so not only did they lose their money on Ethereum, they also lost their money on their graphic cards. Great.
It was great for gamers though, because people who actually like to play games were able to buy them off the cheap.
For so cheap, yeah.
Didn't happen with Nvidia though. So now on momentum, it's breaking down. It's about to exit into the bullish from the bullish control. Volatility is starting to shifting back up, and this is going to be a very, very dirty setup where momentum is going to break below the bullish control with volatility shifting up, and we get a close like this. I would say that we'd get a reconnect with the 5 EMA, but since we're rejecting from the 88.3%, we're flipping down momentum from such high levels. Volatility is flipping back up from about like 55 or 60%. It's not likely that we're going to stop at the 5 EMA. Best case scenario, most hopium I can give is they will come back down somewhere around the 9 EMA to the 50%, which is about like $70 to maybe like $85 area. And even that is how much of a dump from here is more than 50%. Like to the 9 EMA is 31% to the downside. To the 50% is 42% down. And that's the most bullish hopium I can give, because it's likely not going to stop there. Because if it goes back down towards this area, and if wicks anywhere below this 50%, it's going to be coming back down to these previous higher lows here, and there's going to be a significant amount of liquidity here. Because another thing you have to factor in is that whenever a stock or asset, a crypto or any type of asset moves up like this, and then it makes a higher low, people think it's going to continue. So they usually have their stop losses down here at these previous higher lows. And if this breaks, we're going to have a massive liquidation candle. And from here, there's basically thin air until the 38.2%. And 38.2% is sitting at $33.61.
That is insane.
Let's see. Let's just, for shits and giggles, it's a 73% move to the downside.
Yeah.
73% to the downside risk. Whereas if you were to go up, I couldn't really see it going any higher than the 88.3%, because this is a stock. It's not a crypto. So you're risking 73% to the downside to possibly make, that's not that bad, I guess, to make 85%. It's just the probabilities are not in your favor, because you only have an 11.7% chance of that happening, whereas you have a 61.8% chance of this happening. I mean, we are gamblers, but come on, at the end of the day, you just gotta put in some logic into this. And then you switch over to the 6 month. Not only have we lost the median, but now we have 2 rejections of the median. So that gives you a 61.8% chance of coming down to this 21 EMA and the 38.2%, which is at that $70 area. This is going to be the area which absolutely has to hold if this thing is going to stay bullish. My personal opinion, I have nothing to base it off of other than the statistics that we're going to come back down here, is that this area is not going to hold. And I'm going to make sure to say it beforehand. If it doesn't hold, then we're going to go down to the 30s. I'm not saying we're going to go down to the 30s. I'm just saying if this area doesn't hold, my personal bias is it's not going to hold. And then if we look down into our momentum, we're breaking towards a negative area. And about maybe 1 or 2 more candle opens, we're going to be into the bearish control. And now volatility is expanding from extreme lows. It's expanding from 10%. And then if we look over to the Jewel is starting to flip back down, rejecting the critical zone. We've lost the pink. There's no yellow, so we can't really have that on there. But we're about to lose the bullish control zone as well. We've never even been in the bullish control zone on the 6 month. So this is going to be a very significant shift in market structure, where if the Jewel's first rejecting the critical zone and then flipping down and then losing the bullish control zone as well.
That usually bearish as fuck. If you've taught me anything about that, I mean, if it was the other way around, it was coming from the bearish control zone and going up, doing that, I'd be like, that is mega bullish. That looks like it's gonna mega nuke.
Yeah, because the second you lose the bullish control zone, you would usually go down towards the bearish control zone. And on a 6 month, going down to the bearish control zone is how can I put this lightly in French? Le fouc.
Ah, le fouquet. Le fouc.
Le fouquet.
Ah, fouquet.
No barrette.
Losing our minds over here looking at fucking charts.
And then you look on the quarterly, usually one of these indecision, not really hammerhead, but indecision candles that close green is kind of a bottom signal if you were to see it after a move down. You see this on a move up. So you see price went up about, let's just do a little calculation, about 316%. So after price went up 316%, there was indecision and people couldn't decide, the buyers and sellers came at an inflection point where they couldn't really agree on an average fair price. And when that happens after a move up, it's very rare to see that move up continue. Now we're at a very critical support. We're sitting at this bottom meme line. We're sitting at the median, but we're not getting any type of bounce from the median. And we're getting our momentum, rejecting the bullish control, losing the moving average, about to break into negative. Volatility is at 7%. And then you look at the Jewel is starting to curve back around, rejecting this pink, and now it's about to lose the bullish control again. So you're going to see a little bit of a deviation of the bullish control. That takes us to the bearish control. Just like the 6 month is on its way to the bearish control, The 3 month is also maybe 2-3 more candle closures. I'm going to be conservative and say 3. Within 3, it's going to be within the bearish control. And since we're rejecting the pink, what's also going to happen is this yellow is going to start curving down. And you see how close they all are together? Once this yellow crosses below the pink, that's going to be like a Tsar Bomba setup. I don't know if you guys know what that is. That's the largest nuclear bomb ever detonated by Russia.
No.
That's going to be that type of setup. Yeah.
That is a pretty cool name.
Yeah, the Tsar Bomba. It's about 50 megatons. It's not really relevant, but that's a lot.
By the way, do you know that they were saying that all of the old footage of nuclear weapons from the US is all fake? And then
Really?
and then they started playing like all of the the footage again with that context. Like there are things that appear and disappear from frames. There's no structure underneath the houses that they're blowing up. Like the cameras that are filming it, how are they filming it? Like, oh,
They did film it from several miles away though.
Not the ones I'm saying. I'll show you the ones I'm saying. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Actually,
so now
it's really funny.
The median on the quarterly is sitting at $120.72. We have about 8 days to go. So even if we do hold the median on the quarterly close, that's not really the hopium you're looking for, because then what you're looking for is where the median goes. If the median moves up, it's even more fucked because you're going to be below the median. That's going to give you a very high probability of coming down towards the bottom 38.2%, which is again in that $70 area. But then you're going to have lost this 21 EMA. This entire rally since about 2018, we have not lost this 21 EMA. This has been significant support. So once you lose that 21 EMA, which has been significant support, it's going to shift into significant resistance. So possibly I can see it come back down, I guess if you can consider this hopium, come back down to the 70s and then get a little bit of a bounce, go back towards the 21, and even that is going to be a pretty big bounce. This is going to be very tradable. This is about like more than 30% back to the upside. I would look for a rejection at this 21 EMA. And then eventually from there, it's likely to come back down to the 55. And the 55 right now is sitting at just about $60. And since this is going to be testing that silver cross that we made all the way back in 2018, sure, there's a possibility it could bounce there. It's just not very likely. What's more likely is that you get another dead cat bounce back up to this 38.2% at 75, a rejection there. And the ultimate macro bottom I would be looking for would be somewhere around this 100 EMA, assuming this is still bullish on the macro. Because if it's not bullish on the macro, this $40 area is not going to hold, and this is going to get a full breakdown to come back all the way down towards these breakout levels, which is below $20. I'm not saying it's going to go below $20. I'm just saying if this level does not hold in the 40s, then it's very likely it comes back below $20. It does coincide a little bit with the new leading narrative that the move under the Trump administration is switching away from chips towards software.
But you need the chips. Like there's you need the hardware and you need the software.
Yes, but now NVIDIA is kind of doing the chips, and they're doing it much better than AMD are.
I see what you're saying.
So we don't really need a second player in the game. And then also by that point, I think they said it was about 8 years or so before Intel had their chip factory running in the United States. And now on the monthly, we're breaking into the bearish control with volatility flipping back up to support that, which is even more confluence with the idea that we're going to go down to the $75 area before getting a little bit of a lower high bounce. I mean, I'm not saying we're not going to get any bounces in between. They're just not really going to be significant bounces like that one at $75 should be. Then we look at the jewel. The jewel is just about to cross the pink below the yellow, and the momentum oscillator is about to cross into the bearish control zone. Last time we crossed into the bearish control zone was right here back in August of 2022. Let's draw a little vertical line. We were right about here. We dumped another 50% after we entered into the bearish control zone. So if we do 50% from here, that's roughly $70. 2
Well,
week.
that makes sense, right? Because on the yearly, the EMA 9 is at 84.
Yep. And the 50% on the HPDR is at 72.
72. Damn.
2 week is trying to get a little bit of a bounce here. This is where I feel like people are going to start to get really bullish, because it is kind of making a little bit of a swing failure pattern with this flow right here. It's not telling you that it's going to be a bottom. It's just telling you that you're likely to get a little bit of a bounce. And if I'm going to put on my little Pablo Picasso.
Beautiful. I've seen a lot of drawings. People draw a lot of things, beautiful things sometimes.
You guys can
That's not
screenshot
one
this
of them.
and put it and put it in my face if I'm wrong. And let's see if there's any divergences on the HPDR momentum. Over here. Nope, no hopium.
What?
And now the jewel is on the 2 week breaking into the bearish control. Last time we freshly broke into the bearish control was once again on that dump in 2022 when we dropped another 50%. Weekly gives another confluence with that idea of a short-term bounce. Plus, weekly just put in a fresh silver cross to the downside. So we could see a bounce right here, which is likely based off of the 2 week, back up towards this 9 EMA, somewhere around $130. This is going to be, and perfect. You see the 9 EMA lining up beautifully with this 100 EMA and this bottom 38.2%. So this would be the area you would look for a rejection. This is going to be a little bit of like a kind of a risk, because you would have some risk to the upside. If you're wrong, if you short this area, you just put your stop loss right here. You wouldn't be wrong by that much though. Like if you're wrong, you'd be wrong by about 7%. But if you're right, you'd probably make more, about, just to get the exact number, I don't want to bullshit you.
How refreshing.
44%. Right? I'm not bullshitting someone for once.
No, not you. That someone's not trying to bullshit me.
So you're risking 7% if you're wrong. You're making almost 50% if you're right. Pretty good risk to reward in your favor, especially when you have a silver cross to the downside. The trend is down. It's a very, very high probability short in this area. And this 100 EMA, like as you see right here, this was deviation. We quickly reclaimed it, and then we ended up pumping how much from this 100 EMA after we reclaimed it? 42%. Over here, it was very, yeah, it moves like cryptos, which is why I don't see a problem with it going to $75.
All technicals will be perfectly fine.
We see it bounce right here at the 100 EMA, bounce right here, bounce right here. So the next time around, this significant support is going to be shifted into resistance, and from there, it's likely to dump towards first $100 because of the psychological level, get a little bit of a bounce at $100, and then it should be a pretty quick Nagasaki set up to $75. Same thing really with the 5-day, where the 9 EMA and the 100 are lining right up perfectly at the same price point. We got that silver cross to the downside. 2-day is a little bit struggling with this 5 EMA and this meme line. It's about $125. If you can cross that, then that'll give or close over that 5 EMA. That gives us that move up to that retest that silver cross on the weekly up to like 130, 135. Which then should be the next lower high before it ends up dropping down even more. Let's see what price point is at. And that would actually perfectly fill this gap right here too. Somewhere around $135, $136. We'd fill this gap. And right now I'm guessing, I haven't really seen much, but I'm guessing there's a lot of people looking for this gap fill to think that like once we fill this gap, we can continue back to the upside, failing to realize that the trend is now down. And even if we fill the gap fill would just be another lower high before we end up going even lower. The daily is now struggling or brushing up against 38.2%. If we do close over that 38.2%, with also momentum flipping to the upside, volatility flipping down, telling you that this is very likely a corrective bounce before lower. So even if you wouldn't have looked at the weekly and saw the silver cross to the downside, you would still get an idea that this is not the bounce that you were looking for. Like, I'm a major nerd, so I'm gonna bring up a Star Wars fact. This is not the droids you were looking for. It's not the bounce you were looking for.
Oh boy.
And funny enough, if you were to close over this top 38.2, the bottom 38.2%, that takes you to the top 38.2%. perfect gap fill right at $136. Retest of that 9 EMA, retest of that 100 EMA, another lower high, and then Nagasaki Tora. 4 hours now already closed over the bottom 38.2%. And oh wow, momentum is now starting to shift down on the 4 hour with volatility shifting up. So if we do lose this 38.2% right now, which is at $124, then that bounce towards 135, 136 is going to be out of the window, and we're probably going to go straight to $100. If we close over this median at $127.72, then that gives us the move towards, where's volatility at? Volatility is expanding from 0%. So I could see it going up towards this 50%, maybe 61.8%. Retest this 55 EMA, and that's also right at 134, 135. Would retest that silver cross to the downside. Reset these momentum oscillators. Volatility will be tapped out, and then down. It's very easy to say whenever it's just going down. So all you got to say is down.
Ding. Oh no, not yet. Ding. There you go.
I wonder what happened to that sound. I don't think I turned it off because I couldn't figure out how to turn it off.
Maybe you just clicked on it like finally by accident and you got it done.
Okay, this is exactly what I was looking for. So you see this high right here?
Divergence.
Yep, on the yearly.
Yeah, wow. That's fucking epic.
This one closed at $143.90. RSI was all the way up here at like in the 90s. And then we went higher, $147. RSI went to 72. It's a very significant bearish divergence on the yearly candle. Insane. That would, first of all, since we are at 100% volatility, or we went to 100% volatility, first area would be this moving average. Moving average right now sits at, oh, look, $70, $70.82. Very likely we end up getting a bounce there. Like the HPDR said, get a little bit of a bounce at that $70, go back up. Maybe we go back up to $100, retest that $100 psychological level. And then the number is so low that it doesn't really even tell you what it is, or it doesn't tell you like a realistic number, because it tells you $8.18. Which I don't really think it's going to go to $8.
No. Get out of here.
Well, this number is going to rise. But right now, it tells you $8.18. Something is really wrong.
Yeah, I think just looking at this chart kind of like reminds me of like the Bitcoin structure. I think 58 is going to be their support.
I think that's a 55. Yeah, it's very close to the 55 EMA. Because this is going to rise, so maybe it's going to probably be somewhere around that $50 to $58 number.
It's just like a traditional SR flip, right? Like there. So I feel, and again, this is just me looking at it with my eye. Like, you know, the guy that shoots at the Olympics without anything, and then the Koreans are like wearing all these things. Yeah. That basically just doing what that dude was doing. Not saying it's going to work, but I'm using that method.
That guy was a goat.
Yeah.
So on the 6 month, also, we got some significant bearish divergence right here.
Wow.
And we're about to lose the 5 EMA. The first area we'd look at off of this bearish divergence is going to be the bullish control zone. And that sits at that psychological $100 level at $99.72. And since volatility is pretty low now, we likely go lower than that and go to the middle zone. It's not giving you any like usable number right now, anything relevant. This is telling you it's $10.27 right next to that $8 number. So you just have to wait for the next 6 month candle to open to get an actual number that you can use, because it's unlikely that it goes to $10. Something is truly fucked if it goes to $10. 3 month as well, pretty significant bearish divergence right here, where we're expanding from less than 10% on volatility, around 8% volatility, we're getting expansion, while we have a quarterly bearish divergence. That would bring us towards this bearish control zone. And right now, it doesn't even tell you what the bearish control zone is at, because that's so low. Before that, you would have the middle zone. And the middle zone right now is also just below that $100 level at $93.93. Do we have it on the monthly? Nope. here. Yeah, we do have some slight bearish divergence right here, but that would be a phantom drive of bearish divergence. So it's not as effective as the ones that we have on the 6-month and the yearly, which are actual real drives of bearish divergence. This would take you towards that middle zone. Right now, that's also just at that $100 level at $98.49. Anything here? Nope. Let me zoom in a little bit so I can actually get a better view. So this is higher than this one. Is it a lower low? Yep, it's a lower low. So there is a slight drive of phantom bullish divergence between these points, which does coincide with the idea that we would get that little bit of a bounce towards that gap fill towards 135 maybe, and make another lower high before we end up continuing lower. And to confirm this bullish divergence, you would have to close above $127.76. So that's not really that much of a move from 127 going to 135. That's only like $7 up. Where people would see the bullish, would see the bullish divergence and think we're getting a reversal, and you only get a $7 move to the upside before mega nuking on them again.
That's like, that seems to be an incredible opportunity, by the way. Like incredible, because it's, I mean, this shit looks like death.
Yeah. It's on a downtrend, and basically like it's on a downtrend on the weekly, 2-week.
No, everything.
Monthly is a downtrend. 6 month is basically in a downtrend. Every single time frame is in a downtrend. Nothing on the 5-day, 3-day, nope. 2-day is also now about to put in some fresh bullish divergence. And we would have to close above $123.38 to confirm that divergence. That would take us towards, oh, I love this. The middle zone on the RSI, $139.03. Gap fill, retest the silver cross, lower high, nuke. Nothing on the daily. And 4-hour also has put in 3 drives of bullish divergence, which takes us towards bullish control zone right at $140. Also, right, would fill the gap, retest the silver cross, and nuke. So now we're getting $130 to $140 from many different indicators and many different setups. And then you look in the 6-month, quarterly, and 12-month, and you have bearish divergence on those, which will be confirmed even if we go to $140.
It's unbelievable.
You rarely see bearish divergence on the yearly on anything. Usually, most things don't have enough data to populate that much of an RSI on the yearly.
To begin with, yeah, that's the start of that problem.
Oof, this is not good. Now we're getting momentum rejecting the critical zone on the yearly, flipping back down as long as we're below $178.12. Since we're rejecting the critical zone, we're likely to make its way back down to the bearish control zone. That would be a significant down, probably somewhere at the very least, like best hope. The most hopium for that type of setup would be to reconnect with this 5 EMA, which is around like $85. 6-month also pointed to the downside as long as we're below $141.06. 3-month rejecting the bullish control, flip down as long as we're below $146.66. Monthly pointed down, and volatility is at 4% now. So we're getting ready for a nice volatility setup with momentum pointed down, while price is below $162.18. 2-week about to break into the critical zone, volatility expansion with the move to the downside, and we're pointed down below $159.35. Weekly in the critical zone, it's dancing on the knife's edge right now. We have 4 days and 3 hours to go. We'll flip up if we're above $124.70, which gives you more of an idea that we're probably not going to close over that number by the weekend. 5 days starting to, nope, 5 days still to the downside as long as we're below $127.27 with volatility expansion. 2-day is the only one that's starting to flip up. We have 23 hours and 11 minutes to go, and we'll flip back up as long as we're above $119.81. That'll just be another retest of this bearish critical zone, which goes along with the idea that we get that bounce towards the 130s to maybe 140 to make a lower high and then continue to the downside. And now daily is also flipping up while volatility is contracting, which tells you a corrective bounce, and we're going to be flipped up as long as we're above $121.81. And 4 hours also going to be pointed to the upside with volatility contraction as long as we're above $118.32. So this is one of the only charts that I've really ever looked at ever since we've started streaming that we've seen such significant bearish divergence on the 6-month and the yearly, to where like it seems like being conservative is saying that we're going to get a 50% dump, to where we'd go to somewhere around like $80 to $75. And then from there, you in between, you definitely get bounces like in the $100 psychological area. But eventually, if that $75 area doesn't hold, you're probably going to get another 50% dump towards the 30s. And then if you go down like towards the weekly, you have a silver cross to the downside, and you have a perfect area of confluence with the 9 EMA, the 100 EMA, and the 38.2% on the HPDR to retest somewhere around like $135, maybe $140, which would also be a gap fill from that dump we had from Friday's close to Monday's open. And that would take us towards like another significant lower high in a series of lower highs before we go down to $75. You go a little bit lower to time frames like the daily and the 4 hour. Now you're starting to get momentum flipping to the upside, which also goes with volatility contracting, goes along with the idea that we're probably going to bounce from here, go towards that gap fill, make a lower high, and then continue towards the downside. And that's really the only hopium that I can find right now for AMD.
Well, I don't know what's going to happen to this company, but god damn. The
CEO should have signed some more titties.
Maybe. Well, that's a useful. That's actually a really great piece of advice. We should contact them for a marketing plan for their company.
Send me 50 million yuan and I'll help out.
Imagine really getting the CEO of a company convinced to sign titties just for better performance of their company.
They got to send us a check for that advice, though.
Oh yeah, of course. No, that was great. All righty. Well, this was basically it. 4 hours, 4 hours and 20 minutes. Good.
Perfect amount of time
for us. The perfect amount of time. Everybody knows that. Boys, we're coming back on Friday because we are not having a Wednesday. It's Christmas. Whether you're from the space Jew lasers, or you're black and celebrate Kwanzaa, or you're Mexican, we all celebrate that shit. So we're going to take it off. We'll be back on Friday, but Friday, because today, this week we should have a class for everyone. What we're going to do is, instead of a casino, we're just going to do a class dedicated to everyone that is a member on the lives and also elite members. And we're going to spend 4 hours with you guys answering all of your questions, anything you might want, you might need, hit us up. And is there anything else you would like to say before you guys roll out?
I'm going to be celebrating them all. Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, any excuse to have a little drink, you know?
Me too. That's how I go. I'm not drinking because I'm an alcoholic. It's just all these celebrations. What am I supposed to do? Be a fucking dick?
Exactly. And it's the aliens' fault too. So
also, the drones are making me do things that I don't want to.
Yeah, exactly.
The tequila is just going from the glass to my mouth. Like I couldn't do anything about it.
It's the drones. That's what I keep saying. That's what I keep telling everyone. All righty, my boys. Thank you so much.
Have a good Christmas, fellas. Merry Christmas.
Yeah, too. I'll see you in a bit. Merry Christmas, son. Vale, pues, tenemos acá AMD. Por cierto, esto es algo de lo más feo que he visto en toda mi vida. Esta es una vela topera de libro. ¿Y por qué digo que esto es de lo más feo que he visto en mi vida? Porque esta es una tabla de 12 meses. Esta vela es una vela anual. Y tiene todo síndrome de pico. De arriba a abajo, esta vela es 48% de ajuste. AMD tiene también, en todo lo que es momentum y volatilidad, tiene divergencias bajistas acá, en la anual, en la de 6 meses, en la trimestral que eso es algo que nunca había visto Farhan en su vida viendo esto. Ahora, antes de irme a eso, quiero ver, volatilidad está en extremos, por supuesto, que fue cuando llegamos al tope y de ahí se ha estado contrayendo. Ok, nada. Vamos rápido a la de 6 meses. La de 6 meses que nos cuenta básicamente lo que estábamos viendo en la anual, pero ya la volatilidad contrayéndose bastante más. También nos damos cuenta que aquí está la vela topera y esta vela cerrando por abajo de 133 nos va a dar confirmación de la caída, además del cambio de tendencia en el precio. Estamos por debajo del promedio del 5, que una vez que pierdes el promedio del 5 empezamos a considerarlo en este tipo de temporalidades como la reversión a un mercado bajista. Y vean dónde está el promedio del 21 acá en la zona de 75. Importante que lo tengan anotado porque es donde está, me parece, en la anual, los 75. Bueno, está en los 83, la 84, el promedio del 9. Vamos rápido a la trimestral. En la trimestral, ¿qué nos esconde esta belleza? Bueno, en la trimestral es todavía más fácil poder ver esto. La volatilidad está expandiendo, pero no está dando un setup de absolutamente nada. Hemos perdido el promedio del 9. Claro, hemos perdido el promedio del 9 antes y fue simplemente llegar al del 21 en esa caída y además un fake out a la baja acá en los $54. Esto se ve bajista de a mega madre. Olvidémonos ya del promedio del 5. Y también podemos usar el HPDR en esta porque hay demasiados datos. Entonces vamos a traer el HPDR y ver dónde exactamente estamos parados. Este es una clásica tendencia bajista, por cierto. Esto es algo en la que no te tienes que pelear con la tendencia. Esto se me hace uno de los trades más fáciles que existen. Porque literalmente va a irse al pito. No hay de otra. Vemos que estamos justamente viniendo del alto histórico en 226, que cerró hace 1, 2, 3 y estamos en la cuarta vela en este momento. Hemos perdido absolutamente toda esta estructura y ahora vamos a ir a buscar esta estructura que se encuentra por ahí de los $100, bastante buen número mental. Nuestra media del canal está en los 120.72 y el precio está en 124.79. Faltan 8 días y 3 horas para cerrar. Si cerramos por debajo de los 120.72, esta vela trimestral rápidamente nos va a dar camino a poder ir a buscar los 75, que es la zona de abajo del 38.2%, la zona azul. Y también tiene algo de confluencia con el promedio del 55 que va a subir, está en 63.51 para que lo tengan en mente. Además de eso, tenemos un cero de volatilidad, habíamos dicho no. Vamos rápido a la mensual. En la mensual que tenemos, la mensual tenemos otra vez, tenemos nuestro tope por acá. Hemos sido rechazados de nuestra media y ahora estamos bastante lejos de la media, cayendo en la zona azul, en justamente entrando al 50%. El cierre aquí, cualquier cierre por debajo del 127, nos va a llevar muy probablemente a nuestro siguiente objetivo en los $108. Y eso es bastante bajista de a madre. También podemos ver que la volatilidad está llegando a un punto nulo. Básicamente está entrando en la zona más baja posible y en la mensual, sí, le gusta bastante relajar pezones a la volatilidad antes de hacer cualquier cosa. De acá, de nuevo, no hay setup todavía que nos esté diciendo nada. Si la volatilidad comienza a expander en lo que estas madres están siendo rojas, se va a acelerar esa caída. Vamos a la de 2 semanas donde la volatilidad está expandiendo con la caída. Ok, eso nos dice que hay fuerza bajista. Más allá de eso, nos está rechazando también agresivamente y podemos ver también que tenemos un cruce del 9 y el 21, el 9 por debajo del 21, lo que nos indica que hay debilidad. Hemos perdido el promedio del 55 y vamos a buscar rebotar en la zona de los 116, que también coincide con esta zona meme. Si caemos de los 116, para que lo tengan presentes, está rompiendo toda esta estructura alcista y ahora vas a entrar en esta, donde la parte baja está en los 92. O sea, así de rápido puedes llegar a esto. Además de ser rechazado de todo esto, estás perdiendo la zona azul, entrando por acá, lo que simplemente nos da un objetivo siguiente de 121 y de ahí seguido al promedio del 100, que está en los 114. Y habíamos dicho, la volatilidad está expandiendo en lo que esto va cayendo. Acá podemos ver más de lo mismo, volatilidad expander en lo que está cayendo el precio. También vemos que tenemos un cruce plateado en la semanal. Lo tenemos justamente acá donde está la media, lo que nos dice que una probabilidad, y aquí está chido, donde se pone la oportunidad grande para todos, porque puede ser un short o puedes hacer calls. No, puts. Puts, calls, me lleva a la verga. Ahora estoy confundido. Ok, después lo hablaremos. Gracias a Dios en este canal no enseñamos eso. No, puts son los bajistas, puts. Pero ahí, yo aquí haría un corto. Después de ver que el 9 está bajando, el 21 bajo el 55, ahora el 9 está debajo del 100. ¿Qué nos dice cada que tenemos un cruce plateado? Que cada retesteo del 9 va a ser una oportunidad de entrada. La 9 está en 133, pero aquí también hay un gap. ¿Lo pueden ver? Y es un gap entre los 135 y los 137, que es un número que sigue apareciendo una y otra vez. Lo que tal vez es la oportunidad es ver si vamos a ver este movimiento para acá, que es un movimiento de 10%, entre la zona del 135 hasta el 137, para abrir un corto y de ahí, ahora sí que acompañarlo hasta que rompamos los 100 para abajo, porque nada en esta tabla nos dice que no va a ser posible eso. Además de esto, ya les había dicho, la volatilidad está expandiendo en lo que estamos viendo, la bajada y esas divergencias muy bajistas en muy altas temporalidades. En la diaria, podemos ver que estamos intentando superar nuestro promedio de los 9, está en los 125. Hasta ahora estamos siendo rechazados. Definitivamente queremos poder ir a buscar este gap, que sería el promedio de las 55, una vez que retome el 9 y después el 21. Nos gustaría ver esto ser llenado y acá hacer un alto más bajo y dar continuación a este bajo más bajo que este y poder continuar ese movimiento a la baja. Siguiente zona y objetivo después de romper los 116 van a ser los 100, que es un número psicológico bastante fuerte. Y de ahí lo que nosotros pensamos es que esto puede tranquilamente irse, y ahora les voy a enseñar el por qué. Vean lo abajo que estamos de la zona azul. En esto, una vez más, zona azul, junto con nuestro promedio en 130, esperemos ese rebote en lo que todo esto va a bajar y ver a dónde nos va a llevar AMD, damas y caballeros. Se ve pésimo este gráfico. Bueno, se ve bastante bueno porque no solamente porque esté cayendo sea negativo, esto es bastante apetitoso si lo quieren ver así, porque puedes hacer siempre dinero a la baja, al igual que puedes hacer dinero a la alza. Y yo creo que con eso los puedo dejar. Esto fue básicamente AMD, esto fue todo lo que analizamos el día de hoy. Nos tomó más tiempo hoy porque el mercado parece que mínimo nos quiere cambiar la estructura o nos está dando señales de nuevas oportunidades cocinándose. Recuerden, cuando hay poca volatilidad, pocos jugadores intercambiando el precio, cualquier cosa puede manipular el precio muy rápido. Cuando hay poco volumen es cuando ves más las caídas, esas agresivas, y luego se convierten en subidas, etcétera. Y es lo que estamos esperando esto en el juego. Así que disculpen que nos tardamos un poco más analizando todo. Se nos hace importante y aparte, entre todos, un buen análisis en conjunto para poder ver si algo nos falta, algo nos sobra, si hay algo que podamos invalidar de uno al otro, etcétera. Bastante bueno. No vamos a tener el miércoles casino, que es Navidad. Espero que todo el mundo esté en sus casitas pasándola de huevos, etcétera. Y el viernes no vamos a tener casino, vamos a tener clases solamente para ustedes, nuestros miembros que son parte de los en vivos y también nuestros miembros elite. Y la próxima semana será, bueno, normal, tenemos año nuevo y tendremos que lidiar con ello como se esté dando. Pero aquí seguimos dándoles toda la información que podamos, seguimos buscando trade setups. Por ahora, todas las aguas están bastante movidas, están bastante oscuras, y no queremos que un tiburón blanco llegue de la nada por la espalda y nos muerda, así que vamos a llevarla tranquila y como se debe. Si encontramos algo bastante obvio como AMD, por ejemplo, en la tabla, o si vemos algún rebote, obviamente ustedes van a ser los primeros en saber, sobre todo nuestros miembros de los trade setups, pero aquí estamos buscándole 3 pies al gato para ustedes todo el día, todos los malditos días como degenerados. Es toda nuestra plática todos los días en el chat. Les mando un fuerte abrazo a todos los miembros de Elite Trading Academy. Nos vemos el viernes y la clase va a estar guardada ahí para todos en la librería tan deliciosa que tienen también. Ya ahora en enero que todo el mundo regresa a la normalidad, les vamos a agregar los nuevos videos a la librería, etcétera. Les mando un abrazote. Cuídense mucho. Gracias por estar acá conmigo y muy felices fiestas a todos ustedes. Espero que les estén pasando muy bien.